Lee Hamble's life was a nightmare. She caught her boyfriend with someone else. Moreover, at the bar where she worked, some jerks always showed up. But one day, the girl got drunk, and on her way home she had a fatal accident. The next instant, she opened her eyes and realized she was alive. But when she looked in the mirror, she was a monster. She didn't recognize her room either. And then a maid explained that she was the owner of the estate. And her name was Alexa. She thought princesses were beautiful, and now they would accuse her of being an imposter because of her appearance. She decided she was cursed, but she didn't understand nor why she hadn't reincarnated into a normal body. The girl burst into tears, asking what was wrong with her face, repeating that it wasn't her face. Finally, Alexa summoned her courage and, looking in the mirror, admitted she was a monster. The maid tried to deny it, but Alexa replied that she also had eyes and asked her not to be scared. She promised not to do anything to the frightened girl, although secretly she thought she had lost her mind. Then, the maid supposed that the visit from Lady Ariel had affected her mistress, Alexa's older sister and the kingdom's princess. The maid remembered that she had arrived days ago, and since then Alexa had been very sad, and she often cried in her room. But now her mistress was more interested in why the princess was her sister and not her, understanding that her appearance was preventing it. Then, the maid continued explaining that Alexa, anyway, is the second princess of the Philip kingdom. She is also the daughter of concubine Camilla, who died when the girl was only 6 years old. And when Alexa turned 7, in the mansion with Eddie, she was cursed for kicking out a witch who asked for shelter on a rainy day. Before, she was very beautiful, and everyone considered her the second beauty after Lady Ariel. And she is currently 18 years old. Furthermore, the maid recalled that, despite everything, Alexa is also engaged. And her fiancé is Marquis Herman Belfort, commander of the royal army. He is so handsome that they call him the flower of the empire, and he is the most sought-after bachelor of all. Alexa didn't understand why that marquis would want to marry her, and the maid explained that it was a contract engagement. That would probably be broken. After all, everyone knows that Princess Ariel and the marquis are dating, and that he hates Alexa. The maid explained it was because she, head over heels in love, clung to him like a leech. She loved him so much that she even made a deal with her father, the king, and destroyed all the kingdom's enemies. Alexa was so strong that they even called her the guardian of death. And if it weren't for her, the kingdom would have lost its last war. But behind her back, they also called her a monster, a dirty rag, and a man-stalker. Alexa understood that, for now, she couldn't do anything about it, but she still had to try to survive here. Time passed, but the girl still couldn't get used to her image and her hair-covered body. In her previous life, she was nobody. She didn't have any special characteristic or talent. But at the same time, she knew nothing about this Alexa, nor did she want to die a second time to get rid of this. And then a brilliant idea occurred to her. Alexa called her maid Lily and asked her to bring her a sugary liquid. She complied quickly, although she didn't understand what her mistress wanted it for. And then, she decided to show her what she was going to do. She began applying the liquid to her arm and placed a piece of cloth over it, and after waiting a few minutes, she pulled sharply. The maid, seeing this, got very scared and even thought her mistress had gone crazy. And now she was trying to hurt herself. But Alexa then showed her a hairless area of skin and asked her not to worry. Then she asked Lily to do the same now for the entire rest of the body, tearing off the cloth abruptly so it wouldn't hurt. Even so, the pain was felt with this primitive hair removal, and after a few hours of endless pain, Alexa didn't want anything. But then she looked in the mirror again and was happy that now at least she looked like a person. Lily was only surprised, as she didn't know before that hair could be removed that way, and she thought it was magic. The mistress, instead of explanations, only asked that all the employees be called, and soon a small group of people appeared before her. Alexa was surprised to have so few servants, only 10 people. But she is a princess and needs more. The servants couldn't believe that was their mistress. She had a lot of fur. They thought she wasn't the real Alexa, but she just asked for silence. She explained that she called them to ask for advice, and then asked who among them was the cook. A man in a white uniform, somewhat nervous. He admitted to being so, and Alexa asked him if he was the one who had made fun of her. He immediately started apologizing, but the lady told him that all his dishes were too greasy. The cook confessed that Princess Ariel had advised him to do so. The girl found it a bit suspicious, but now decided to change everything, while the cook kept saying that her sister was trying very hard. Alexa didn't understand why, For that cook Ariel's words were more important than the orders of her direct mistress. As if he wasn't afraid of her. So she decided to teach them a lesson and show them who their real mistress was. And then she ordered everyone to listen to her carefully. She declared that if she heard any objection again, she would not forgive it, and there would be a punishment. The servants had no choice but to obey, as they understood that their lives could depend on it. Alexa, meanwhile, understood that monsters have their advantages, and then decided to tell the servants what they should do from now on. First, she called her personal hairdresser, Jen, and confessed that she wasn't made of stone, no matter how terrifying she looked. She is an 18-year-old girl, and she also has feelings, so she wanted people to see a person in her, not a monster. At that moment, Lily also approached, and both maids apologized to their mistress for having only thought with prejudice all this time. They regretted hurting their mistress, and she advised them that, to start, they should strive to do their job well. They promised to do everything possible to make Princess Alexa become the most beautiful girl in the kingdom. They started by forcing their mistress to do physical exercise, which she didn't like much, but she accepted, and from that day on she started exercising and taking care of herself, with the help of the maids. In 3 months, Alexa also learned to manage the estate and helped with the financial aspect. Reviewing the documents, she noticed that expenses were too high, especially for food, as if someone wanted to ruin her mistress's health. She suspected it was her sister Ariel, and now tried to figure out her intentions. One night, the highly respected princess was on her way to visit her sister at the Duke's request. He couldn't ignore the changes in Miss Alexa. She had lost her fur and was refusing food. Hurton was worried, but he didn't believe the curse would disappear, and Ariel had to go check. The next day, while Alexa was training, her rival, the knight, started giving up very quickly. The lady even shouted at him to get up, but he wasn't as strong as her. A beast! But he immediately covered his mouth, aware of his mistake, and Alexa decided to teach him a lesson. She attacked him again with the sword, but she didn't injure him, only knocked him unconscious. One blow was enough, and she couldn't believe it. Then she understood that her sword had magic. Now she understood why everyone feared Alexa, and decided to try something else, brandishing the sword. With a sharp movement, the force of the sword split the statue in two. Even stone can be cut. She felt like a superheroine. Just as the maid announced the arrival of Princess Ariel, Alexa didn't understand why she was visiting so early. Usually she came every 2 or 3 months. She suspected she was plotting something and had to be cautious, so she went to receive her cautiously. First she apologized for the wait, and Ariel, seeing her sister in human form, was left speechless. Alexa knew it was hard to believe, so she decided to reintroduce herself. Name and title included. She explained that it was all magic, but Ariel still didn't understand how her sister had broken the curse. Alexa admitted the story was long, but confirmed the essential part. The curse had vanished. She was no longer a monster, but Alexa, Princess Ariel's younger sister and the king's daughter. But the first princess still doubted. She needed proof that her sister was who she claimed to be. And then Alexa, barely touching the cup, shattered it, saying only she could do that. Now, Ariel believed it and was happy, as she was worried about her always being locked away and not going out. She even cried, but Alexa couldn't believe her tears. She still didn't know what their actual relationship was. And to win this battle, she had to build a defense without raising suspicion, and she pretended that she was also happy to see her sister. Afterwards, she thanked Ariel for her feelings and expressed her hope that now they would do everything together. Saying this, Alexa hugged her sister, but the latter still felt somewhat uncomfortable, although she tried to hide it. And then, to show her goodwill, the princess suggested to her sister that they go to the castle together. A week passed since Alexa arrived at the palace with her sister, but also since that day, she has barely seen her. Ariel constantly made excuses, saying she was very busy with matters, so she didn't have time to see her. And the entire royal palace was working hard on the preparations for the king's birthday, which would be in 3 days. Meanwhile, the girl continued training and relaxing, wondering if her sister would show up at the reception. At that moment, a maid with glasses, Rachel, knocked on her door and informed that, by Ariel's order, she would serve her from today. Also, her lady sent her clothes for the reception, and Alex had to choose what she liked best. The young woman carefully observed every outfit, and they all seemed pulled from the last century. The maid noticed her mistress's reaction and explained that Ariel had selected all the outfits that are currently fashionable. Then she also asked Alex that if she didn't like something, she should just choose something and thank the princess without grumbling. Jen and Lily intervened, declaring to the maid that she shouldn't dare behave so rudely to her mistress. Alexa, but the maid with glasses not only calmed down, but also declared that the guest must address her with courtesy in the royal palace. These words greatly angered Alexa, and Rachel even worried about what would happen to the palace after her arrival. At that moment, she received a hard slap for daring to speak in a rude tone and arrogant to her mistress. After that, Alexia hoped it would be enough to remind her who she was and what that maid's place was. She also ordered Rachel to convey to all the palace servants that they must respect both princesses of their kingdom. Soon the day of the party arrived, and Alexia put on a new dress for the reception, which the tailor Jamie appreciated greatly. He admitted it was much nicer than those old rags, and she hoped it would be enough to drive Ariel crazy. The tailor even cried, as he couldn't imagine that the lady could look so beautiful. And then he remembered their first meeting. Alexia approached him back then and explained that she was royalty, but didn't have much money. But if he sewed her a dress, using the best fabrics too, it would greatly help boost his career. And now Jamie admired her work, while the maids called the lady to the lounge, explaining that everything was ready. When she entered, they solemnly announced her as Alexia of Pelagier Dwight, the second princess of the Philip Kingdom. The guests were immediately frightened, thinking a monster had arrived. But then they saw a very beautiful lady and were stunned. Alexa walked down the path and politely greeted Her Majesty, wishing her health and prosperity from the goddess Demetria. The king was also greatly surprised, as he knew his second daughter was a monster, completely covered in hair. However, he quickly composed himself and, thanking her, declared that she looked splendid today. The people in the hall kept murmuring that it was the princess, as they couldn't believe it was really her. But then the king clapped his hands and demanded silence, and then declared that his second daughter had been freed from the curse. He also explained that it was a blessing from the goddess Demetria and a sign pointing to a bright future for their country. Alexa, meanwhile, noticed that the king, even in such a situation, had managed to use his daughter to turn everything in his favor. But without expressing her suspicions, she just asked her father for permission to approach her sister. The king allowed it, and just as she was about to leave, her gaze stopped on a man who had just entered the hall. He was a tall young man, with black hair and equally black eyes, and a rather handsome face. She also noticed that their eyes met fleetingly, and from that look, she knew that perhaps they knew each other. At that instant, another blonde boy approached from behind and grabbed her hand. And quite forcefully, Alex shouted for him to let go. But he paid no attention and kept holding her, trying to get her attention. So the girl roughly pulled her arm to break free and got angry with him on top of that. The boy apologized and introduced himself as her younger brother, Wilhelm, explaining that it was urgent. He then nodded towards that dark-haired young man and explained that he was Duke Belkellen and that he was cursed. 30 years ago, the late king married the devil's daughter to maintain peace in the kingdom. And although he was only half demon, she was executed for her cruelty and lack of mercy. And the duke is the son of that woman, and no one is sure that he doesn't belong to royal blood. Wilhelm explained that black hair and eyes belong to demons, and no one knows when the demonic side will take over him. Alex realized that she had known her brother for barely 10 minutes, but chatting with him was easier than with Ariel. She thought the boy had an inferiority complex because of the Archduke. Nothing more and nothing less. The young woman also understood that her father only needed her for political purposes, since her younger son only dealt with fantasies and suspicions. Now only the biggest problem remains. Ariel, who hides her true essence. The first princess approached, and asking if her brother was finished, decided to take her sister away. She explained that she wanted to introduce her to many people, and first introduced her to her childhood friend, Manuela. Then more girls approached, wanting to meet Alex, knowing how much she had suffered from the curse. They also noticed that she was wearing a peculiar dress, the cut of which they had never seen before. Alex at that moment felt like a monkey that people had come to see at the zoo. Ariel whispered to her friends not to get too excited discussing the princess, especially about her dress. The girl now understood that her sister wanted to ridicule her and that all the aristocrats would mock her. And since she is in the zoo, all that is left for her is to destroy her cage and escape from there. Immediately after, she threw the contents of her cup at that girl who dared to laugh at her outfit. She immediately screamed, because her dress is very expensive and her designer worked hard on it. But Alexa insinuated to her at that moment that that girl, without that dress, was nothing more than a simpleton. Then she asked who that person was and also showed off her dress, which was truly worth admiring. Alexa also grabbed it by the edge, and it immediately ripped a little, explaining that she has her power. Even without the dress, the second princess understood that everyone there was there for the show, so she was not ashamed to act like that. Furthermore, she decided that the people must choose which side they were on, hers or the first princess's. And to that girl, Alexa asked her to send the bill for the stained dress to the palace, and that she would pay her handsomely. Terrified, the girl begged them to stop. She got up and ran out of the hall. Also, Alexa noticed that her sister did not openly express her opinion, preferring to stay on the sidelines. Ariel is gathering allies and plans to attack her. If the second princess does not defend herself, she will be out of the game. Alexa thought it was time to leave, but someone called the princess. Upon turning, she recognized Marquis Belfort by the description, the same fiancé she couldn't live without. And now she could see him in person. Herman was heading towards her, and she thought he was coming for her, but he walked past and approached Ariel, who was nearby. The first princess was happy to see him, and decided to invite the Marquis to the last dance. Now Alexa understood that her sister had stolen the fiancé, whom her younger sister loved so much. The relationships between them became clearer, and to survive in that world, the girl must protect what she possesses now. Approaching the couple, Alexa declared that she had decided to officially break off her engagement with the Marquis today. The people in the hall began to whisper in astonishment, and the second princess clarified that everyone knew that those two complemented each other. So, if she was an intruder in Marquis Belfort's heart, it was best for her to leave. Regardless of criticism, the aristocrats remained stunned, but Alexa was sure that now it was her turn to make a move. Approaching Ariel, she seemed to insist that she thought the same, but the princess was not quick to answer. Therefore, Alexa took her silence as a yes, and repeated that her engagement with Belfort was cancelled. Then she added that everyone present would be witnesses to it, after which she decided to leave. It was only Alexa's first step. A long road still awaited her, but now she felt free. The girl stepped out of the hall into the fresh air and sighed with relief, as it had felt very stuffy inside. Then she leaned over the railing to look, and realized that the balcony height was considerable. Alexa thought that if she fell from that height, she might die, and remembered how it happened last time. Then it occurred to her that if she died there, she might return to another world. But the girl was just beginning her journey, so she had to discard those ideas. Alexa needed to concentrate, and she got so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice that she had accidentally fallen over the railing. At that moment, she felt panic and said goodbye to life, but then she noticed that she was no longer falling. Upon opening her eyes, the girl saw that Duke Belkillen had managed to grab her hand. He then returned her to the balcony, without ceasing to look intently into her eyes. Alexa felt ashamed of what happened, and after quickly thanking him, ran away from there. Stopping behind the corner to breathe, she wondered how long the Duke had been there, and if he had heard her talking about herself in the third person. He surely also saw her gesturing and behaving like a pterodactyl, and now she hoped never to run into him again. After the reception ended, Alexa returned to her normal life, while almost everyone commented on the broken engagement. It was rumored that Ariel and the Marquis hadn't even seen each other again after that. Furthermore, the first princess did not attend public events or organize receptions, but Alexia didn't care about any of that. She only had one problem. She was so bored she was going crazy, absorbed in her thoughts. She hit her head against the table without realizing it, and Lily ran to put a cold towel on her, but the blow didn't worry her. Alexia was tormented by the memory of her embarrassing encounter with the Duke. The second princess even reconsidered the idea of dying and reincarnating in another world. A few days later, a hunting competition was organized in which the Marquis would participate, and the Duke. Alexia thought that would entertain her, but upon arriving there, she felt that life was playing a bad trick on her again. The young woman learned about the competition from Lily, her maid, who explained that it was a traditional event. The entire royal family and the aristocrats participate, and men and women also attend to support them. And the team that brings the largest and most valuable prey becomes the winner. But that's not all. If a hunter does not have a woman to support him, he will be disqualified. At that moment, Alexa found this pastime boring and pointless, but she decided to participate anyway, since she is part of royalty and simply has to do it. Furthermore, Lily and Jen worked hard to prepare their mistress for this day, getting her a special hunter's suit. The young woman thought that these maids were sometimes annoying, but that at the same time, they could be trusted. Soon Manuela noticed her. She still considered this princess not only peculiar, but also prickly. Alexa heard her murmur, and at first mistook her for Miss Raphael, who fled the banquet because of the ruined dress. Manuela did not argue with the second princess, and only bowed her head shyly. At that moment, King Raphael III solemnly declared the hunting competition open, and announced that the Archduke would also participate. Alexa knew she had to meet him again. The king addressed Belkellen, admitting that his presence lent elegance to the event. Raphael wished the aristocrats that the goddess Demetria would help them achieve victory. This time, the winner will obtain a sword and a monetary reward, glorifying his name and that of his family. The king asked everyone to prepare, and the hunters began choosing the women who would support them. Just as Alexa was adjusting to the atmosphere, Ariel appeared. She asked her sister who she would support. The second princess didn't know what to answer. She needed to recover to avoid an attack. So she counterattacked with a question, expressing interest in who Ariel would support. Alex added that everyone knew it, but that the human heart is terribly fickle. She heard that Mr. Laris and Miss Lashues partnered up. It seemed everything would go well this year. At that moment, Wilhelm, the king's son, asked her if royalty could also participate. The young man added that his noble archduke could also prove his worth. Alex was surprised, as she believed that royal men only observed. But King Raphael thought it was a good idea. He never liked the royalty distancing themselves. The second princess looked at the prince, blinded by envy, and at the king, who stubbornly ignored him. The girl doubted that the duke would agree to participate, as surely no one would support him, although they say he masters fire magic, and she heard they tie his hands so he doesn't burn anyone alive. On the other hand, tying the second princess's hands seemed unfair to her, more like torture. And although Alex wanted to avoid the duke at all costs, she couldn't pretend she hadn't heard that. Meanwhile, the hunters were choosing their partners. Only Marquis Belfort and Duke Belkellen remained without a partner. But when it was announced that the Marquis had to choose a partner, the girls expressed their desire at the same time. Belfort just looked at them in silence, and the presenter asked again who else wanted to support him. The girls caught the hint and fell silent, staring intently at the second princess. Perplexed, Alexia herself had no intention of volunteering to support her ex-fiancé, and after a minute of waiting, Lady Cecil, an aristocrat, was assigned to support Belfort. Alexia expected Ariel to be assigned, but she was surprised to hear it wasn't her. She looked at her sister, who seemed somewhat sad but didn't say a single word. And the second princess was glad not to be the only one hiding her true feelings. Afterward, Belclan Dwightstar was named, and the duke was the only one left without support. All the ladies were silent, as no one wanted to be his partner, and the other suitors knew it. The girls remained undecided, fearing being punished with a rain of fire. And then Alexa offered herself as the duke's partner, surprising everyone. The king was shocked, telling her it was neither the time nor the place for jokes, and asked her to apologize. But she said she wasn't joking, although she had no idea why she was doing it. To confirm her words, the girl swore by Dwight's name that she was sincere. Alexa thought for a moment it was because she saw herself in the duke's eyes. They looked a lot alike. Belkellen was avoided and rejected, and everyone made fun of him. That's why she extended her hand to him. Wilhelm called her, but she asked her brother not to bother her and to carry on with his things. The presenter also asked the duke if he accepted Princess Alexa as his support partner. He didn't answer, and she begged him not to think and to take her hand or he would be tortured. And then Belkellen shook her hand and declared that he accepted Princess Alexa as his support partner. Meanwhile, the king decided not to resort to the tradition of punishing some participants this time. After this, His Majesty Raphael announced the end of the partner selection and the start of the hunt. And when the king announced the start of the competition, the teams dispersed to prepare for the hunt. Alexa noticed again that the aristocrats were heading towards her, something that had become frequent and irritating. Although she understood she had to endure countless frictions, like before, now she decided she would do things differently. The aristocrats asked if she really felt nothing for the Marquis anymore, and she confirmed it with certainty. Moreover, Alexa indicated that she never felt anything, and that it was all a simple, crude calculation. Her sister, the first princess, could not decide so quickly about the marriage, so she got engaged to the Marquis instead. The young woman explained that she kept it a secret from Ariel, and then asked them not to bother her anymore, as she had to prepare. And when the others left, Ariel appeared and asked her sister why she didn't choose Belfort. But she asked the first princess the same question, adding that she seemed indifferent to him. Ariel insisted on getting an answer. Why did Alexa decide to choose that dark-eyed boy, since he is cursed? Except that the second princess saw nothing wrong with it, since she was also cursed, and she was also a monster. Her sister retorted that if that were the case, she wouldn't have returned her to the palace. Then she turned around and left. Alexa did not pursue her, but went to her tent, where the Duke was already preparing. She was completely ready, and suddenly noticed that Belquelin now reminded her more of an obedient puppy. The Duke then decided to ask her why she had decided to be his partner. He then explained to the princess that he thought she hated him as much as everyone else. Alexa understood what he meant, recalling that night when she abruptly fled from him. Belquelin also believed that she was forced to be near, but the girl flatly denied it. She understood that he lived surrounded by hatred, and now begged him not to avoid her. But the Duke still felt uncomfortable. Then he mounted his horse and announced that he had to leave. And just before leaving, Alexa asked his permission to cheer him up and offered him her handkerchief. Belquelin extended his hand, and she started tying the handkerchief, but below the elbow because his biceps were huge. But even there, the handkerchief didn't close. Then it occurred to Alexa to tie it to his bow. The Duke thanked her for the gesture and asked if she always did that with everyone else. The princess didn't hear him clearly because he mumbled the question and asked him to repeat it. But Belquelin did not repeat his question. He just thanked her again, very politely, for her support. After this, he galloped away, and Alexa remembered the rumors that he was a cruel demon, although he seemed quite innocent. The princess, moreover, thought that hunting in the competition must be something pleasant. Her spirits improved thanks to today's sun and the cool breeze that revitalized her. She also loved not wearing a tight dress and being able to wear comfortable pants. The princess was in an excellent mood and didn't need money or a sword as a reward. The only thing that would make her even happier would be to see the king's astonished face upon winning with the Duke. While riding her horse, she heard a whisper in the bushes and immediately aimed her bow. A young servant peeked his head out. He was so adorable that she couldn't bring herself to shoot him. Bending down, the girl extended her hand and whispered to the animal not to be afraid, that she wouldn't kill him. But Alex also knew she didn't want to waste an arrow on that young one, as she was aiming for bigger game. At that moment, her horse snorted and bolted, but the young woman didn't understand what was happening. Behind the horse, the fawn also bolted away. Alexia was left alone and now had to continue on foot. Soon, she spotted a huge tree and decided to climb to the top. She felt much freer up there. The view from the top was incredible. Why hadn't she thought of climbing up sooner? How foolish. She also decided to take a look to see if she could spot any valuable prey, and spotted some boys not far away. She understood they were setting traps, and one was boasting that an expert blacksmith had taught him. Moreover, the boys were commenting that the Duke would pass by there, and they were worried it wouldn't be easy to get rid of him. They even thought someone else might fall in, and they would find it amusing to see what happened. How sadistic. Alexia understood that these guys were planning something shady and decided to teach them a lesson. They deserved it. Instantly, the boys saw the princess's boots before them, with which she knocked one of them down. Immediately after, she stood over the terrified boys and demanded explanations from them. They introduced themselves as Lord Ivanzel, Lord Alcyon, and Lord Helfanio, but the princess didn't intend to chat much with them. She only wanted to know who the Duke was with, and one of them blurted out that he wouldn't get away with it, not even being a princess. The boy, still on the floor, added that his father was Count Manuela, and that he would not tolerate something like that. Alexa realized that this young man and her sister's friend were related. Besides, they even looked alike, but the girl decided not to let it slide and intimidate the insolent one, pulling out a dagger and throwing it at him. The dagger stuck into the ground near his head, and the other two, frightened, promised the princess they would tell her everything. They confessed that there were more traps near the northwest of the forest, but they didn't know where, since they hadn't set them. Alexa was surprised that they wanted to trap the Duke, without knowing where the traps were. But the boys also confessed that they sent a spy after him, and that the servant accompanying him was actually a lord. So the princess left in search of the Duke, not caring if she herself fell into a trap. She only prayed for everything to turn out well, and realized she was worrying too much about him. Even though Alexia didn't even know the Duke well. But even so, what was happening worried her greatly. The girl thought for an instant that it was because she liked him, but she quickly started convincing herself otherwise. She explained to herself that she simply didn't want to put her partner in danger. As she moved forward, the princess felt a bit more rested and did not give up in the search for the Duke. And suddenly, she felt her foot sink into something soft, and then the other one too. Alexia realized it was a swamp, and since she had fallen in, it had messed her up badly, and she tried to get out with her sword. But her weapon quickly disappeared into the viscous liquid, and she herself kept sinking deeper and deeper. At that moment, Alexia didn't understand the point of reincarnation, as she was supposed to find the trap, but she fell into it herself. Now she felt not only like a beast and an outcast, but also unlucky. But when the swamp reached her neck, the sinking stopped. In that position, the girl spent nearly an hour, devising thousands of ways to get out. Still, she understood her helplessness. Despite having overcome the worst situations alone, she suddenly spotted a silhouette in the distance, but the sun behind him prevented her from distinguishing it. And when the man's silhouette approached, Alexa could see it was Marquis Belfort. For a moment, it infuriated her that, of all people, it had to be her ex who found her. Anyway, she explained to the Marquis that some lords had trapped her in a prank. And now she was trapped. Belfort just stood there, silent, and in her eyes he looked like a complete idiot. So she directly asked him to help her get out and promised to compensate him for his expenses. Hoping he would help, the princess saw him turn away and knew she had no hope. Alexa shouted that she knew he didn't love her, but leaving her there would be a huge mistake. Furthermore, she added that, regardless of them treating her like a beast, she still carried the Dwight surname. After Alex's statement, she shouted the Marquis's name out loud, and only then did he stop, and he turned toward her. Then, Belfort asked the princess to wait a moment and immediately cut a branch. And Alex thought he would give it to her, but the Marquis explained that it was only ground magic, and if they destroyed the source, the magic would dissipate. Then the princess remembered how he himself had said that magic wouldn't work. And now, she didn't understand what was happening. Belfort also explained that the trap set there mixed several spells, and simple magic would not have worked. Afterwards, he extended his hand to the princess and asked her to hold on, because if she sank further, it would be harder for her to get out. Alex still saw some trickery in all this, and tried to figure out what that man was plotting, because she had heard before that he didn't like touching her, and now she decided to simply wait without his help. Moving away for a moment, she felt the Marquis grab her and quickly pull her out of the swamp. Now the girl was even more convinced that Belfort was plotting something and demanded that he let her go. The Marquis realized that he had held her in his arms for a moment, but he put her on the ground. Alexa explained that this help was unnecessary and asked him to continue hunting. At that moment, she heard the Marquis's voice, trying to understand what had happened there. The girl, surprised, was even a little scared and simply shouted his name. She then explained that she had been worried about him as his partner, but now she was glad he was all right. Alexa also noticed that the Duke's companion was not near him. Belkellen explained that he had sent him on an errand, and the princess offered to find out where he was. She thought it wouldn't be right for one of his partners to have something happen to him. Waiting for Alexa to pause, the Duke explained that he had realized that something was wrong with the princess. At that moment, Belfort approached and greeted brusquely. The girl noticed the tension in the air. She immediately started explaining to the Duke that she had fallen into a trap set by others. Then she added that the Marquis helped her out and that nothing more serious had happened. The Duke thanked Belfort, but the Marquis grumbled again that he didn't need such thanks. And Alex decided that she should be the one to thank her savior, which she did instantly. Afterwards, Belquellen mentioned that he had seen a stream on the way and suggested the girl wash up. He also decided to show her the way, and Alex followed him, wishing the Marquis good hunting. On the way, the princess mentally scolded herself for falling into such a foolish situation and leaving her bow there. But upon refreshing herself with the cold water from the stream, she felt a surge of energy, which comforted her. The Duke waited for her with his back turned and asked if she had sustained any injuries. The girl assured him she was fine, confessing she lost her sword, and then noticed that the arrow had also disappeared. Belkellen thought she had dropped it in the river and immediately decided to help find the arrow. Alexa noticed and asked him to stop, as the spot where he was about to step was very slippery. But it was too late, and he, losing balance, flew towards her, although the princess managed to hold him, and they fell into the water. The situation seemed uncomfortable to the girl, and she immediately backed away, apologizing, and asking if the Duke was all right. He admitted he was fine thanks to her catching him, but Alexa understood that all of this looked quite silly. At the same time, she wondered why she always wanted to show herself to Belquilin in the best possible light. But if she got embarrassed and ran away again, the Duke would misunderstand her again. And she didn't want misunderstandings. So she decided to confess that, in their first encounter, she had looked foolish because she was embarrassed. It's just that the Duke didn't understand why she decided to recall the past, as there are many people she doesn't like. He knew confronting it wasn't pleasant, so he understood the princess's discomfort. But he didn't make a big deal of it. Getting embarrassed is normal, and Alexa thanked him for that. Although she knew that what was normal for people, for a cursed monster, was absurd comfort. She praised him for jumping into the water for the arrow, and knew how to console people with harsh words. She also admitted that, looking closely, it was fascinating, and the Duke recalled that she called him Belcallan. The princess blushed again, and confessed that she was so happy to see him that she couldn't help it. But the Duke didn't mind. He liked that she called him that, and that surprised Alexa. And to be fair, she also asked Belquilin to call her by her name. Then he offered her his hand, offering to pull her out of the water, as if he thought she would stay there all day. The Duke took her hand and thanked her, calling her by her name too, and she noticed a slight smile. Then, Belquilin noticed that his clothes were soaked and would take time to dry. The princess understood that, because of her, it made him uncomfortable to take off his clothes to dry them, and she immediately turned away. She even closed her eyes, assured him she wouldn't look, and suggested he take off and dry his clothes. Furthermore, Alexa confessed that she could wait for her partner and would never turn around so as not to embarrass him. But in a second, the clothes were already dry, and the princess thought he knew how to use magic. Belcallan confirmed it and explained that it was because demon blood ran in him. But he didn't want to tell. The Duke understood that if he only hinted at it, it would raise unnecessary suspicions in Alexa. Now the girl understood that behind his eyes were hidden tiredness and loneliness, and not a single emotion remained. There were only traces of countless judgments and distrust, and both were so similar. And different at the same time. Alexa, in order to change, fought relentlessly, and Belcallan feared changing and continued to self-destruct. Moreover, she understood that her mere existence was already valuable, just like the Duke's. And he, at that moment, noticed that today was such a good day that it even blinded him. Afterwards, they moved on, and Alexa understood that because of her, the hunt had failed. But the Duke declared that it was enough that both of them were safe. But the princess didn't want to arrive empty-handed. This was her chance to see the king's wrinkled face. She also understood that she only received help from the Duke under the pretext of being partners, and she suggested inviting him for tea later. And chatting little by little with him, Alexa realized that talking to him was easier than she thought. Contrary to expectations, Belcallan turned out to be a talented storyteller and conversed easily on any topic. Furthermore, the Duke did not believe in stereotypes about monsters and demons, and the girl understood that she had become his good friend. Suddenly, she noticed something flying towards them and immediately pushed Belcallan so it wouldn't hit him. When the object approached, they saw it was a winged ball with many teeth. Like a small monster, Alexa was not intimidated and split it in two with her second sword. But this little monster was not the only one. The Duke spotted another, drew an arrow, and with lethal accuracy pierced the undesirable one instantly. Both were safe. They were monsters. Belcallan begged the princess to hide in the forest. They were only after him. The Duke also realized there were many more than he thought, and again asked Alexa to hide. But the girl was not going to hide. If there were so many monsters, the main hall must also be dangerous. She didn't understand why there were no knights anywhere, and proposed going to the hall to investigate the situation. Belcallan whistled, and instantly a horse came to his call. He asked his partner to leave immediately. He also suggested she take her sword, as he had other weapons, so she shouldn't worry about him. The young woman promised to return quickly. She begged the Duke to take care of himself, and after saying goodbye, she set off. Alone, Belcallan went to explore the area. With the firm intention of annihilating the maximum number of monsters possible, he thought that his companion Alexa was a strong person. And not just because she was a monster. She was strong in heart and soul, and that's why he trusted she would return to him. He, for his part, would do everything possible and prepared to exterminate those winged beasts. Meanwhile, other knights were fighting the same monsters, trying to draw them away from groups to evacuate the wounded. The monsters attacked everywhere, and the knights were afraid, but the Marquis shouted for them not to give up. The vice-captain of the Royal Knights, Garin, also ordered to find His Majesty, since they needed reinforcements. But they were told it was too late, since, as soon as the monsters attacked, His Majesty abandoned the hunting grounds. So the knights again used their weapons against the monsters, but it seemed the arrows did nothing to them. The captain ordered an urgent evacuation, and he believed the king had not abandoned them. The Marquis understood that Garin was right and this battle was useless, but he had to do something for the soldiers who followed him. But Belfort didn't know what to do in that situation, and while thinking about it, he didn't notice the attack from behind. The vice-captain shouted about the danger and lunged to knock down the attacking monster. But suddenly he saw an arrow flying towards the beast, which could also hit the Marquis. The arrow only pierced the monster, and Belfort and Garon saw Alexia approaching. The girl shouted at the Marquis to focus, that they were on the battlefield. The other knights, hearing her voice, turned around not understanding how the princess had arrived. The Marquis felt that this girl once again looked like a monster on the battlefield. Afterwards, Alexia shouted to everyone that she thanked them for their willingness to fight until the end. But she also couldn't say their tactic was correct, and suspected they wouldn't succeed that way. Garon shouted back that his men were doing their best, and it wasn't due to any tactic. But just then, the Marquis approached and asked him to stop complaining and listen to Alexa. Then, the girl confessed that she understood the monster's attack pattern and requested command. Garon still didn't understand how she could ask that at a moment when the soldiers' lives were in danger. Alexa explained that even if they repelled the monsters, they would keep coming incessantly. These creatures move following a pattern from east to west and vice versa, creating chaos. There are more and more of them, and they can group together, becoming one huge monster. People should not just defend themselves, but divide into two groups, Western and Eastern. And that is how they will be stopped. Alexa didn't care what she was. Even with her monster power, she was still student Lee Hamble. Therefore, she must learn everything, because in this world she can only rely on herself. And so she will. Alex knew that the Marquis was having trouble deciding, and, as commander of the Royal Navy, she ordered the people to divide. Garon was surprised by her words. She wasn't the commander, but she seemed like it. It was just an invented nickname. But even so, the captain had to obey her. While the Marquis thought, Garon ordered the soldiers to obey the commander. Alex ordered the 1st and 2nd divisions to go west, the 3rd and 4th to the east. She would go with the 5th. She added that they were not fighting for the royal family, but to protect those they loved. King Raphael III fled the battlefield during the monster invasion. He was no different from other kings. Although he was 3rd in line to the throne, he became king after a civil war. The 1st Prince Alexis and the 2nd Prince France died fighting for the throne. Thus Raphael became ruler. But it couldn't be said that the position suited him. Chancellor Ivan Kar took care of the nobles. The royal knights and Eiffel were responsible for defending the kingdom, creating doubts about the heir to the throne. Prince Wilhelm, royal blood and archduke, did not get along, and one carried demonic blood. And now, while the knights were fighting the toothed ones, a huge dragon also appeared. Garin got scared, but Alexa ordered them to regroup. Then she lunged at the dragon and decapitated it in one blow. This girl was different from her relatives. She had the strength of an archduke and the courage of 200 knights. Now she shouted at Garin that she hadn't ordered him to die and demanded he get up and fight. The vice-captain understood that perhaps Alexa was always a monster, but now she was leading them forward. He obeyed her order, and now he was sure that this girl was the one who deserved the royal crown. Shortly after the dragon, another gigantic monster appeared, resembling a vampire bear. The knights, although brave soldiers, couldn't hide how terrified they were. But then they saw that this monster was also defeated, and as its body fell, everyone saw Archduke Belkelen. And all the subsequent monsters that appeared met the Duke's sword, fighting with all his might. The knights noticed that his skills were astonishing, very different from theirs. Just when it seemed everything was over, Alexia decided that only the finishing blow remained. But right behind her, another monster appeared. And when she turned to fight, the Duke also attacked it. While Belkelen was wiping his face after this, the Marquis appeared worried next to the princess. She, at that moment, had even started daydreaming while looking at the Duke. And now Belfort ruined the mood. She also didn't understand why he suddenly became so kind, and immediately rejected him. The Marquis explained that he was only trying to protect her, but she declared that she could do it alone. Furthermore, she knows the battlefield best, and Belfort didn't understand why Alexia was reacting like this now. In any case, they defeated all the monsters, and all the knights now praised the commander and Captain Belfort. While the others celebrated, the Duke only asked if the princess was okay, and if she was hurt. The young woman assured him she was fine, although she knew that the Duke, even though he arrived late, had done much more, and she was annoyed that all the glory went to the Marquis, because people don't recognize the help of someone with demonic blood. So she turned to Marquis Belfort and asked why he didn't know how to be grateful, because she was more than sure that someone else deserved the gratitude for this battle. Now she understood what saving their lives meant. But then the knights stirred and realized that Belkillen had done a lot. They realized that if it weren't for him, they would have been swept away and everyone would have died. But with his help, they were able to defend themselves. Instantly, shouts of praise resonated towards the Duke, and everyone wished him a long life. Belkillen even got embarrassed and explained to the princess that she shouldn't have done that. But she refused. Soon, the knights also proposed that they return to the palace, since everything was finished here. But the Marquis decided not to return, and he also acknowledged that everyone tried hard today. Then, the Duke helped the princess onto his horse, and felt his heart beating strongly. Belkillen also asked why she agreed to leave with him, since she could stay and celebrate with the soldiers. But Alexa understood that, although they had won, many lives had been lost in the process. Therefore, she saw no reason to rejoice. But to herself, she understood that now she was lying to herself and to him. On the way, they met Mile, who was the Duke's servant, and Belkillen asked why he was in that place. He admitted that Salavin sent him, and noticing the princess, he thought the two were on a date. The Duke felt a bit embarrassed in front of the princess, and explained that his servant has no manners. But the girl assured him that everything was fine, since Mile is very young, very cute, and she forgives him. At that moment, the boy also noticed that his master smelled strange, not as usual. Alexa immediately guessed that the smell came from the blood of the monsters, although she perceived nothing. The boy assured that the smell was unpleasant, and then, bravely, he searched the master's things, finding a small bag. The girl was very surprised. She hadn't even noticed it, and started asking Male if he knew what it was. The servant explained that this little bag contained a mixture of herbs that attract monsters very much. They create a strong aroma that beasts smell from miles away, and if a person has it, things will go very badly for them. Now Alexa was beginning to suspect why her heart was beating so fast. Apparently, deep down, she was still a monster. But the princess also didn't understand why the Duke had that little bag, and thought he knew the properties of those herbs. Belkillen didn't know what to answer the girl, and she even started scolding him for staying quiet. Alexa demanded explanations as to why the Duke hid that from her, and above all, why he went hunting with that bag. He still couldn't find the words to answer, and now the princess was even a little angry with him because of it. Then she said she couldn't trust someone who was plotting something behind her back. Deep down, it hurt her greatly to think that they had gotten close only for this to arise now. Then, it seemed to her that Belkillen reminded her of her past self, and she decided to soften her tone. She only clarified to the Duke that he could remain silent, but that their conversation ended there, and she said goodbye to him. But Belkillen didn't want to let the princess go, and instinctively grabbed her arm, asking her to wait. He also confessed that he could tell her everything, as long as she didn't get angry with him. Alexa accepted, and then the Duke explained that he was worried about her safety. He also asked her to answer with whom she would have gone home if she hadn't chosen him, or if he hadn't participated. The answer seemed silly to the girl, but honest, and now everything was starting to click for the princess. She truly saw in the Duke Lee Humble, who went out of his way for someone's love. Then, Alex confessed that she didn't want him to suffer, even though they had only met so recently. She also admitted that Belkillen was important to her, and she said it with heartbreaking sincerity. Suddenly, the girl radically changed her expression and declared that they must get revenge on that scoundrel. The Duke nodded, and the princess smiled again, then asked him to escort her to the castle. Quite some time had passed since Alex arrived in this world, and she was beginning to assume she wouldn't return. But despite everything, she felt happy now and even experienced a strange pleasure from it. She would no longer have to deal with work problems or rush during lunchtime. She wouldn't have to be an outcast because of her poverty or feel revulsion towards love and friendship. Now she only fears that all this is a dream, or that the real Alex will return unexpectedly and force her to give it all back. But after all, she achieved all this by her own means. The real Alexa lost her chance, but the reincarnated one doesn't care if she's called a monster. Now she herself is a monster, but at least she got some revenge for the former princess. Then she heard the maid Lily calling her and immediately responded, asking what was going on. But she was only worried because the lady had suddenly disappeared. And Alexa explained that she was thinking. Then Lily confessed that there was news about the peddler, whom the lady had asked about some time ago. The maid managed to find him and explained that he was a traveling merchant and probably already left the kingdom. The princess understood that finding him wouldn't be easy, as he could be anywhere. Lily also asked why the lady needed that peddler, supposing she hadn't liked the little bag. Alexa, actually, wanted to find the peddler Sunny for Belkellen, but she didn't confess it to the maid. Afterward, Lily also admitted that the king sent another person, although she said the lady needed to rest. But the princess suspected it. The king's flight during the hunt unleashed popular fury. Now it was obvious that someone was planning to overthrow the king, and she wasn't going to let this chance pass. That someone, Stephen, leader of the aristocracy, supported Alexia as commander of the Felipe army. And since the princess is involved, King Raphael cannot ignore what is happening. He had already avoided this meeting 5 or 6 times, and honestly, it was starting to annoy him. This time he decided to go, telling Lily it wasn't polite to keep dodging him like that. A little while later, Alexia, in a gorgeous dress, arrived at the palace and went to the meeting. The king got a little restless upon seeing her, but received her calmly, hiding his nervousness. The princess bowed, not understanding why His Majesty was acting as if they were close. He approached her and asked how she was, like a worried and caring father. She confessed feeling better. And right at that moment, Duke Felipe Manuel and Count Gerard Abigail entered. Alexa couldn't believe her eyes. She was standing before the most loyal men in the kingdom. The king admitted that, thanks to her, they had managed to defend the kingdom. The princess felt an urge to hit him. He was the first to flee the hunt, but he restrained himself and decided to observe what was happening, stating that it wasn't only thanks to her, but also to Duke Belkellen. He reminded her that the king entrusted an entire kingdom to her, the archduke, and the soldiers. And then he asked why she fled. Alexa mockingly suggested she did it for the honor of the royal family, or to seek refuge. Raphael acknowledged the gratitude towards the duke, but she got fed up and asked him directly why he had summoned her. Then the king explained that the monsters had reappeared on the western border, and although he sent troops, it was useless. The lords need help, but no one can come to their rescue, and now they are in serious trouble. Then Raphael managed to smile and added that they need her, that she is their last hope. After all, as always, Alex must defend the kingdom, but this time she didn't rush to accept. Now the girl knows how to manipulate people. The previous princess lacked attention, as, abandoned by her family, she simply lived like a lonely child. And that's why she wouldn't resist such words. While the girl was thinking about it, the king demanded her attention, asking why she was silent. And then, suddenly, he declared that he had omitted an important detail, and added that Marquis Belfort would also be there. Raphael explained that they would be there together for a month or 2, and then remembered that the Marquis was in a meeting at that moment. He also allowed Alex to leave for now, but she asked for an explanation as to why His Majesty mentioned the Marquis in their conversation. Furthermore, the girl remembered that she had officially broken off the engagement, and that means she doesn't need that man. Then the king suggested that if they spent some time together, Belfort might change his mind. Raphael noticed that the princess had changed lately, and urged her not to miss the opportunity to get closer to the Marquis. But Alexa flatly refused, and explained that she did not plan to follow His Majesty's orders. He couldn't understand what the young woman meant, and suggested that perhaps she had health problems. He also asked the princess to stop complaining about everything, and demanded to know the real reason for her refusal. At that instant, Alexa confirmed that when something doesn't go the king's way, he reveals his true face. But now she had to devise a convincing answer, and declared that at that moment she had lost her magic. The princess explained that before, the king's order was an honor, and that she even thought she would be a monster forever. But now that the young woman was free from the curse, she only longed to fall truly in love and live happily. Furthermore, Alexa reminded His Majesty that he had always pitied her, and that despite everything, she was still his daughter. She also understood that his father's heart only wished the best for her. After all, but she is no longer a monster. Now she is a normal person, like everyone else, and she no longer wants to see her ex-fiancé. The princess also clarified that she doesn't want any more awkward situations. But the king insisted that the marquis might change his mind. Alexa got tired of hearing the same thing, and now she was furious. She even yelled at her father, repeating that she doesn't want to see Belfort. Then she asked if His Majesty noticed how the marquis treated her, but he thought his daughter had completely misunderstood him. Moreover, the king promised the princess that he would speak seriously with her ex-fiancé without fail. But the girl only repeated one more time that she doesn't even want to hear about that man. She is sick of this, and the marquis's face is hateful to her. No one can imagine how much she hates him. This time, Raphael got angry, declaring to his daughter that she was starting to cross the line. And when he noticed that nothing affected Alexa, he decided to propose another option. The king promised to introduce her to any aristocrat from Felipe if she accepted his request. But the princess declared that this wouldn't change her decision, and he no longer had the strength to argue or be surprised. Then Alexa also explained that true love should arrive suddenly, like in a fairy tale, and she will wait for her destiny. The young woman also asked if her father would support her in this, understanding that he no longer had arguments. His Majesty Raphael actually agreed with her, and his loyal servants couldn't believe it. The princess had already forgotten about them, and then demanded explanations as to why they were interfering in her conversation with the king. The two began to explain that they must protect Felipe at all costs, and reminded her that she could not abandon the state. Then, Alexa demanded that they remember when she had ever betrayed the state. She called them shameless and declared that they had no conscience, as they dared to say that. The princess also recalled that while they slept in warm rooms, she fought monsters on the verge of death. The aristocrats went to banquets while she risked her own life. The count and the duke excused themselves by saying that Alexa had superhuman strength, but she retorted that she was no longer a monster. The girl was furious that they always relied only on her, and advised them to go figure things out for themselves. Today the princess seemed strange to Manuel, and he asked her to calm down and talk quietly. He himself doesn't know the full complexity of the war, but before Alexa always obeyed them. And now she has changed. But she again declared that they didn't understand her guilt, and that she had just been freed from a curse. Moreover, they are sending her back to war, although they are not ready to assume responsibility if she doesn't find her love. Duke Manuel assured her again that she had nothing to worry about, and recalled how much she had done for the state. He also didn't doubt that the princess could find a worthy man for herself. Now, Alexa was beginning to understand that they were giving her the opportunity to choose anyone. And Manuel confirmed it. He promised that everyone would obey her, and the girl liked that, but she suspected something was wrong. And then she declared that she chose the son of that duke, which instantly left him in shock, unable to believe what he was hearing. The princess explained that in the house competition, he didn't do badly at all, and that's why she decided to choose him. The duke even turned pale, and started begging that his son was not good enough for her. But Alexa retorted, well, no one is born great, and besides, she likes boys like that young man. Hearing this, the king was already ready to agree. But Duke Manuel did not want to give in and asked the count for help. And then Gerard Abigail proposed to the girl to resolve the matter in another way. Since that choice seemed selfish, he asked her to understand how dangerous this could be for the kingdom, as she was simply granting a favor. But Alexa became furious again and called those two aristocrats arrogant, and told them not to dare call her selfish. Their state now rests on the girl's shoulders, and that indicated their country was very fragile. Furthermore, she demanded they explain what they were doing there, and if they wanted to do something for the country, they should also work. The king saw his daughter explode and tried to calm her, explaining they were only giving her valuable advice. But Alexa did not consider it advice, and also reproached her father for ignoring her all this time. She even declared that those people were a big problem because they were brainwashing His Majesty. The count and the duke immediately fell before the princess and asked for forgiveness, admitting their mistake. Raphael also tried to explain to his daughter that those people were citizens and useful in case of a tragedy. Then, Alexa asked him why he had summoned her if he trusted those aristocrats so much. And the king declared that he only feared she would reject them and begged her to understand his feelings. After this, the young woman pretended to calm down, but added that they shouldn't forget she was watching them closely. The Count and the Duke trembled with fear at her anger, but promised to remember her lesson and obey. Afterwards, Alexa decided it was time to leave, but the king inquired about what to do with the monsters. He explained that no one else had her talent and begged his daughter to help them one last time. The princess kept silent for a few seconds. Then she agreed, but declared she had one condition. Alexa recognized that her selfishness was dangerous for Felipe, and the welfare of the kingdom was worth the battles. The girl also had no incentive to fight, and now demanded a juicy payment for her services. Raphael didn't fully understand, and Alexa clarified that she wanted money for the work done. Count Gerard was surprised, and the king remembered it was her duty to the country, not a business. But the princess wasn't listening. She remembered the past and now wanted recognition. She also reminded her father that money is the best gratitude. That's why she wanted to be paid. If her work was valued, the aristocracy would understand her importance. Now she demands 2,000 gold coins per monster, and in wars, each monster will count separately. And she stamped her foot so hard that the floor cracked, warning that next time she wouldn't be so kind. The Count and the Duke, terrified, nodded. Convinced that it was the most sensible decision, the king also yielded, and the girl, determined to leave, she sentenced that she would send the bill for the house competition. Raphael didn't expect it, and Alexia finished, threateningly, that if there were doubts, she would meet him in person. After her departure, Raphael trembled thinking about the price. 2,000, the annual salary of a soldier. Demanding such a sum for a simple monster was almost like refusing to obey an order. Raphael understood that his daughter was blackmailing him, but he found it hard to believe she was so cunning. His Majesty didn't understand what was happening, because everything was going wrong and getting out of control. Meanwhile, at the castle near the capital, Duke Belkellen called a servant, a knight in Salavin, asking why the lord was taking so long. The Archduke explained he had personal matters, but the servant insisted, as they needed to know how to manage the place. And Knight Abril only declared that he would always obey the Duke, which slightly disappointed Saladin. At that instant, Mile entered the room looking for his lord, and the butler reminded him that he should knock. Mile explained that he had an urgent letter from Princess Lexa, and immediately handed the envelope to the Duke. Saladin had never seen that girl, he had only heard about her, and now he feared it might be a letter with threats. He even supposed it could be a challenge to a duel, since the servant saw no other reason to send a letter. But little Mile objected, and explained that the princess was simply inviting Belkellen for tea. The Duke opened the envelope and confirmed that it was so, and Alexa expected an answer by tomorrow. Belkellen decided to reply immediately and started writing, while Salowin marveled at the Duke. For he had always been serious as a rock, but now it seemed he had fallen in love with a monster. Then he imagined how all this might end, and in the end, their relationship would culminate in a wedding. In a couple of days, Belkellen arrived before the king by invitation, who explained that he needed his help with the monsters. Raphael added that the beasts were heading towards the Duke's estate, asking him to be very careful. Then, Belkellen confessed that he had to stay in the capital, surprising the king, since his work was already finished. The Duke explained it was personal matters, but His Majesty declared that this did not allow him to refuse orders. But noticing Belkellen's threatening look, the king immediately admitted he could stay without giving explanations. Also, His Majesty decided to postpone the matter of the monsters, although he had insisted earlier that it was urgent. Raphael explained to the Duke that they had no group leaders. Not even Alex accepted, so there was no point in sending people. The king also admitted that he couldn't find a responsible person in the kingdom who could handle the situation. Belkellen then suggested to His Majesty sending Prince Wilhelm, as this would help him rule in the future. Raphael understood this, although he didn't want to send his son, but he still didn't know what excuse to invent to object. The Duke declared that he had to go train, and the king knew he no longer controlled either him or his daughter. A little later, Princess Alexa fell asleep in the garden, and in her dreams she heard someone calling her. She slowly opened her eyes, but upon seeing Belkilo in front of her, she shivered and jumped up suddenly. Still half asleep, the young woman tried to understand what the Duke was doing there and how he knew where she was. He explained that he had arrived a short while ago, and that the maids told him his lady often visited the garden. The Duke also thought the princess was tired, but she said she was fine. She just stayed up late. Actually, Alexa had a duel with Lord Eisenhart, but she couldn't confess that to her guest. The young woman suggested they continue talking at the tea table, and then led the Duke towards the gazebo. On the way, Alexa asked why Belkellen arrived so early, since they were supposed to meet after lunch. The Duke confessed that the king had summoned him to the capital, and the princess guessed her father had ordered him to kill monsters. Belkellen wasn't rushing to answer. He just kept holding the girl's hand, which slightly embarrassed her. And when they reached the table, the Duke confessed that Prince Wilhelm would take care of the monsters. Alexa even worried a little, as she knew that child was as stingy as the king. Then she asked Belkellen to tell her all the details and why His Majesty had decided to do that. At the same time, Alexa clearly understood that her father was furious because of her and was trying to find any solution. The Duke explained that it was because he had refused to participate in the war, as he no longer had public duties. The princess understood her friend and then asked when he planned to leave, but Belkellen wasn't rushing to answer, and the girl regretted that they had met in this way. However, the Duke, seeing her confusion, declared that he planned to stay in the capital for a while. The girl rejoiced immediately, unable to hide her feelings, but then composed herself. Afterwards, she also asked the reasons why Belkellen decided to stay there. The Duke admitted that he loved the flowers in the place and wanted to see them up close. Alexa didn't expect that answer. Those words left her stunned, and she looked at the guest with doubt. The girl understood that, although Belkellen liked flowers, it didn't fit his serious image. Even so, she now found him very sweet and proposed they see the flowers in the royal garden. She also clarified that they shouldn't do it at that moment, understanding that the Duke might be busy. But Belkellen declared he wasn't busy and would love to see the garden with blooming lilies. At that instant, Alexa felt her heart beat faster and a blush appeared on her cheeks. And to start, she offered the guest to finish the tea, hoping her excitement would calm down during that time. A little later, while heading to the garden, Alexa asked the Duke what his favorite flower was. He couldn't answer yet, and Alexa started to suspect he hadn't returned to his mansion because of the flowers. Noticing the girl's doubts, the Duke explained that he was just looking at and evaluating them a bit, but he didn't know their names. This reassured the princess, and she continued by saying that the flowers here were mostly from other regions. She also heard they are difficult to control because they don't know them yet, which means they are from other countries. Alexa even stopped, as if thinking about something, and Belkellen, noticing her look, even got a little restless. The girl understood that this word better explained her existence in this world, and that she was a stranger here. The Duke brought her out of her thoughts when he took her hand again and turned her towards him. And then he decided to confess something. He judged his garden without thinking, and now he asked for forgiveness if that made her feel uncomfortable in any way. He also wanted to offer her his official apologies and proposed going with him to the festival in the capital. Alexa felt a little confused, not knowing what to think, as it seemed he was inviting her on a date. But she didn't take long to answer and accepted, confessing that she would happily await that. At that moment, the first princess called her, suddenly appearing and declaring she was happy to see her sister. Ariel admitted she was just planning to visit her, as she had been too ill. Alexa explained that she felt much better now, although she thought she hadn't rushed too much. And seeing the Duke, she confessed she didn't expect to see him there. Belkellen, in turn, only greeted her politely. Afterwards, Ariel asked why she hadn't returned to her estate yet. At that moment, the second princess interrupted, explaining that Belkellen planned to stay in the capital for a while, since he had pending matters. Then, Ariel's maid decided to remind her that Alexa should address the Duke by his title. Even though she was of royal blood, she explained that only lower-class aristocracy addresses someone by their first name. Alexa considered that girl named Giselle a pathetic coward who only felt brave next to Ariel. But the Duke intervened and clarified that he himself had asked the princess to call him that, so others should measure their words. Then, the maid bowed and offered Alex her apologies for offending her. The second princess thought at that moment that she had now found someone completely opposite to her ex. Afterwards, she herself expressed her indignation to the maid, explaining that she had also offended the Archduke. At that instant, Ariel herself decided to ask permission to apologize for Giselle, and offered tea as compensation, but the Duke refused and declared that he should apologize not to him, but to his sister. The princess offered no resistance and apologized, explaining that her maid only wanted to help. And to her surprise, Alex declared that everything was fine and that Belkellen and she understood everything. Ariel found it strange that they called each other by their first names and realized they had grown very close. She also explained that she was happy about it, as she was worried her sister was alone. And without friends in the palace, Alexa understood that she was trying to make her look bad again, and that infuriated her. But the first princess continued saying she was happy about her sister's friendship with the Duke, since it meant she was getting used to palace life. Ariel also confessed she felt a bit envious, as she wouldn't have minded getting along with the Archduke either. For Alexa, this was too much. Her sister was really testing her patience. And Ariel continued, saying she had never had the chance to meet the Duke, and that she was happy they were all there today. Then she mentioned tea time again, and Alexa asked if she was also invited. Ariel wasn't quick to answer, but the second princess felt like she was about to explode. And as she looked angrily at her sister, Belkelin declared that it would be an honor for him to have tea with her. At the same time, he explained that he couldn't stay there for long, and Ariel thought he didn't like the garden. So she suggested using her drawing room, but the Duke interrupted her. He turned to Alexa and, explaining that it was time to go back, offered to accompany her to the palace. She was a little surprised that it was time to go, as she was sure her sister had a lot to tell. The Duke apologized to Ariel for not being able to join her for tea time. The first princess didn't object and suggested having tea another time, if he was in such a hurry. Then Belklon dragged Alexa away, and she barely had time to say goodbye to her sister, saying they would talk later. Ariel, staying in place, watched them walk away for a while many thoughts swirled in her head. Belklon walked very fast, and Alexa thought he was in a real hurry and that he really had a lot to do. Then the Duke slowed down and suggested walking more slowly, which surprised the young woman a little again. They stopped right next to a rose bush, and Belquillan decided to pick a rose, the most lush of all. Then, carefully, he placed the flower in his companion's hair and explained that he always has time for her. Then he stared intently at the princess, noticing that her beauty was dazzling at that moment. She caught the hint about the new adornment in her hair and modestly admitted its appeal. The next day, Alexia met Ariel, who offered cookies to accompany the tea. The eldest knew about her sister's love for these particular cookies, and she thanked her for it. Ariel inquired about her meeting with the Duke, and Alexia assured her that he had behaved with propriety. Therefore, her sister shouldn't worry, as she hadn't done anything that would shame royalty. However, Alexia sensed that their meeting was not a coincidence, and that Ariel planned to get between her and the Duke. Ariel insisted with the cookies, even offering to remake them if they weren't to her liking. But her sister refused. The second princess also noticed her excessive kindness and sweetness when they were alone, but in the presence of others, she suffocated her subtly but relentlessly. A true viper, it is difficult to see tenderness in that behavior, and the girl considered Ariel a complicated person. On the other hand, Alexa preferred not to get into all that and leave things as they were. But anyway, she planned to take revenge for the past Alexa and recover what was stolen from her. She didn't want more, as Ariel is cruel and unpleasant, so it's better not to get more involved yet. The first princess asked what Alexa was talking about with the Archduke, and she didn't understand her interest. Sensing that her sister was hiding something, the second princess confessed that they planned to go to the festival together. At that moment, Ariel declared that Alexa could not go to that festival with Belquillan, but she didn't understand why. She didn't need her permission. And then the first princess explained, the celebration of this day is for the entire royal family. And since Alexa is a member, she must be present. But she said she wasn't referring to that specific day, although she didn't intend to give further explanations. Ariel became furious, thinking that her sister was hiding something from her, and demanded an answer. Alexa just remained calm, seated, and asked her not to get upset. It was not typical of her. Then, the first princess restrained herself and apologized for raising her voice at her relative. She explained that she was upset because she decided to hide something from her, but Alexa opposed that idea. She also clarified that every person has secrets meant only for themselves. And now, the young woman cannot tell her sister absolutely everything, as they used to do as girls. Alexa also didn't want anyone else to know about her plans with Belquillan, which is why she keeps that information. Then, she reminded him that Ariel also hadn't told him about her relationship with Marquis Belfort. Afterwards, the second princess advised her sister not to waste time with her. But with the Marquis, Ariel, at that moment, had such a strange expression that it was hard to tell if she was happy or about to cry. A short time later, Alex arrived at the meeting with the Duke, who was surprised that she came alone. He explained that it could be dangerous, and asked that one of her servants accompany her next time. But the girl did not see herself as someone who needed help. Not at all. Belquillan even got a little annoyed, as that wasn't what he meant. But she said everything was fine. Then, Alex proposed leaving, since they needed to hurry if they wanted to manage to see everything there. At the same time, the girl couldn't believe she was spending her first festival in the company of Belquillan. Soon, she noticed how they were preparing chicken skewers and offering honey liquor, and Alex wanted to try everything. Just as she was about to approach, the Duke stopped her, explaining that she might get lost in the crowd. But the girl didn't consider herself a child, although she loved that Belquillan cared about her. Afterwards, she decided to remind him that, after all, she was a monster, so he shouldn't worry so much. At that instant, she heard them announcing treats that fascinated her, and now she longed to try them. The Duke knew his companion wouldn't stop, and opted not to argue and let her go. Alexia thanked him, and his face seemed so adorable that she felt a flutter in her heart. She also sensed that he liked her too, but she didn't want to ruin the moment by asking. She decided to enjoy it, especially because she loved holding hands on their date. Alexia sank into thought for a moment about what might happen, but reacted immediately. Then she noticed that the Duke was in front of her with the sweet in his hands, and asked him how he got it so fast. Belquillan explained that the other people had yielded the way to him, skipping the line. The princess thought he was untouchable, and even tried to imagine how it all happened. The Duke offered her the treat, which looked appetizing, and the young woman suggested sitting somewhere. Belquillan remembered there was a fountain nearby, and the princess begged him to take her there immediately. The dessert seemed delicious to Alexa, and for an instant, she felt like she was in paradise. She confessed to the Duke that the taste was unbeatable, and suggested he try it too. But he refused, explaining that he wasn't hungry. But the girl insisted, and was already bringing a piece closer to him. At that instant, when Belquillan agreed, and she put the spoon in his mouth, he seemed adorable to her again. Then she understood that he didn't like sweets, although the Duke agreed to let her feed him. Alexa admitted she only wanted to joke, but Belquillan noticed that had been too childish. Then he added that he didn't mind at all, and the girl was very surprised again. The Duke also confessed that this time he wanted to give sweets to his companion and held out a piece to her. Afterwards, they moved on, where everything seemed different to Alexa than what they had seen before. Belquillan explained that guilds and mercenaries gathered here, so it was better to stay alert to avoid little problems. And then Alexa saw yogurt in the distance, and from her face, the Duke knew she also wanted to try that. So he asked the princess to wait while he went for a portion, and went to queue. Alexa noticed there were many shady people around, and assumed it had to do with the weapon stalls. The girl decided to take a look while waiting for Belquillan, and headed towards one of the stalls. That shop seemed interesting to her, and she thought that valuable jewels were often hidden in places like that. Alexa leaned over a table, and saw a small elongated object that caught her attention. Without thinking twice, the princess decided to buy that thing and made her request to the old saleswoman. She explained in a hoarse voice that it was a pen and that it was not common, and asked her to think carefully. But Alexa was sure of her choice, and repeated that she wanted to buy it at all costs. At that very moment, Killian Ergay appeared, saying he would buy that pen no matter what. Alexa instantly interrogated him about who he was, and why he should give up the object to him. The young man declared himself someone with more knowledge about that trinket and snatched the pen. The girl, furious at his rudeness, grabbed Killian by the arm, trying to retrieve her precious object. She didn't care about his supposed knowledge. She saw it first, and therefore would get it. But Killian retorted that since she hadn't paid yet, she was just one more observer, not the owner. Alexa understood that the guy wouldn't yield easily, but she wasn't planning to give up either. The princess squeezed his hand so hard that Killian felt she would break it at any moment. But she claimed to be a fragile and defenseless lady, and people might get the wrong impression. He called her crazy and beastly strong, which enraged Alexa even more. She squeezed his hand even harder, and then Killian decided he would have to deal with her in another way. At that moment, his father called him and explained that he couldn't behave like that, since they were at a festival. The young man argued that he had nothing to do with it, and that this girl was the first to try to break his wrist. In doing so, he called her scum, which further enraged the princess, who already wanted to explain to him who she really was. At that moment, Belkilin approached and asked Alexa not to wander around, as he thought something had happened. The girl apologized and explained that she was just looking around, but then an annoying fly bothered her. After that, she argued with Killian again, until his father asked his son to stop. Then, the young man's father apologized to his lordship and begged him to forgive such behavior. The Duke said everything was fine, calling him Count Urgin, and Alexa understood that she knew that surname, since her mother, Camilla, came from the Urgin house, which owns one of the largest trading companies. Now she supposed that the insolent boy's father might be her uncle, Duncan Urgin. Meanwhile, the Duke turned to Alexa and told her that the pen she wanted to buy was cursed. The girl was instantly frightened. Belkilin understood that she didn't know and decided to tell her the story. A greedy demon cursed it, decreeing that whoever touched it would lose their magical power. Killian explained that he only wanted to prevent her from losing her magic, but she treated him like a thief. Alexa didn't know, and now decided to confront the old woman selling the pen. But when she turned around, the princess noticed that the old woman had disappeared a while ago. Killian added that Alexa shouldn't have lost much magic, but asked her to be more careful. He explained that magic stolen by a demon never returns to its former owner. The princess couldn't believe that such a harmless object could be so dangerous. Now, thinking about it, it seemed strange to her how obsessed she was with the pen at first, as if someone had planned everything. Meanwhile, the old count turned to his son and explained that he must take responsibility for his mistake. Killian must now apologize to the Duke and also promise to show due respect to the princess at their next meeting. The boy returned the pen to Belquillan, and he asked Alexa to be more sensible before taking things like that. The girl just nodded silently, noticing at the same time how her friend was smashing the pen in his hands. Afterwards, the Duke said goodbye to the Count, who finally apologized once again for the inconvenience caused. When they left, Killian noticed that Belkilin looked like he was about to incinerate him right there. Then he turned to his father, telling him it was time to leave too, noticing that he was deep in thought. He murmured that he couldn't believe he would meet Alexa again. He also commented that the girl was now an exact copy of her mother, Camilla. Moving on, Alexa wanted to know why the cursed pen didn't affect the Duke. He explained that such demonic objects don't work on beings like him, so he is fine. And although he is not a complete demon, the demonic blood running in him did not lose its power. Alexa thought about the irony that united the son of a demon and a human, and her, a princess-turned-monster. Now she understood why a connection arose between them, and that they saw each other as a reflection. Then, the girl admitted that she wanted to ask Belkilin something else, but she was a little embarrassed. Still, she asked about his yogurt, since the Duke went to get it before the pen incident. He explained that he was very busy looking for her everywhere, so he left it, and apologized for that. Belquilin offered to buy her another one immediately, but the girl confessed she was just joking. Afterwards, she asked the Duke to forget the yogurt, and suggested they continue exploring the place. A short time later, the king called Alex and questioned her about why she was planning something right before the royal affairs. He explained that the entire capital would criticize her irresponsibility, but noticed that her advice meant nothing to her. The princess understood that if His Majesty knew about her escapade, Ariel was involved in this. The king insisted that Alex should be at the palace and accompany the Ophelia delegation. He also demanded that, for her sake and her companions, she return to her duties. Ariel intervened, assuring her father that her sister would now reflect on her action. Then, the king decided to stop there, but promised he wouldn't take his eyes off Alex. Ariel saw that her sister was furious and understood that it was because she had told their father about her outing. The first princess admitted she only did it because she worried about her sister. She was worried not only that Alex knew little about the capital, but also that she was hanging out with that Duke. Even if he is royalty, above all he is a demon, cruel and ruthless. Alexa jumped up saying Ariel was too harsh, reminding her that she invited him for tea. The second princess cut the conversation short, saying she had lost her trust. But Ariel called her a liar and clarified that it wasn't trust, but the Duke. She understood that he was so crucial to Alexa that she would obey the king for him. The elder princess also didn't understand why this man was so crucial to her sister. Alexa just said, irritated, that she didn't expect her sister to be bothered by something like that. Ariel insisted on an answer, but Alexa said that she herself knew her well. But she also clarified that, amidst all the cruelty and selfishness in the palace, he supported her. Alexa concluded that if she kept going like this, her sister would only drive them further apart. The second princess left, despite her sister begging her to stay and chat a little longer. Days later, Alex received an unexpected visit, but decided to receive the mysterious guest. At that moment, the maid Lily knocked on her door, also announcing the arrival of this visitor. The princess ordered him to be escorted to her, and upon entering, asked the reason for his visit. It was Count Urgin, who confessed during the conversation that he was glad to see Alex well. He also admitted that he should have met with his niece sooner and apologized for not having done so. But Alex responded coldly, implying he must have been too busy with family matters. Urgin also revealed that he had heard rumors that she would accompany the Philia delegation. The young woman was amazed at how fast rumors spread, while her uncle asked about the preparations. Alex confessed that, since she was unfamiliar with state affairs, everything turned out more complicated than expected. She thought they had deliberately burdened her with this responsibility just to annoy her. The young woman declared that, because she was locked away on the estate, she hadn't received news of that delegation's bad reputation. And despite the might of the empire backing them, they were also infamous for their arrogance and discourtesy. The Ethilians looked down on her kingdom with contempt and were ready to reproach the slightest mistake. Alexis saw them as a time bomb in her hands. One false step, and she would unleash the fury of the royalty. The girl also noticed that the members of that family hadn't been kind to her from the start. And behold, to her surprise, Urgin decided to offer her his help. Aware that dealing with the Ethilian Empire would not be easy, the Count explained that his commercial organization would provide the princess with everything necessary. They would also teach her all the subtleties of politics and protocol, and everything else she might need. Urgin also clarified that if Alexa managed to overcome this challenge, she could strengthen her position. The princess thought she knew this man wanted something in return and asked what he needed. The Count needed to know first if she could handle that task, but she first asked for the price. Urgin noticed she was excellent at closing deals, and she explained that the blood of the best merchants still ran in her veins. The Count had forgotten that. He even laughed a little. And then he admitted that he pursued only one goal. He wants the princess to help him secure his family's official position, and he expects her help. The young woman understood that her uncle planned to use her for political purposes and declared he chose the wrong person. She explained that, unlike her sister, she doesn't have enough power, nor special rights in politics. But Urgin began to explain that he didn't mean politics and power at all. He simply didn't want Alexa to continue living like this. He reminded her that she lost her mother very early. Then she was exiled to the palace, which caused her an oppressive past. The princess still didn't understand what her uncle meant, and he explained that she had merged too much with her victim role. Furthermore, Urgin declared that he only wished the best for his niece and begged her to listen to him. Then, the princess decided that he only came to talk about that topic, which she no longer wanted to continue. The Count understood that Alexa feared being the center of attention and wanted to live in peace. He would do the same in her place. He also confessed that there was something else she was unaware of, and explained that anyway, she couldn't go unnoticed. And regardless of whether she wanted to or not, the princess would have to participate in this. The young woman truly only desired a peaceful and quiet life, which Li Humble lacked, and she didn't think that was too much to ask. She then asked what was required of her, and the Count explained that she must become the one who would represent the Urgin family. Then he added that they needed to get back in the game, as after her mother's death, they had been excluded from capital society. Nobody wants to associate with the family of a concubine who committed suicide. That's why they treat them like that. Alexa, upon hearing this, was extremely surprised, as she did not know how her mother had died. Camilla took a long time to die, and the Urgins to consolidate themselves in politics. A very long time. When Camilla gave a monster to Alex, the Urgins spread rumors that spread like wildfire. It was her family. There a concubine and a princess were born. She didn't believe those rumors affected them, but suddenly she thought something else was hidden behind those rumors. Someone powerful spread them. It was just a hypothesis, but Alex also remembered how the king tried to control the princess. So she decided to ask her uncle directly if the royal family was behind all this. The Count didn't know what to answer, and Alex insisted, "Is His Majesty Raphael involved in this?" Urgin was very surprised and warned her not to mention the monarch so lightly. The young woman nodded, but didn't understand why he was so worried if he couldn't take everything from her. Alex also understood that Count Urgin longed for revenge for his family and now wanted her to become stronger. He confirmed it and also wanted an aristocratic faction to support the princess. She still thought it was crazy to bet the family on the second, long-forgotten princess. The Count thought Alexa feared confronting them, but she flatly denied it. She remembered when she stood in front of a truck, feeling useless, completely defenseless. Now she feared losing her present, her happiness, her comfortable life, and that fear paralyzed her. Alexa warned that there would be a price for confrontation, and she would be the only one to pay it. But Count Urgin swore that his family would support the princess, although she feared losing everything. The Count trusted that Alexa was invincible. His family does not participate in battles they might lose. If she refused, the royal family would slowly strangle her, tightening the knot around her neck. The Count urged her to move forward, assuming the costs, and Alexa, after listening to him, became thoughtful. She knew the royalty would punish her even more, and Count Urgin was right. That battle was inevitable. Then, he proposed starting to prepare the reception for the Adphilia delegation. The girl didn't know what the real Alexa was like, but now she didn't plan to back down. Although she didn't know how well she could achieve it, the decision to change was already impossible. And before starting, the princess constantly doubted, fearing losing everything and living like before. However, all of that isn't hers anyway, and she thought the real Alexa was now cursing her for such selfishness. But the girl didn't want to get here. She wasn't going to be Alexa. It simply happened for some reason. At that moment, the maid reported that she had dismissed the Count, and noticing that her lady was rushing somewhere, she asked where to. Alexa did not go into detail. She only briefly explained that she was going to get some fresh air. Upon going out to the garden, the girl found a spot under a large tree and began to reflect on what would happen if she failed. She didn't want to blame Alexa for her weakness, but she feared becoming Lee Heimbel again. Absorbed in her life and mission, she didn't notice Duke Belquillan approaching. He noticed she was crying, which alarmed him and begged her to share her sadness. Alexa was a little taken aback. Now she worried about why she was almost always like this in front of the Duke. Belquillan saw her confusion and hugged her affectionately, asking who had visited her. She only asked him to stay a few more seconds, and he, trying to comfort her, affirmed that everything would be fine. In his arms, the princess felt relief and didn't want that moment to end. Later, already calm, the Duke insisted on knowing what had happened and who had made her cry. Alexa hesitated to tell. She only asked her friend to repeat to her that everything would be fine. Furthermore, she admitted she had been wrong, but now hoped there was nothing to worry about. She asked Belquillan again not to ask anything, just to confirm her hope. Then, the Duke extended his hands towards her face and gently kissed her forehead, affirming that everything would turn out well. He also added that she had nothing to worry about, that she was safe, and that no one would harm her. Alexa simply melted with happiness to have someone by her side with whom it was so easy to be. But she also feared that this warmth might abandon her, and she wouldn't be able to overcome that emptiness. She hugged him again and begged him to stay by her side and not go anywhere, barely holding back tears. The Duke promised he would stay by her side and not leave, and so they spent some time in the garden. Later, the princess fell asleep due to the agitation and exhaustion, and the Duke decided to take her to her room to put her to bed. When he knocked on the door, a maid opened it, and she was a little startled to see her lady in that state. She was also surprised that Alexa was brought by Duke Belquillan, who asked her to speak more quietly, because Alexa had fallen asleep. So Lily opened the door wide for the Duke to enter, and he went straight to the bed. Carefully, he laid the princess down, gave her a soft kiss on the forehead so as not to wake her, and wished her good night. Then he left, and at the door, Lily thanked him for his concern for the lady, and gave him a respectful bow. But he was curious about who had visited Alexa, and decided to ask the maid. She confessed that Count Urgin had visited her, and the Duke understood that he had been looking for her since their meeting at the festival. Lily Belquillan told him that the lady had been upset after the talk with the Count, and he wanted to know what happened in that meeting. The Duke knew that the Urgin family was moving, and thought that might have affected the princess in some way. Sometime later, in the Star Duchy, Belquillan awaited a visitor in the garden. Standing before a portal, he was summoning someone and ordering him not to take long to appear. Instantly, a man who strongly resembled the Duke emerged. He noted that nothing had changed and called him brother. Belquillan disagreed, but the other clarified that they were brothers from the same father. But the newcomer was a complete demon, and unlike him, the Duke was born of a human womb. Furthermore, he added that Beelzebub himself considers Belkalan his brother, and that he should value him. But the Duke retorted that if he came to talk nonsense, he better shut up. However, the demon begged him to take it back, because if their relationship spoiled, their deceased father would be very displeased. But the Duke didn't want to hear anything about that from the one who killed his father, and decided to leave. But then, the demon asked if he had been seeing the princess a lot lately. He even described her appearance in detail, noting her dark hair like theirs. The demon also noticed that his brother was very fond of that girl, as she looked a lot like his mother. Furthermore, he thought it would be fun to turn her into a demon too, and remembered that his father was very romantic. The demon recalled how he trapped the human girl he liked and turned her into a demon like them. He never imagined that the infamous Beelzebub would be capable of something like that. It was even a bit sad, since her body was human and despite the efforts, she didn't last long. Then, the demon noticed that Princess Alexa possessed the same magical power, and with that body, she would last long. He then supposed that in that case, unlike her mother, she could become the perfect demon. Belkalan couldn't take it anymore, grabbed the demon by the neck and threatened him not to approach Alexa. The demon noticed that, at that moment, the Duke looked very much like his father and admitted that he was the son of the Demon King. He then began to assume that King Raphael still thought that he and the Duke were of the same blood, but in reality, not a single drop was mixed. Although, thanks to the humans, everyone believes Belquillan is a royal descendant, the demon also asked his brother to think that way, regardless of how much demonic blood he had. He could afford to date a monster girl. After this, the demon declared that he would be a more worthy heir to Beelzebub and refused the Duke's hand. His own sister-in-law assured him that a half-breed could never defeat him, as their strengths were not equal. Then, he began to tie the Duke with magical threads and stated that he himself would take care of the princess. The demon was enraged that his father loved that half-breed and named that pregnant woman queen. The boy, for having been born that way, was considered royalty, and the activation of the Asmodean seals was avoided. Now the demon saw before him an unperturbed and pathetic face, which didn't even have its own place. But as the elder brother, he decided to change Belquillan's habits and tightened the magical thread even more. Nevertheless, the Duke gathered all his strength and broke the threads. But the demon would not give up so easily and prepared to attack. Belquillan was also preparing to counterattack, and the next instant, he launched a beam of energy at the demon's abdomen. The blow was such that he even bled from the mouth, and he understood that the Duke was not as weak as he had thought. Belquillan reminded him that he had warned him, and the demon didn't understand how he could do it. The Duke repeated to the enemy not to dare touch Alexa, or next time he wouldn't be so benevolent. He also explained that his strength is mana, but the demon declared that demons cannot use it. It is the opposite. But Belkalan was only half a demon, and now he was curious if he could use both forces together. Then he threatened the demon again. If he didn't touch Alexa, he wouldn't use his power against him either. Afterwards, with more ferocity, Belquillan declared that if even one hair falls from the princess because of the demon, he would kill him. Then the demon asked why the Duke didn't kill him now, assuming he felt affection for his only relative on Earth. Furthermore, he added that he couldn't do that, and that the Duke was someone who couldn't stop being human. The princess, meanwhile, was practicing her etiquette lessons, although it seemed to her that nobody used that anymore. But the teacher affirmed that Ariel was well-mannered, and Alexa shouldn't listen to the advice of small children. The second princess doubted that this old man was Felipe, the best etiquette master. The count, present in the lesson, confirmed what Alexa said, adding that Sesai Jikout shapes royalty. After 20 years of service and retirement, he teaches at the academy and educates small children in etiquette. Alexa looked at the teacher suspiciously, while he asked her to hold the dress elegantly. Sesai noticed her tension and suggested she relax, saying that even a log would do it with more elegance. The princess let out a small laugh, although she actually wished to teach the teacher a lesson. The count noticed it and begged her for patience if she didn't want to show her weaknesses to the enemy. Alexa did not reply, aware of the necessity, putting on a confused face, something that pleased the teacher. After 3 hours of class, the princess was due for her second lesson in 3 minutes and 47 seconds. That was the time the next teacher gave her, and he snapped that she was late by 30 and 2 seconds of delay. He tried to explain that every second counted, and could be a big problem when carrying out an important mission. The girl explained that she only stopped to drink a glass of water, but apologized and promised not to be late next time. This man, Archimele Odd, was the wisest teacher in Felipe, and he would teach Alexa the history of the continent. Now he declared that, as punishment for being late, the princess had to memorize the entire history book of the empire for the next class. It seemed too much for the girl, and she had never studied like that, not even when she was overloaded with work. After another class, she returned to her office, where Killian was sitting, and noticed that Archimele had scolded her again. But Alexa didn't want to argue with her relative, and only asked why he had come. He explained that he just came to see, thinking that even a simple teacher would be too much for someone like her. She replied sharply that, even if he were Archimele's only student, she wasn't going to become the country's princess. Then Killian decided that, if she spoke like that, he wouldn't address her as the princess. Alexa caught the hint and corrected her speech instantly, adding the correct words from the etiquette lesson, asking him to leave her room. Killian affirmed that this was what people were talking about, and just then, a maid knocked on the door, reporting that she had prepared the snacks. And noticing the atmosphere between the two, she supposed the lady would be delayed due to the conversation with the guest. The young man kept insisting that the princess wished to be treated undignifiedly, and asked how her lesson had gone. And then he noticed Alexa's spirits sank. And then she stood up and started moving towards him. He didn't manage to ask why she was doing it, when in the next instant, she had grabbed him by the neck and thrown him to the floor. The maid, seeing such a scene, was truly frightened and didn't know what to do, understanding that she too could be harmed. At that moment, the princess looked at her, and only in a calm tone asked the maid to leave them alone. She didn't reply and left the room immediately, and Alexa was determined to speak seriously with her relative. She didn't care that he was insensitive, but she demanded that, in the presence of people, he treat her like a princess. After that, she let go of the boy, and he understood that it wouldn't be much fun if he continued to be insolent. Instantly, the count entered the room and apologized for being late, and upon seeing the scene, he thought they were arguing. Alexa let out a small laugh and explained that she hadn't fought, but was just changing a habit. The count did not press the issue, and the girl confessed that she wanted to ask him something important. A short time later, they sat down at the tea table, and Alexa handed her uncle a small pouch. He was surprised and began to ask what it was, and the princess explained that it was a monster pheromone. The count was even more surprised, not understanding where his niece could have gotten such a thing, since it is very rare. Then she explained that she found it on the day of the hunt, when the monsters attacked, and the king fled from there. And now the girl explained that this pouch was the cause of all the chaos, that it was what attracted the beasts. She explained that someone had secretly put it in the duke's bag, and that day the monsters went crazy and chased him. After her own investigation, Alex found nothing for now. The princess believes the count will figure it out, which is why she brought the bag. She wanted to know who bought the item to discover why it was put in the duke's possession. Her uncle agreed to investigate, but the princess thought of something else that seemed strange to her. In the battle, the monster's skin was so strong that it was incomparable to anything. The count became interested, and Alex suggested hunting again to collect more hides. She explained that those hides would go between the armor and the underwear. The count thought it was great and was going to notify his trusted men. Alex would cover the material and expenses and proposed splitting the profits once production began. She clarified that it would be 6 for her and 4 for him, with the princess keeping the larger share. The count was a little surprised and proposed that she receive 80% of the profits. The girl understood that he wouldn't have much left, as those hides are not easy to find, and they will cost a fortune. But the count asked her that, with that 20%, he wished to obtain the publication rights for the product. The princess loved the proposal and accepted, especially since her uncle manages trade in Felipe. Before that, the count wanted to know something more and confessed that he was very interested in Alexa's relationship with the Grand Duke. The princess didn't understand her uncle's interest, and he explained that their relationship didn't look like a simple friendship. The girl went into shock. After all, she had been through a lot with Duke Belquillan, and now she didn't even know if she could affirm, based on certain moments, that she liked him. Her feelings for him were sincere and not out of sympathy or friendship, but she still didn't know how to answer the question. The count noticed her thoughtful state and even worried if she was okay, but she admitted that she didn't know. Her uncle understood her feelings, but asked her to be more cautious in the future, reminding her that the Duke is a demon. Although he, personally, considered him an excellent young man, the world does not see the truth with its eyes. The girl understood that the Count was right, but she couldn't reject the person who had offered her a hand. And for now, she asked her uncle to find people who were not affected by prejudice. She declared that she and the Duke were similar, and if they couldn't accept the Grand Duke, she wouldn't be accepted either. Furthermore, the princess added that Belkalan is someone who has great importance to her. Then the Count remembered that Camilla, no matter how many people got stuck, never let anyone go. At the same time, Urgen hoped that his niece would not become like her deceased mother. After that conversation, Alexa remembered the rumors that the Count and Camilla had different points of view and secrets, and as she walked thoughtfully down the corridor, the young woman ran into the Duke, who had come to visit her. Alexia was so happy to see him that she couldn't contain her emotions, but then she composed herself. She confessed to Belkellen that Lily recommended a new cafe to her, and now she proposed to the Duke to go there together. He didn't resist, on the contrary. He liked the proposal and invited Alexia into his carriage. Later, they visited the Count's garden, which the princess found more magnificent than the royal garden. The Duke confirmed that this family is the best in trade matters, and that many rare flowers can be seen here. The young woman began to observe them, and she had really never seen many of them, and she considered them very beautiful. Alexia also confessed to the Duke that she loved flowers, and at that moment she turned around, and their gazes met. Alexia immediately remembered her uncle's question about what kind of relationship she had with Belquillan, and now she decided to ask the Duke himself for an answer to that question, hoping he would help her understand. Alexia also explained that they had never spoken like that before, not caring what others might say. The Duke sank into his thoughts and even lowered his head, which did not bode well for the princess. But she kept waiting. Then she asked Belkellen if he thought they were special, but he still didn't rush to answer. The young woman realized she was starting to get nervous when those moments of silence arrived. But she wanted to believe in the best. However, realizing she would hardly get an answer, she decided to leave. But the Duke took her hand and stopped her. But Alex, now with a more serious face, asked him one last time to tell her what he thought of them. Belquillan feared that the princess wouldn't be able to understand him, as he was the reason they couldn't be together. That's why he doesn't decide to start a relationship. But that answer only saddened Alex, and she realized she was wrong. She thought he was like her, and let go of his hand, shouting in the hope that the Duke wouldn't get into trouble because of her. He begged her not to say that, not to call him Duke, and not to address him like a stranger. But Alex couldn't control her heart, no matter how many times she had gone through something similar. Now she had no choice but to leave the Duke alone and go away. Since then, Belquillan visited her incessantly. She heard him in the castle and at the Count's mansion, but never saw him. Alexa believed there was nothing left between them, and she just wanted to belong to him. After visiting her uncle once more, he began the conversation by saying that the lilacs in the garden were starting to wither. He supposed it was because it was colder, and proposed to Alexa to take a walk in the garden. The princess then remembered that the lilacs also bloomed during her last encounter with the Duke. The young woman felt terrible, but she knew she had to overcome the separation and move forward. Alexa even thought she should simply settle for the relationship they had. And suddenly, she heard Belquillan's voice behind her, asking her to stop and talk to him. The princess's first impulse was to flee. After all, he had made that decision, not her. Alexa thought that if she didn't run away right now, she would look like a complete fool, and she didn't want that. She also understood that there shouldn't be false hopes in their relationship, but she couldn't get rid of them. And then she didn't notice how the Duke caught up to her and hugged her immediately, holding her tightly so she couldn't escape. The princess still tried to break free, but the Duke begged her to give him a chance to explain everything. In the next instant, she managed to slip away and declared that she didn't need that, because what he said last time was enough. She was sure that if she kept listening, she would feel terrible. But Belquillan insisted anyway that the princess listen to him, since it was very important. He pleaded that, even if she couldn't forgive him, she should at least hear the story, and he would do whatever she wished. The Duke explained that he doesn't want to be a stumbling block in her path, but as long as they are in an undefined relationship, everything is fine. However, if that relationship goes further, he will become the princess's weakness. Belquillan also knew why he was in Urgen's hands, but he couldn't go where she was going. He explained that it would be harder if he kept her close. But the girl did not agree with that idea. Alexa reminded him that she is a monster like him, and the Duke acknowledged that they were quite similar. But Belquillan clarified that they are not the same, that he is a half-breed, not even a complete human being. He added that the more the princess knows, the more they will hate and despise her. Prepare for that. Alexa didn't understand why the Duke judged things that hadn't happened, and thought he was just afraid. Belquillan admitted to being weak, which is why he let her go, and also because she still ignores many things. He explained that if Alexa chose him, he couldn't refuse her, and she would become his biggest weakness. Then the Duke kissed her hand and declared that the decision on how to act is hers alone. Only she decides. Alexa noticed his embarrassed face and lowered eyes, and she understood that it hurt him too, just like her. So she approached him herself, hugged his neck, and kissed him gently, showing that she didn't want to reject him. She wanted to choose someone who only looked at her, and from whom she could never walk away. It was beyond her capabilities, and Alexa no longer wanted misunderstandings between them. The Duke was shocked at that moment, understanding that she had chosen him, but also happy about it. The princess confirmed her choice, and Belquillan declared that now she wouldn't be able to escape, since he wouldn't let her go. Alexa understood that her friend understood what she was trying to say, that she didn't care about the opinions of others. Now the girl felt better than ever, because she loves the Duke, and now they are together. Finally, from that day they became a couple in love, and they didn't worry about what others would say or think. Shortly after, Belquillan called Saladin and asked him how many spies the king had sent after him. The servant reported that there were many and that they knew them all, and the Duke ordered them all destroyed. But Saladin contradicted him, thinking that, even if they conducted a purge for the king, it wouldn't be the best thing. The servant suspected there was a special reason, but the Duke had to make sure that Raphael only worried about him. Then, Belquillan advised the servant that his wife should also come to the capital, and as soon as possible. The Duke now understood that their stay there would be very long, and that he needed to take control of the situation. The princess soon arrived, and he himself went to greet her, asking if there had been any trouble on the way. The girl assured him she arrived well, that nothing bad happened, and then the Duke offered her to come inside. They went to the garden, where they then sat at a tea table, and the maid asked Alexa what tea she preferred. Belquillan himself decided to order apple and mint tea for both, and Alexa liked that he knew her tastes. Now she wanted to know what he liked, but Saladin interrupted their conversation, admitting that he was looking for the master. Then he noticed that the Duke had a guest, and Belquillan introduced Princess Alexa to the servant. Upon hearing her name, a shiver ran down Saladin's spine. It was said that this girl was a monster. She noticed the servant's confused face and asked what was wrong, but without showing a hint of anger. He bowed deeply and began to apologize for his initial behavior, and then introduced himself to Her Majesty. Alexa was also happy about the meeting, and understood that the servant was surprised that she didn't look like a monster. As they said, he explained that he didn't think so, only that he didn't know the princess was coming, which is why he was perplexed. The young woman declared that Saladin's eyes were quite beautiful, and he thought something strange was happening to her. The Duke interrupted and explained to the servant that they would talk business later, since he now had a meeting with Princess Alexa, and Saladin said goodbye, while the girl noticed that Belquillan's surroundings resembled him a lot. Then she told the Duke that he was very sincere with that servant, and even chose his words in a particular way. Belquillan thought the princess hadn't liked how he spoke, and offered to change his tone if necessary. But then he understood she was just bored and asked for patience, calling her little one. But Alex begged him not to change his tone. She thought it over and declared that she likes the current Belquillan. The Duke even blushed a little at this, because he felt a little embarrassed after the princess's words. Alex asked him not to worry and assured him that, anyway, he was still very sweet to her. In a few days, the princess had a scheduled meeting with the Prime Minister, Louis d'Uncaran. Young Count Urgent explained to her that all of Felipe's youth frequents that place, and he begged her not to act foolishly. Killian also explained that this Louis is the cornerstone of national politics. He introduces nobles to the political world, often giving them the opportunity to share their knowledge. Now Alex and Killian had been invited, and he begged the young woman to focus on participating in the debates. And since the princess entered politics, she understood this would be very tense. Killian decided to tease her a bit, implying he was concerned about her ignorance. But Alexa reminded him that the Count asked them not to fight, so he had to calm down. Killian also remembered his father's words about mandatory attendance, but he didn't expect such a disaster. He explained that in those debates, they had to demonstrate two things. First, the dignity of the princess, not of a monster. There also had to be determination to actively participate in politics, although he didn't expect Alexia's victory. The young woman knew some nobles looked at her with contempt and now asked what to do if she got confused. Killian understood her fear of being insulted, but he asked her not to worry about the nobles fluttering around. Alexa didn't expect to hear that from her relative, who explained she could be calm at her father's request. Upon arriving at the meeting place, Killian also asked the princess to pretend they didn't know each other. But Alexa didn't understand how to do it and smile if they were entering together anyway. So the boy explained it was something personal and begged her to pretend not to know him. The princess didn't understand why, especially since Count Urgin hadn't warned her about this. She thought it might be something dangerous, but still obeyed Killian, and they soon entered the debate hall. Many aristocrats immediately noticed the princess and began murmuring that she must be a monster. But the girl tried to ignore them, and Killian soon pointed out a man and explained that was the prime minister. They immediately approached him, and the young man introduced himself as appropriate, and Louis greeted him in response. The prime minister also noticed they had an unexpected guest and pointed the princess out with his gaze. She thanked him and declared she was delighted to join such a prestigious discussion. In response, Louis also wished her fruitful debates, and Alex noted to herself that this man was like a snake that attacks treacherously. The prime minister also explained that they still had time before the debates and invited them to enjoy their refreshing drinks. Then he suggested that Sir Urgin escort the lady, and he asked the princess to follow him. Shortly after, several aristocrats approached Alex and expressed their joy at meeting her. The young woman learned that it was Countess Isabel and greeted her courteously, although Isabel was surprised that the princess knew her. Alex explained that she remembered her from the day she also participated in the home competitions. Isabel was surprised again, as she never thought Her Majesty could recognize her. Another nearby aristocrat began flattering the princess, stating that she became more beautiful every day. It was Lady Seal, and Alex explained that she was exaggerating, although she admitted she liked hearing that. At that moment, Ariel appeared in front of her, realizing that her sister had also decided to participate in the talks. Alex explained that she hadn't told her, thinking she would feel uncomfortable since they should have come together. She also hoped it wasn't a priority for royal etiquette and asked if Ariel wanted to tell her father. Isabel interrupted, recalling that the meeting was not planned, so there shouldn't be any problems. She added that the first princess's manners are impeccable, something Lady Cecil also confirmed. Then Ariel declared that her sister was not to blame and regretted not being around lately. Although they always argued, Alexa stated that she was busy preparing the reception for the delegation. She explained that she didn't want to disappoint her sister and father and was trying her best not to fail. Then, the second princess admitted that it was the first time she had done something like this, so she was nervous. Isabel recalled that she hadn't been at the palace long, but that entrusting this to her was very important. But Manuel approached and objected, saying that Isabel implied that Alexa surpassed the first princess. The second princess replied that, if that were the case, she could assume the heavy burden of the royal family. But they still call Alexa a monster. Although even so, the members of the delegation must respect the laws of the country. And the girl dropped the bomb. She is also royalty and will stand up to them. She finished by saying that, in Lady Manuela's eyes, she would always be a palace monster. Immediately after, the second princess stood up. The debates are about to start. Time to go. Once seated, the Prime Minister thanked those present for attending the forum. He clarified that comments are allowed, but accusations are prohibited. This is a space for free opinion. Enjoy the debate. Then, Louis announced the topic: the current situation in Felipe and the imminent visit of the delegation from the Attilio Empire. The imperial delegates arrive to forge bonds of friendship between both nations. Given the current situation in Felipe and speaking of the most dangerous areas, the empire cannot be ignored. Now Felipe is on the empire's side. Something has been given in return to be prepared. Then, the prime minister asked those present what they thought of the kingdom's choice. Alexa heard that radicals dominated public opinion, but it was also just the chatter of idiotic nobles. Then she heard someone point at her and call her a monster, which left her stunned. A young man, Sergi Payne, addressed her and declared that she could stop the ethereals. As it always had been, other people also started exclaiming that the second princess should stop them and defeat them, but Alexa herself didn't understand why they decided she agreed with that war. And she asked them that question. That young man explained that she had always been on the front line, and another supported that. As a member of the royalty, she had to defend the country. Alexa confirmed that, as a member of the royalty, she should treat this situation with more attention. But Ipin interrupted her, saying it was not a time for delays and understood that the princess did not know the details. He also added that the empire was collapsing right now and that the time had come to destroy it. Then, Alexa clarified that they were old rumors and that now there is economic growth. It was Count Urgen's key secret. With that info, you could pressure anyone. The young man counterattacked, saying he believed rumors. Like a frightened princess, Alexa proposed talking about currencies and stated that the empire's currency was strengthening, all with the excuse of tribute. Then she remembered the rapid export growth. And thanks to a secret law, citizen debts are reduced by 30%. Alexa thought it was crazy to declare war on a country on the verge of collapse. Another aristocrat suggested investing in military power, and that way they would have a chance. But the princess replied, "We cannot judge success or failure only by strength. If we break diplomatic ties, Felipe will end up completely isolated. Furthermore, if they invest everything in military might, their kingdom will face many other problems." Then Alexa frankly asked how many families would go to the front, and the young man replied that they could not participate. He explained that they are the heirs, and Alexa confirmed that only the fathers would participate in combat. Then, with some sarcasm, she declared that the young people were brave enough to send their parents to war. She also didn't want to crush the indomitable spirit of the youth, but saw a high probability that they would lose the war. And then, after the defeat, King Raphael's life would mainly be in danger. Then she remembered again that she is a member of the royal family, and it cannot go to war for the king's safety. After all, the girl expressed her opinion, saying she had constructively formulated why she was opposed. Then they announced a break, and Lady Cecil proposed the princess have tea during that time. But she refused and declared that at that moment she preferred to breathe fresh air. As she went there, Alexa thought she hadn't done badly, but doubted whether she had acted correctly. In the second part of the debate, a light story was planned, so the girl thought she could relax. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound that boded no good, and immediately looked in that direction. She saw how in another room, two young men were brazenly harassing Killian. They told him that if the beast hadn't intervened, Sir Abankaran might have noticed them. It mainly attacked that young man who argued with the princess, also stating that Alexa did not obey at all. Then he reminded Killian that he couldn't avoid them anyway, even if he left the academy. Afterward, Epping shouted that if he couldn't kill the monster, he would kill the young count and his father. But Killian replied that if that aristocrat so much as touched his father, he wouldn't leave him alone. He in turn kept asserting that with those bruises, he couldn't even touch him with a finger. Epping confessed that seeing the monster made his hands itch, and Killian would be his punching bag. At that instant, Alexia opened the door and called out, irritating the aristocrats due to the interruption. But immediately, they felt a cold run through them from head to toe, as it wasn't a simple visit. They saw Alexia enter, asking if she had understood correctly about the monster. Both trembled instantly, explaining it was a misunderstanding, that they weren't talking about the princess. But Alexia didn't believe their excuses and instantly jumped up, hitting one in the stomach. The main aggressor begged the princess to forgive him, but she saw no reason to do so, because he had called her a monster behind her back, and now, like a coward, he was asking for clemency. And Payne explained that it was a silly joke between heirs, that he didn't mean to offend anyone. Alexia understood that they joked to annoy Killian, and grabbing him by the neck, she lifted him into the air. Then, that aristocrat threatened to tell his father everything, but Alexa retorted that he wouldn't even dare speak to him. Killian intervened, asking her to stop, but she didn't understand why he didn't want revenge. If those two had beaten him, the young count assured that they weren't worth it, that they didn't deserve to get his hands dirty. And then Alexa pushed Jeipney aside. Alexa also remembered that Killian controlled his magic well, and didn't understand why he stood by with his arms crossed. He confessed that it wasn't the first time, that at age 11 he had already had his first terrifying experience. Although much time had passed since that day, the memories persisted and the fear still gripped him. The boy understood that he was trapped in the past, but the princess declared that it wasn't so. But then the relative promised her that the revenge he would plot would be slow and painful. Now the young woman understood why, after the fall of the Urgens, because she was a monster. They were vetoed in politics, and the count, dedicated to the resurrection of his family, couldn't afford to look after little Killian. Completely alone at the academy, he also hated her fervently. But he interrupted her thoughts. The boy asked what to do with those two, pointing out that Parich had fainted. Egyptian was on the verge of tears. That bully begged the princess, once again, to forgive him just this once, without ceasing to tremble. Alexa then declared that Killian was not seeking revenge, and he hurried to be glad, believing he had been forgiven. But she could not accept that she had been insulted, and remembered that they called her a cursed monster. And Payne immediately justified himself, saying that he was only repeating what Parich said, and that he did not hate the princess. He also declared that he didn't understand how one could hate her, if she was so beautiful and intelligent. Then the girl approached him, and leaning down, asked him to repeat, pretending she hadn't heard him. She also asked him to confess, although he didn't understand exactly what he should confess. Alexa wanted all the ladies and gentlemen to hear his confession that he loved her. The aristocrat was stunned, but the next instant, the princess decided to teach him a lesson for offending an innocent girl. Just as she grabbed him by the neck, the boy confessed to having a fiancé, but Alexa didn't care at all. She demanded that he confess his love in front of everyone, or something worse than his worst nightmares would happen to him. The aristocrat was so terrified that he agreed to fulfill her demand, just to be left alone. After their agreement, the princess decided to send him off with his friend and threw him to the ground with a pat. Hipping picked up his comrade and began dragging him out of the room, while Alexa hurried them along. To top it off, she also advised them not to offend people just for fun and hoped they had learned their lesson well. Alone again, Killian declared to the princess that he could take care of the revenge whenever he wanted. But then, she decided to ask him if he hated her a lot when he was little. The boy couldn't say no, but he also admitted that not as much as she imagined. Killian added that, despite everything, he had a family, which is why he didn't hold a grudge against the princess. Then he confessed that the abuses he suffered remained in the past, and asked Alexa not to worry about it. The girl wanted to say something more, but the young count proposed returning, as it was time to hear Hipping's confession. It wasn't long before they returned to the debate hall and took their seats. Only one aristocrat was missing, but soon he appeared himself in a pitiful state, as if he had been forced to come under threat of death. The prime minister reprimanded him for being late and then asked him to take his seat. At that moment, Alexa couldn't help but ask Sergi Pine why he looked so bad. And the princess's threat if he didn't comply with her demand wouldn't leave his mind. The prime minister reminded the aristocrat again that they had to begin and begged him to sit in his place. But Ipahin asked them to wait and declared that he needed to say something very important. The people in the room were stunned, understanding that he was being rude to Sir Duin Korn. Prime Minister Lewis also didn't understand what the aristocrat was doing and demanded explanations. Ipahin hesitated, but gathered courage and shouted to the entire room that he loved Princess Alexa. After this, the people in the room were even more shocked. No one expected something like this. Manuela couldn't stand it anymore and asked him why he was saying that, since he had a fiancé. Ipine didn't know how to explain it, and just repeated again that he was in love with Princess Alexa. The princess herself couldn't believe that the aristocrat had actually fulfilled her demand. She saw a great opportunity to annoy Manuela, and Ipine continued saying that his body and soul belonged to Alexa. He also declared that he would not look at any other woman until he became her man. Then an aristocrat asked if J. Payne, even with an official fiancé, was going to make the princess his concubine. He also stated that if they broke the engagement, the family of that lover would be ridiculed. But he insisted, even if his family were cursed or destroyed, he belonged completely to Alex. Manuela didn't think he had been forced, and couldn't believe he would choose to stain his surname. Lost in her thoughts, her gaze wandered across the room and met the sinister gaze of the princess. There she understood that she was behind everything and openly accused her, ignoring Ariel's warnings. Manuela shouted that Alex had threatened Ipping, but Isabel asked her how much more she was going to despise the princess. She only repeated that Alex was a wolf in sheep's clothing, and added that this monster had turned her brother that way. And the princess only rejoiced that this lady had fallen for such an absurd provocation. She considered Manuela and her brother mad, and was sure that, after this, they would be expelled from society. While that lady shouted that she wouldn't let it go, Alex turned to Prime Minister Duancaran. She asked him to lend her his soldiers for a while, and he confirmed that he could do it without a problem. Suddenly, Manuela shouted again, claiming that the princess was deceiving everyone, and she didn't understand why nobody saw it. Their eyes met again, and at that instant, Alexa ordered the soldiers to arrest the culprit, Julia Manuela. The soldiers immediately began carrying out the order, while the lady only screamed for them to let her go. Alexa then declared that she had dared to criticize the royal family and insulted the august personage with words. She also explained that Manuela, by doing that, could cause political unrest due to unfounded rumors. Now, her actions are considered a humiliation to the royal dynasty and a violation of national security law. Because of this, Manuela will go to prison, but she objected that it was not her, but the Beast Princess who should be in prison. But Alexa reminded her again that the beast she was talking about was the daughter of the country's ruler, whom her father served. However, Manuela did not give up and kept shouting that the princess was a beast, and that she doubted she was the king's daughter. Then she started insulting Alexa's mother, saying she was a fallen woman and that's why she committed suicide. The second princess couldn't take it anymore and slapped the screamer, who immediately asked Ariel for help. But the first princess had nothing to say in defense of her friend, even if she were sentenced to death. And then the prime minister ordered, in the name of the princess, that Lady Manuela be imprisoned. She asked Ariel again why she didn't defend her, if she had done everything for her. Even as they dragged her away, she kept shouting insults directed at Alexa. After they took her away, the second princess tried to understand why her sister hadn't defended her while she was being insulted. At the same time, she noticed that Ariel avoided looking at her and dodged her gaze at all costs. Alexa understood that something strange was happening and that her sister was behaving very strangely, but also all eyes were on them. Then, she announced to everyone that it had been a very intense day and proposed resuming the conversation at another time. The princess added that there were many talented people gathered, and she didn't want to alter the order for a couple of flies. The prime minister agreed and proposed summarizing today's discussion, thanking everyone for their attendance. He also expressed his hope that next time it would pass in a short while, and with that, he concluded the meeting. Killian approached the princess and offered to accompany her to the carriage, but she noticed that Ariel was no longer in sight. The young count also noticed that the first princess was nowhere to be seen in the hall after what happened. He thought she had returned to the royal palace, but Alexia didn't believe her sister had simply left. She worried about her reaction, as she left instead of refuting Lady Manuela's words. How strange behavior. Now, Alexia decided she needed to know more about Camille's mother. But just at that moment, the prime minister approached her. He admitted that it was the first time the princess visited them, and he was ashamed that she had gone through that situation. Alexia assured him that she was fine and that it wasn't his fault. Then Louis proposed having a cup of tea together. He explained that he had premium tea from China and would love for the princess to try it. The girl didn't refuse to accept, but she understood that it might make Killian uncomfortable. Louis guessed that Alexa had arrived in Count Urgen's carriage and affirmed that he would provide her with another one later. The girl noticed that this man wanted to meet with her alone and understood that something was not right. At that moment, Killian told her that everything was fine and that she could go with Sir Duan Corn. Then he said goodbye, and the prime minister invited the princess to follow him. During tea, he recalled that today's debate had been quite interesting and asked what Alexa thought about it. The girl agreed that it was true and that there were many interesting comments. Louis explained that it was because they were all energetic young people. That is why it was so easy for them to express their thoughts. At the same time, the prime minister noticed that the princess did not like them talking about war so easily, but he praised her for being quite brave. He also suggested that if Alexa had power, she would easily keep them by her side. He also recalled that she came from a remote place, but her behavior changed drastically upon arrival. Then he added that her statements were shocking, and thanks to those objections, many changed their opinion about the war. Louis thought that, at least, the young people would no longer talk about war so frivolously. That's why he was grateful to the princess, and he also understood how much she cared about the country. The girl explained that due to the king's inaction, Felipe is like this, and any royal family would react the same way. The Prime Minister didn't know what to say to that, but he noticed that Alexa didn't want to tell him the truth, perhaps because she didn't trust him. The princess explained that today was their first meeting, and it was natural that she didn't have confidence. But even being their first encounter, Louis admitted that he had been observing the princess all this time, and he was intrigued how much she had changed since she was in Connecticut, and if people could change so much. The first minister felt that another being inhabited her body, and now she was intrigued to know who had occupied it. The princess didn't know what to think. It seemed to her that he knew her secret, but she had no idea how he found out. Now he was asking for her opinion on what he had just said, and she asked why he thought it wasn't Alexa. The young woman understood that if she answered without thinking, she might find herself in an unfavorable situation. She also decided to find out if the first minister had felt anything while witnessing Lady Manuela's punishment. But Louis only asked the princess not to evade his words, and he became convinced that it wasn't her in the debate. He stated that Alexa is a different princess, although he admitted that he didn't know the real one. Only her appearance. The young woman still didn't understand why the first minister had taken an interest in her, so he decided to explain it another way. Louis declared that he was convinced that the throne should be occupied by the one sent by the heavens. The king's position is the highest in society, but also a heavy burden necessary to preserve the country. The prime minister doubted that Prince Wilhelm would rule, but Alexa defended him as heir. She believed in his success, in surpassing the current king himself. Did she see something the others didn't? Louis saw it differently. Wilhelm only wanted the throne by tradition, after the bloody fight of his brothers. The third didn't dream of power, but fate or someone else cut short the lives of the first two. For the prime minister, it was no longer chance. He began to doubt the infallibility of divine will. The evidence clamored for accident, but after 20 years, the kingdom was sinking into its worst crisis. Alexa, with an edge in her voice, asked if the prime minister feared punishment for offending royalty. He, confidently, said he knew the limits. He knew that his words, though harsh, did not deserve such a penalty. The princess, furious, demanded silence. Every word from Louis inflamed her more. It tensed her up. Louis stopped and asked, why did the king fear her so much? He knew it wasn't because of her monstrous appearance. Furthermore, he explained that if Alexa chose the aristocracy for protection, it was a bad decision. The prime minister added that what a hunter fears most when confronting their prey are its fangs, capable of severing a neck. And in such a case, that hunter kills their prey to save their own life. The princess could not bear it anymore, and, declaring the conversation over, prepared to leave. She understood that this man was looking for her to betray him, and that he had a dangerous objective. But of course, he shouted at her as she left that Alexa had the strength and abilities to take the crown. And he didn't understand why she didn't want to sit on the throne. The princess explained that this was not the position she should desire, although she understood that the real reason was another. The girl is not the real Alexa, so she has no desire to fight for the throne position. She also understood that the prime minister was interested in knowing what a person who feels no affection for their mother should do, as if he saw how she, being in another body, felt alienation towards her parents. Louis explained that the king did not beat around the bush, and that he knows how to govern because he has observed others. Then he confessed that he suspects Lady Camilla tried harder than anyone to place the princess on the throne. Immediately after, the prime minister asked Alexa if she wanted to know what really happened to her mother. And if she is interested, Louis proposed a deal, as he sacrificed a lot for this valuable information. He stated that the princess will be able to know the whole truth about Felipe, and also the whole truth about her mother Camilla. The girl replied that she does not intend to join any rebellion, but the prime minister was not referring to a rebellion. But Alexa kept refusing, seeing his true intentions, and decided she would find out the truth by herself. Then Louis blurted out that she can also know how she arrived at that place, which left the girl in shock. And he stopped. The prime minister clarified that the reason why she arrived in Alexa's body is not that simple, and took her place. Furthermore, he sensed that the princess knows how he knows all that, and added that he is the only friend who knows the truth. Alexa thought this man was threatening her, but he clarified that it was a choice for Felipe. Then he insisted that Alexa was more imposing than Prince Wilhelm, deserving of all support. The prime minister gave her time to think, and asked her to inform him of her decision. The princess left the prime minister and entered the office with several aristocrats. And the count, they were surprised to see her, and Count Urgin dismissed the others, postponing the talk. Alexa approached her relative, sensing that he had something important to tell her, but he only told her that she had triumphed in the debate and that he had nothing more to add. But the girl wasn't going to chat, and told him she met with Sir Duincorn as he wanted. The prime minister also told her about the uncle's plans, and now thinks a lot about that talk. She understood that the count, by sending her to the debate, used her to infiltrate the aristocratic faction. Immediately after, she grabbed the papers from the desk and, furious, threw them around the room, asking if the count was planning a coup. Her uncle was somewhat perplexed, while Alexia insisted on an answer and advice on what to do now. After all, he always says he does it for his beloved family, but that doesn't change the fact that he used his niece. Then he said it was all for the princess, but Alexia didn't believe him, and that angered her even more. She thought he cared about her only to get to know Duincorn and thus start a rebellion. The young woman confessed to him that she never thought she would be betrayed like this again. She was a cursed monster. She went through terrible magic, but never imagined her uncle would deceive her. The girl became so furious that she no longer realized how everything around her began to be destroyed. The count begged her to stop, but the princess was angry at being just a puppet. And if her uncle wanted power, she would give it to him. He begged her again to stop, or her life could be in grave danger. But Alexa thought it would be better to lose that power and stop being someone's puppet. The princess was ready to destroy her life and her magic, and begged that, upon the count taking that power, he would leave her alone. Now the girl was sure that her uncle had never sincerely cared for her. The count begged her again to stop, to listen, and confess that it had all started because of his greed. This calmed the princess a little, and she agreed to listen to the story of his innocence. The count did not want to justify his actions, and understood that only he would pay for them. He declared that they wouldn't let the princess go just like that, but Alexa didn't understand what he meant. He assured that in the chaos of the rebellion, they would only achieve death. She also didn't know if the prime minister had planned it, but Urgin cannot meet the king despite his status. Even if they obtained his support, the princess was not sure that their alliance would be strong enough. The count asked his niece to wait a bit, but understood that in such disorder, they could not talk calmly. Then Alexa declared that not even her mother wanted her uncle to follow this path. This surprised the count a bit, and he supposed that the princess did not remember her childhood. Then he asked if Alexa knew what choice Camille had to make for her daughter. The young woman did not understand what he was referring to, but he only stated that now he had nothing more to say. But the princess continued insisting that her uncle tell her what he thought. And what happened to her mother? Alexa wanted to know what choice her mother had to make, but the count only advised her to return. He only added that he and Camille had a special brother-sister relationship, but now he understood that he had said too much. Alexa began to insist that he couldn't hide the truth anyway, as someday she would know it. But the count declared that the princess would not hear anything else about Camille from his mouth, although someday she would know the truth. And Urgin will strive to hide it as much as he can and delay the moment Alexa discovers everything. He truly wished his niece could smile sincerely in this hell for as long as possible. The young woman felt desperate, not understanding why her uncle was hiding the truth from her. He explained to her that this was the meaning of his life, and if he failed, he could not reunite with Camilla. He also assured his niece that she would be safe, so she had nothing to worry about. The princess will be under the care of Sir Duincorn, who will be able to protect her, and he will do what he must do. The count was about to jump into the abyss, like a moth to a flame, and those words greatly unsettled Alexa. The next day, the young woman reflected on the previous day's events, and was worried that no one was talking about the reasons. All this was hard to process alone, and she decided to discuss it with Duke Belquelin. Alexa was going to tell him her secret, but she was terrified if he would stay with her after that. The young woman was interested in knowing if he would love her the same. When he knew she wasn't Alexa, but Lihin Bell, the princess did not want to be abandoned or relive her pathetic past life. She didn't know if she was selfish, but she longed for Belle's comfort in his arms. She needed it. Upon arriving at the castle, she asked Salavin about the Duke. He explained that he was in his office, and the princess headed there immediately. She wanted to see her beloved as soon as possible, and soon found herself in his office. The Duke did not expect to see her, and she, without saying a word, threw herself into his arms. Belquelin asked why so early, and Alexia said she wanted to see him. She felt like she was walking on thin ice, fearing the reaction upon learning she wasn't the same. Alexia wanted to tell the Duke everything, but her lips couldn't move. She didn't know if Belkelen would accept the betrayal and her situation, but she wanted him to trust her. And for now, the girl only managed to say that she loved him very much, but he didn't fully hear her. Alexa realized she rushed and corrected herself, asking if the Duke liked sweets, since she suddenly became interested. But Belquelin didn't answer yet. Instead, he kissed his beloved again. The princess interpreted this as the Duke loving her with all his heart, and he began to ask her what had happened. The girl was not rushing to answer, and then asked him to tell her if he liked it or not. Belquelin doubted the answer again, but admitted that he felt bad when she behaves like this. He understood that the cause of her state was him, and perhaps that's why she won't want to see him anymore. But Alexa declared that the Duke has no reason to worry, and he confessed that he is so happy that now he is scared. He also wanted to make the princess happy, but if he doesn't succeed, he is now not sure if he can let her go. Belquelin also feared that because of his selfishness, the girl might be in danger, and he apologized for those words. Alexa assured the Duke that everything was fine and asked him not to be sad, hugging him again. Then he asked again what worried her, and the young woman thought she was tiring him out. The Duke assured her that it wasn't like that, and that when she is near, he becomes the happiest man in the world. And then, Alexa decided to carefully ask if Belkelen would stay with her, no matter what. Even so, she was afraid to confess that she wasn't the real Alexa. Knowing that might scare the Duke, explained that the person who decides that is not him. But the princess insisted on the contrary. Then, Belquelin reminded her that in their relationship, everything depends not only on him, but also on her. And for him, nothing mattered, except that future in which Alexa might push him away from her side. He could never give up the princess, and he swore that was the pure truth. At the same time, Belquelin also expressed his confidence that, whatever happens, they would always be together. 3 weeks later, Alexia arrived at the Duincorn mansion with the firm intention of talking to him. The servant confessed to her that the Prime Minister had longed for their meeting for a long time. And there, she ran into Marquis Belfort, who also seemed surprised to see Alexia. The princess reproached him for having forgotten to greet her properly. Such manners. He reminded her that she herself asked him to call her by her name, and now she was demanding her title. Alexia began to remember, but also declared that it had been a long time ago when they were on the front lines. Now the Marquis had to show his sensitivity, and Belfort, without replying, greeted her properly. Then, the young woman allowed him to lift his head and explained to the servant that the Marquis would accompany her. Afterwards, she addressed her ex-fiancé and asked him to show her the way to Sir Duincorn. On the way, the Marquis noticed that they hadn't spoken in a long time and asked why Alexia was visiting his master. She replied by suggesting that Belfort ask the Prime Minister directly, assuming he would be delighted to tell everything. The Marquis understood that he wouldn't get an answer from her, and only warned her that he wouldn't support her if she did anything foolish. The princess still couldn't trust Sir Duincorn, so she considered that his protégé didn't need his explanations. Shortly after, they arrived at the office, and Alexia thanked the Marquis for showing her the way. Then she entered, and the Prime Minister greeted her immediately, admitting that he had been waiting for the meeting for a long time. He also confessed that the longer Alexa took to decide, the more nervous he became. And now he was glad she had come before the delegation arrived. The princess immediately decided to explain to him that she had decided to answer his proposal affirmatively. At the same time, the young woman also wanted to discuss the terms of that agreement and declared that she wanted to know about Felipe's kingdom. Furthermore, Alexa wants to know about her mother, and along with that, all the secrets related to her curse. The Prime Minister agreed, and the princess added that she would not follow his plan if it was not stipulated in the contract. Immediately after, Alexia clarified that her contract would end upon mastering all the skills useful to the king. No more, no less. Then Louis supposed that, being a princess, she should already know everything necessary to govern the kingdom. Although he was a bit surprised that this girl intended to adhere strictly to the basic terms of the contract. Alexia reiterated that she did not intend to participate in his plan, but she accepted being one of the collaborators. The princess's condition is to learn something more than the basics, and she was determined to put all her effort into it. The Prime Minister liked her willingness to collaborate, so he also agreed to concede a little. Alexia's next question was about her curse, but Louis admitted he couldn't give her a clear answer. Faced with this, the girl hesitated to sign the contract. She couldn't trust knowing that someone else knew the truth. After this, the Prime Minister declared that a lady would visit the princess. She knows everything, and it's better for Alexia to find out from her. The young woman was surprised, and Louis explained that a concubine cursed her many years ago. He also mentioned that this woman was born to wander the world, which is why she cannot give a precise answer. But the princess replied, demanding that he force that lady to come to her, and as soon as possible. Alexa remembered that they had signed a contract, and now the Prime Minister had to follow her orders. However, the contract was signed under mutually beneficial terms, and if the princess needs something, she must also comply. At that moment, Louis didn't understand if Alexa was giving an order or asking for a favor, and she clarified that it was something in between. The Prime Minister also explained that he has many talented students studying the heritage, so there is no one else to tell her secret to. Alexa understood that this man wanted to emphasize her desperate situation to gain an advantage over her. But that didn't mean the girl was willing to give in to provocation, and she declared that if the pressure from him was too much, she would take extreme measures. The Prime Minister interpreted her words as a threat to finish him, and she added that such threats only work on those who are afraid. Furthermore, she added that the candidates Louis cherishes most will probably get scared. Alexa also confessed to having some suspicions that they don't want unrest due to origin issues. She knew well that all candidates had to be heirs of a noble lineage and compete with Wilhelm. The Prime Minister still doubted that the princess could find them all, but she is also Prime Minister. Furthermore, she remembered a person who fits as a candidate and whom she knows personally. Alexa named Marquis Belfort and declared that she could punish him as he deserved, without even batting an eye. She understood that for Louis, the Marquis was as good as her, and that this man is an important figure. Furthermore, the princess supposed that the Prime Minister planned to keep her until she shared his views. Seeing how Sir Duincorn's face changed, she proposed to end things on good terms, and asked if he would bring that woman. Then Louis agreed and promised to convey the princess's proposal to him, and then inform Alexa of the result. Afterwards, he handed the young woman a small medallion and explained that she would be informed of the place and the time of each class. Alexa thought it would be good to continue her lessons with Count Urgin as well. At that moment, Louis added that the king was also interested in the preparation for the delegation, but she had to attend the heirs' classes. Then, the girl admitted that the conversation had been a success. She thought of revenge and decided to give advice. She explained that the king would flourish with constant care, and that, thanks to that training, Louis would become a subordinate of the new monarch. After the meeting with the minister, she sent no news for a while, but many things happened in the kingdom. After Alexa demonstrated her skills in the meeting, Count Manuela and his family were exiled for insults. They didn't even spare the king's right-hand man. But it's not the first time Raphael III has not commented on what happens. Just like his concubine Camilla, they suspected that his daughter was a demon, and over time, people believed the rumors more. Later, Raphael III executed everyone involved, justifying himself by saying that he would not tolerate such treatment towards his second concubine and daughter. It was a veiled warning, the sudden elimination of the Manuela family, with so many rumors circulating. One day, the Duke unexpectedly approached the princess, so much so that she was slightly startled. Belclon approached her because he expected her to tell him something, but the girl didn't understand what he meant. The Duke saw that something had happened in the last few days and noticed that Alexa had been wanting to talk for a while. The princess deliberately pretended not to understand what he was talking about, while trying to choose her words carefully. Belclon believes in her and needs her, and now Alexa was bewildered, not knowing where to start. Telling about the contract with the Prime Minister or confessing her true identity. She still hadn't decided. Now she only explained to the Duke that she hadn't rushed to tell him because it wasn't important. The girl thought it was too soon and didn't want misunderstandings to arise between her and Belquillan. The Duke noticed that the princess was trying to avoid the conversation and asked her not to pretend not to understand. Alexa, not knowing what to say at that moment, simply threw herself into his arms, hoping this would help her avoid the answer. But instantly, she admitted to Belkellen that she was terrified to tell him, and he excused her from speaking. But if she didn't, he would become like Alexa, suspecting that she was hiding something important. Then the Duke reminded his beloved that, in that relationship, he was the most dependent. At the same time, he begged the princess not to worry, as he would never leave her, since everything she did excited him. The Duke also admitted that he wouldn't be so anxious if he had more certainty. Belkelin also confessed that the princess was like a ray of light in the darkness for him. Alexa also admitted that he was the closest person, but he replied that it was different for her. That's why Belkelin wasn't completely sure. And the more he loved her, the more he feared losing her. The princess caused him contradictory feelings, as he was happy that Alexa belonged to him, but he greatly feared she would leave. The Duke also feared that his problems and misfortunes might be his fault, and that terrified him, but the princess assured him that would never happen and that she would never abandon him. Although the young woman didn't know if she could convince Belquillan that he could trust her. Alexa also swore that she never had problems because of him, and then confessed that she loved him very much. The girl was willing to tell him everything, hoping he would listen and not hate her. It was hard for the princess. She felt like they were always arguing, and she was always scared and running away. But her heart also blossomed in love, although a knot was growing in her throat. Belquillan's confession instantly destroyed all the girl's fears and doubts. His confession also provoked strange emotions in Alexa, but even so she was ready to speak. She must reveal her secret to him. Although she was still worried if the Duke would stay after that, the princess begged him not to despise her. And then she stated that in reality, she was another person. Belquillan didn't understand what that meant, and begged his beloved to explain in more detail. The girl then confessed that she wasn't the Alexa he knew, but the Duke still didn't understand her words. Those words, barely spoken, vanished like sand between the fingers, quickly and irreversibly. Afterwards, Alexa also added that she wasn't from this world, and that in her previous life she had died in an accident. And when in the next instant she opened her eyes, she understood that she had turned into a beast. But she didn't want that either. The young woman began to explain that somehow she had arrived in this world, and that she knew nothing about it. After this, she repeated again that she was a person from another world named Lee Hamble. Not knowing the language, she turned into a beast covered in hair and muscle. And that's why everyone avoided her. Alexa felt the injustice and hated it, but she didn't want to be in this life. Not at all. She didn't want to, even if she could live better than before, when Lee Hamble's life was full of suffering. The princess also confessed her powerlessness, and now her fear intensified even more. However, she did what the former Alexa couldn't, wishing that this life belonged to her now. She felt selfish, but it tormented her that Sir Dewincorn was also aware of everything. She also didn't know how she got there, where the real Alexa is, and what happened to her. She couldn't imagine how to continue living as Alexa, and then she received a proposal from the Prime Minister. He proposed leading the rebellion, and after thinking about it for a bit, she decided to accept the offer. Alexa didn't want to be used by Sir Dwayne, but it's her only way to hide her secret. She made Alexa who she is, thinking there is no other option than to return that body to her when she returns. But now she also cannot let go of Belquillan, and she can no longer keep lying to him. Afterwards, the princess burst into tears and begged the Duke to forgive her. She knows it's wrong, that she shouldn't do it, but she can no longer live without Belquillan. She confessed that it was hard to tell him, but she no longer knew what to do with her secret. Her secret became too heavy to keep quiet, but she feared losing the Duke. Then she apologized again for always crying, but also begged him to understand her. Because thanks to Belquillan, she achieved what she has now, and she is very grateful to him. Alexa also thought the Duke was strong, incredible, and independent, and she hugged him again. Then the girl explained that this was the whole truth she longed to tell him. She also pleaded with the Duke not to hate her, although she would understand if he ended up hating her. Finally, the princess lifted a weight off her shoulders after confessing and telling everything. To her surprise, Belquillan apologized for forcing her to tell such a hard story. He thought her greed had overwhelmed her, but he didn't want to make her cry again. The Duke admitted that he understood her completely, and she reminded him that she wasn't Alexa. The guilt of trying to take the place of the real owner still tormented her. Then Belquillan hugged her again, asking her to calm down and not worry, that he understood everything. The Duke added that for him it didn't matter, as he loved her as she is now. She still felt it was disgusting, as she was using someone else's name and taking Alexa's place. The Duke explained to her again that he felt no hatred or contempt for that. At the same time, He confessed that he was glad the princess couldn't let him go now. Belle also thought that he hated her, and he didn't care, even if she wasn't Alexa. She tried to pronounce his real last name, but couldn't remember it at first, and she corrected him. The Duke admitted that he loved that name, just like Alexa. He knew she would continue to be herself. Nothing else mattered to Belle Quillan, but the girl insisted that she was a bad person. She considered herself selfish, as she didn't want to lose what she had, although she tried not to be so greedy. Alexa worried that if the Duke stayed by her side, she would become as horrible as she was. Belle Quillan begged his beloved again not to think that, as he would stay with her forever, even if she hurt the real Alexa to stay, and even if he had to give up everything. He reminded her that she did the same thing to him. But the girl didn't believe he was capable of doing that. The Duke repeated that Alexa was his only love and light, and that he would not give her up no matter what happened. Now the girl melted with love, threw herself into his arms again, and started thanking him. After a while, the princess calmed down, but still felt somewhat strange. She explained to Belle Quillan that everything that had previously overwhelmed her had now disappeared, and she is glad he is with her. Now it seemed more like a fairy tale to the girl, and she couldn't believe it was real. Everything she feared so much vanished in an instant, and after all, the Duke stayed by her side. He only apologized again to the princess for forcing her to tell everything. He understood that she felt terrible before. Belle Quillan also confessed that he would apologize for that over and over, but Alexa assured him everything was fine, because they are together. But considering all this, she also feared never being good enough for her beloved. And the Duke asked her that instead of saying that, she should simply come closer and kiss him again. For a moment, Alexa felt a small shock, and Belle Quillan explained that this would be beneficial for both. Now the princess thought he was just provoking her, and she got a little embarrassed, but the Duke assured her that wasn't the case. Although at the same time, he was very happy to be able to make her laugh, and he was willing to do anything to achieve it. At that instant, they knocked on her door, and startled by surprise, Alexa jumped up scared. It was Salowin arriving, and, after apologizing, informed that Count Urgin had sent an escort for the princess. The young woman remembered the professor's words. If she was late again, she would have to write until her wrist hurt. She realized she had completely forgotten today's class, and now she became even more distressed. Belle Quillan, meanwhile, ordered the servant to tell the coachman that the princess would be ready and would come down soon. Alexa explained to the Duke that she had a lesson with the Prime Minister tomorrow, so she couldn't miss class. He assured her that everything was fine and sat the princess back on his lap, which made her nervous. Then, she confessed once more that she felt very sad when they had to separate, as she wished to spend more time with him. The Duke admitted that he felt exactly the same, and that he also got very sad without Alexa. Now she didn't know if she could just leave, after complaining so much lately. But Belle Quillan reminded her that she needs to study, so she must go to class and not worry. He asked his beloved to do whatever she wished, because what she needs is also important to him. The princess promised she would try hard, and understood that now everything is fine and she will be able to face everything. Soon Alexa arrived at the royal library, not understanding why the class was scheduled right here this time. The girl also supposed the Prime Minister would bring her to this place earlier. At the same time, she noticed he hadn't arrived yet, and decided that she was the one who had arrived ahead of time. Alexa decided to wait for his arrival, and took out one of the books to spend the waiting time reading. Suddenly, she saw the Marquis in front of her again, and immediately began to ask him what he was doing there. Belfort explained that he came to pick her up, since she did not arrive at the agreed time. She reminded him that they told her to be there at 1 o'clock in the royal library. But the Marquis corrected, in the lounge on the second floor. The girl got a little angry, because she didn't understand why they didn't explain all the details to her from the beginning. Belfort also pointed out that she was 30 minutes late, but still asked her to follow him. His attitude irritated the princess quite a bit, but she didn't want to argue and followed his lead. In the lounge, the girl saw the Prime Minister, who admitted he worried thinking he wouldn't see her for an hour. Alexa confessed that she simply confused the meeting place and promised to be more attentive in the future. At the same time, she was very intrigued to know why Marquis Belfort had also come today. And then she noticed he was sitting at the table she had occupied and didn't understand why he was doing that. The Prime Minister noticed her displeasure, and Alexa asked him to explain why that young man was there. Then, Sir Duincorn explained that the Marquis would also attend the classes, and that she must accept it. But the princess didn't want to, although she understood that she couldn't decide anything herself now. The prime minister also explained that she shouldn't be surprised, and that it would be easier for her to get a good result with a good rival. And Louis considered Marquis Belfort a worthy rival for a princess. He then added that motivation arises when competing with someone similar to oneself. The prime minister also supposed that both could be good partners, but the two of them didn't think so. The girl decided to accept, although she expressed doubts that the Marquis could be a good rival. He just remained silent, and Louis, noticing that the princess was full of energy, proposed starting the lesson. After the lesson, the girl went to see her uncle, and there she met Killian and shared her impressions. He asked Alexa why she thought Belfort hated her, and she explained that he always argued with her. When the princess expresses her opinion, the Marquis always disagrees, even if he initially agrees. Now she didn't know what to do, but she also didn't want to see her ex-fiancé near her. Then Killian wanted to know how the Marquis showed his interest, but Alexia asked him not to talk nonsense. He explained that he had known him for a long time and knew that Belfort never argued just for the sake of it. That's why the young count thought the Marquis was surely showing his interest this way. The princess replied, recalling that Belfort didn't like her even when they were engaged. Besides, she thought she had been unlucky before, but she was sure that's not how you show liking. Killian also recalled that the Marquis was no longer her fiancé, and he found it strange that he didn't care why she was acting like this. Alexia didn't know why, but she couldn't ask Belfort directly either, as it would seem strange to him. Alexia was intrigued why she could only talk about this with Killian and Belquillan. The young duke was very surprised to learn that his relative had told everything to her boyfriend. Alexia didn't understand why he reacted like that, and he thought she had acted foolishly. He explained that, even if both are honest, the duke shouldn't have said that. Killian also clarified that Abel Kellen would be upset that his girlfriend was studying with his ex. Alexa got embarrassed. She thought Abel wouldn't mind, and felt like a novice in relationships. Killian added that, if the duke didn't say anything to her, it was because he was afraid of seeming petty. Knowing the great duke, it wouldn't be surprising. But Alexa confessed that the Marquis worries her. Killian came up with an idea. If Alexa thinks Belfort hates her, make him act. When class ended, the prime minister proposed that the Marquis accompany the princess to the palace. Belfort accepted. Louis said goodbye to Alexa and explained that he was heading to an urgent meeting. The girl didn't understand why the teacher wanted the Marquis to accompany her if she could go alone. Belfort noticed that the princess was distracted and in a bad mood during the lesson. Alexa replied, assuring him that today she had been an exemplary student. She also thought the Marquis was still angry about that small joke. She didn't think he could get over such foolishness. At the same time, the girl thought that if he didn't like something, he simply shouldn't have started. The Marquis noticed that the princess looked different today, although he knew nothing had changed. Alexa continued, saying that Belfort would never admit his mistakes, although she admitted she had gone a bit too far. Then, the girl reminded him that he himself started arguing with her, no matter what she said. And he admitted she was right. At that moment, Belfort used the informal to form with her, and this outraged her. She demanded that he address her properly. Afterwards, the princess also remembered that her status was much higher than his, and she noticed his gaze again. The girl always thought that young man hated her, but when she treated him coldly, he seemed distressed. It was obvious that the Marquis regretted letting her go, but now things couldn't go back to how they were. On the way to the palace, Alexa, feeling tired, relaxed a bit and leaned against the carriage window. Then Belfort decided to remind her of etiquette, pointing out that this unsightly posture was not proper for a lady, but the girl didn't think she should behave like a lady in front of him. After all, they had broken off the engagement, and he, in turn, reminded her that, before that, she followed him everywhere like a lapdog. Faced with this, the princess replied that it wasn't her, but Alexa from the village with Eddie, and that now she was no longer that little girl. Afterwards, the girl asked the Marquis to end that conversation for today, not understanding why he always started it. Alexa was sure that Belfort knew he couldn't win an argument with her, and now she understood why he didn't want her to accompany him. Suddenly, through the carriage window, she saw her beloved among the crowd, who was simply walking down the street. The princess immediately yelled at the coachman to stop, although she was ready to jump while moving. The Marquis, at that moment, couldn't understand what was happening, and why Her Majesty was behaving in that way. She only explained that she ran into an acquaintance, but promised she would return soon. Belfort objected, as the chancellor had asked him to accompany her and stated that it could be dangerous if she fled. But the girl claimed she had an important matter. Besides, she knew how to defend herself very well alone. The Marquis still objected that she couldn't simply flee to the common market, since no one knows what happens there. Then Belfort understood that if Alexa throws herself headlong into danger, it meant that nothing had changed. But Alexa declared that the Marquis also didn't like being alone with her, adding that nothing would happen to the animal. Then he asked why the princess decided to bring up that topic, and she explained that Belfort still treated her like a beast. Alexa also knows that is the reason for his hatred towards her, and afterwards she prepared to leave the carriage. Leaving her ex-fiancé, the girl hurried to melt into the crowd of people looking for the Duke. Very soon she reached him and immediately took his hand, and Belquillan, upon seeing her, was extremely surprised. Hugging her beloved, the princess explained that she saw him from the carriage, and he reminded her that it is dangerous to walk alone in those places. But Alexa hoped everything would be fine now, since she was already here with him, and she missed him very much besides. Belquillan replied by asking the princess not to do that again, and that if she wished to see him, she should simply ask him. He is worried that something might happen to her, and promised that he would come to see her at any moment, whenever she wished. Immediately after, the Duke asked why the princess was there at that hour, assuming the lesson had already ended. Alexa confirmed it, and also decided to tell him what had happened that day, thinking he wouldn't believe such a thing. She confessed that the Marquis complained constantly, that everything irritated him greatly, and she only proposed continuing. Afterwards, he started accompanying her to the palace, and the princess admitted that made her feel very uncomfortable. At that moment, the girl also remembered Killian's advice not to go into detail, and she thought she had overstepped again. Alexa immediately clarified that it was the Chancellor who asked Belfort to accompany her, and she couldn't refuse. The Duke felt jealous upon learning they were alone, and she admitted that she ran when she saw Belle. Upon hearing this, Belquillan felt relieved. He hugged the princess and congratulated her on her good work. Then they strolled. The Duke bought her sweets, and she, seeing that they were delicious, offered him a taste. Alexa noticed that Belquillan wouldn't take his eyes off her, and immediately asked him not to worry. She explained that she would eat it all, but the Duke leaned in and kissed her, leaving her very surprised. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and Belquillan commented that she had sweet lips. Alexa still didn't understand what he meant, and he just repeated that she was sweet to him. At that moment, the girl noticed that the Duke had changed. He never did that, although she liked it. Some time later, she returned to the lesson with the Prime Minister, but thoughts of her beloved flooded her mind. Louis thought the princess hadn't slept well, but she snapped out of her thoughts, assuring him that she had. Then, the professor wanted to know what had her so thoughtful, guessing it wasn't precisely his classes. Alexa explained that she is always thinking about something, but promised to try hard and pay more attention. But she couldn't concentrate because of the Duke, remembering that he had taken the initiative. Besides, he has been visiting her a lot lately, and suddenly she understood that he is jealous and that Killian was right. Even so, the princess didn't understand how Belquillan could be so charming, even when jealous. The Prime Minister noticed again that the girl was distracted and asked her to concentrate, scolding her again. The whole class passed like that, and when Louis asked the Marquis to accompany the princess again, she refused. The Prime Minister supposed Alexa had other plans, and she explained that she was going to see the Potters about the tableware. Louis thought it was for the preparations for the Aphelion delegation, so the Marquis should join all the more. The girl no longer knew what to do or how to refuse, not understanding what that old man intended. The Prime Minister explained that the Potters are near the market, and it is dangerous to go alone. Then the princess proposed that soldiers accompany her if he was so worried about her. But Louis asserted that the soldiers would only attract attention, and that it was better if she took the Marquis. The young woman noticed that she was imposing Belford and declared that he was Alex's beast, besides being an army general. Then she asked him to explain why he thought someone would dare to threaten her. The Prime Minister relented, admitting that he forgot after so many hours with her. However, he insisted that the princess take Belfort, as he is responsible for her safety. While he was talking, Alex peered out the window, hoping the teacher would stop persuading her. And suddenly, she saw the Duke approaching on his steed, like a fairy tale Prince Savior. She instantly felt overjoyed, and decided to run immediately to meet him. The Prime Minister asked for explanations, but she was already rushing off, bidding farewell until the next class. The very next instant, she was running towards the Duke with the door open, not believing he had actually come. Belquillan had already gotten quite close to the building, and they soon saw each other. Alexa was happy to see him, but also asked him what he was doing there. She hadn't told him she was coming. The Duke explained that since she was going to visit the Potters, he decided to accompany her personally. Now Alexa understood his words, when he assured her that he would go wherever she was. Even so, she was very happy to see him, and now that he had lifted her onto his mount, everything seemed amazing. Afterwards, they didn't delay any longer and continued on their way, enjoying each other's company. And the Marquis, seeing that whole scene, felt devastated, while Louis added that he had never seen the princess like this. The Prime Minister couldn't believe that the fiercest beast on the battlefield could be so tender because of love. Sir Dewin Corn noticed the Marquis's grim look and asked him what he planned to do now. The teacher understood that the feelings inside Belford were confusing. His ex-fiancée chose another. The Marquis tried to remember the moment when the princess started behaving like a different person. He thought it was when her appearance changed, but then he realized it was something more than appearance. He remembered when she joked about his speed, saying he would fail the exam. And she was smiling. It was a shock for the Marquis to see her wide smile, and since then he couldn't stop thinking about Alex. At that instant he felt time stop, and her name was engraved in his heart forever. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the pottery shop, Belquillan declared that he liked everything, and asked what Alex liked. The young woman explained that she wanted to choose something special, and soon they found something she loved. The Duke also noticed that the princess had a red face, and supposed she might have a fever. Alexa also noticed that she felt very hot, but didn't understand why, thinking it was the atmosphere. Belquillan offered to bring her something to drink, hoping it would help reduce the fever. The young woman liked his concern, and the Duke asked her to wait a little while and stay there. Alexa also realized that he was very attentive, and could not believe that the infamous Duke could be like this. But she couldn't stand idly by either, and decided to find out what might be causing her heat. The princess began to look around and soon noticed a red-haired woman, not far away, who was close by. At the same time, she kept staring intently at Alexa, as if inviting her to come closer. Then, this woman went to her carriage, where a boy with a very familiar face was waiting for her. Looking closer, the young woman realized that it was none other than Marquis Belfort, and this surprised her greatly. Alexa also noticed the coat of arms on the carriage, and at that moment, the redhead. And the Marquis had already boarded the carriage, and it set off. The princess understood that the shield was the symbol of the Duin Caran family, and now she wondered how that woman was related to the Chancellor. Various thoughts crossed her mind. She also supposed that woman was his ally or informant. But what puzzled her most was why Belfort was accompanying her, and at that moment, the Duke approached Alexa. He noticed that his beloved was absorbed in something, while she kept understanding that. Apparently, something strange was happening there. Soon came the day of the delegation's arrival at the palace. Everything was ready, from the tableware and candlesticks to the rugs for the rooms. The princess decided to confirm once more if everything was prepared exactly as she had planned, and the maid informed her that everything was exactly so. Alexa was glad that everything was well prepared, and now she was determined to carry out what she had in mind. Afterwards, she went to the meeting hall, where her name was solemnly proclaimed, and upon entering, the guests were amazed. They loved the young woman's appearance, and only the king decided to grumble, because she had arrived a little late on the day of the delegation's arrival. Alexa apologized for her delay, and explained that she just wanted to check if everything was perfectly prepared to receive the guests. She knew that on a normal day, her father would yell at her, but today he wouldn't have time for that. Moreover, there were very many guests, and the princess even saw one, an unwanted guest. Suddenly, she became curious to know what had happened between Marquis Belfort and Ariel. After breaking off the engagement, Alexa heard that those two no longer frequented each other as much. But it is no longer her problem. Now something else mattered, and the princess began to look for the Duke. The young woman hoped Belquillan was there, and soon spotted him among the crowd of guests. But for some reason, he was next to Marquis Belfort, and Alexa didn't understand why. Then their gazes met again. The princess was happy that her beloved looked at her. At that moment, the king began his speech, thanking everyone for gathering there that day. While Raphael was giving thanks, Alexa felt uneasy seeing the Duke near the Marquis. Belquillan seemed to be on edge, but she hoped it was just her imagination. Something told her that something wasn't right, and just then the arrival of the delegation was announced. Following the Aphelions, they were invited to enter, and the princess prayed that everything would go well. At the head of the delegation entered a stout mustachioed man with a peacock-like strut. The king began his welcome speech, trying to show that everyone was friendly. The mustachioed man introduced himself with a bow. As Count Sazan, head of the Aphelion delegation, Raphael greeted the count and thanked him for such a long journey there. Sazan seemed pleased and expressed his hope that the gesture would bring the kingdoms closer. The mustachioed man added that his kingdom cares about other countries, not just Philip. Then he said that relations between countries depend on how Philip treats their delegation. At that moment, Alexa understood that if they weren't listened to, they would tell their emperor everything. She knew that for the diplomatic delegation, it was very profitable to damage Philip's reputation with those words. The king nodded and promised to keep in mind that their countries must strive for the best. The princess also realized that if her father spoke like that, it was because he recognized the superiority of these guests. She also knew that the kingdom of Aphelios knew whom to send, and saw that they were not taking Philip seriously. Then the young woman noticed among them a thin boy with long black hair who seemed more decent than the others. At that moment, Count Sazan decided to introduce the young man and explain that he was Father Gabriel, belonging to the central part of the temple. Raphael immediately asked what a priest was doing there, and the count clarified that it was to spread Demetra's blessing. Sazan added that Philip, unfortunately, was too small a kingdom to have experienced divine power before, but their high priest took pity and decided to grant them that honor. And Alexa understood that it was because the Aphelions had taken all of Demetra's temples. The princess understood that with every word, they were trying to convince her that cooperating with them would be beneficial. Raphael, meanwhile, admitted that he was now indebted to the high priest, hoping the guests would like everything. After the solemn reception, Alex went to her room, where the maid Lily was waiting for her. The princess was a little surprised, as Lily should have been attending to the delegation at that moment. Lily explained that the room seemed very small and shabby to them, and now they were demanding new quarters. This did not altogether please the princess, who asked where Jen was at that moment. Lily clarified that she was still trying to speak with the guests, but they refused, so she turned to her. Alex knew she had to handle the matter herself, and prepared to visit the members of the delegation. Already in the hallway, she could hear the guests shouting, demanding that the person responsible for everything be brought to them. They were also annoyed because a mere maid dared to speak to them, considering she had no right to do so. Jen, meanwhile, was trying to calm them down, asking them to listen to her. Sazan, unable to calm down, refused to listen to her, complaining about their miserable room. He claimed that even golden furniture would suffice, but their rooms were full of cheap trinkets. Immediately after, the count recalled that there would be no agreement if they were not treated as they deserved. Another Aphelion appeared behind him, confirming that such treatment was an insult to glorious Attilia. Just then, the princess entered asking the reason for their displeasure with the rooms. Count Sazan did not recognize her immediately, and Alexia apologized for not introducing herself sooner. Then, proudly, she introduced herself as Princess Alexia of Pelagendwy, in charge of their visit. The members of the delegation were stunned, as they had always imagined this girl as a beast. Alexia, seeing their faces, understood their surprise and confirmed, "Yes, I am that hairy beast." Count Sazan, still trembling, asked where all the wool had gone, since she looked like a person. Then the princess explained that her curse had been lifted, and then returned to the topic that they were not happy with their rooms. Sasson began to explain that it was only because they were tired after a long journey, and they had simply overexerted themselves. But then he thought that, after all, he was a member of the delegation, so he couldn't give up at the beginning. Then he shouted again that those rooms were a total disappointment, and added that they were not suitable for such important guests. He also stated that they refused to stay there, and then asked them to prepare a couple of the best rooms. Then the princess apologized, explaining that their tastes did not match her standards. One of the members told the princess that she did not have to apologize, but simply change their rooms. But Alexa insisted that it was her fault, and immediately touched a nearby vase, causing it to shatter instantly. The young woman explained that everything in that room she had chosen herself. A little earlier, Lily approached Alex and asked if this was really how she should decorate the delegates' hall. The maid feared they wouldn't like it, but the princess explained that they had to accept it as it was. At the same time, she was not going to give in to their whims either, and declared that she feared none of them. Besides, Alex decided to have a little fun, since the opportunity presented itself. And now she pretended to acknowledge her mistake. Being in the Aphelions' room, she began to destroy everything there, explaining that it was of very poor taste. She blamed herself for having decorated their rooms with that trash that can be found in any old market. Then, the princess drew a sword and continued cutting the rest with the sharp blade. Pretending to be furious, she also believed they didn't dare dispose of their rooms, nor ask them to stay amidst those horrible things. Count Sazan, seeing her mood, was at that moment paler than chalk, and he feared saying a single word. Alex at that moment ordered them to pack their things, as she would move them to Iris Palace, and she would take care of them. The princess noticed they were still standing and asked them again to follow her. But the count, surprisingly, declared that they would not, that they would stay there. Then Alexa, with an angelic face, feigned surprise, not understanding why, given the chaos there was. She added that the maids would be busy preparing the banquet and wouldn't be able to clean everything. Sazan replied that they would clean it themselves, clarifying that it was the least they could do. The delegation huddled in a corner, but the princess insisted that she could not allow them to live in such dilapidated rooms. She added that people might misinterpret the delegates cleaning their own rooms, but they said they would explain to everyone what their wish was, and Alexa decided to accept their will. The members of the delegation bowed deeply to her and thanked her for her understanding. Then, the princess decided to let them rest and said goodbye until the banquet. A short while later, when the banquet started, everyone noticed how radiant Alexa looked. They commented on her handling of the delegation, guessing how difficult it was for her alone. Nobody could believe that the beast was so talented. They considered Alexa exceptional, but the princess felt exhausted, hating all of it with every fiber of her being. She saw their attempts at deception. They always scorned her and called her a beast, and now they try to ingratiate themselves as if she were a great princess. Pure cowards. Suddenly, Prime Minister Louis approached, noticing her visible unhappiness. She was a little surprised, and he explained that it was a constant topic of conversation. He added that Alexa had a gift for impressing, something she took as a compliment. Then, the Chancellor decided to give her advice, asking to see her a little more relaxed. The girl didn't understand, and he explained that she looked very tense, and nothing is more inappropriate than a host without a smile. Furthermore, the Prime Minister asked Alexa not to forget that the world she faces is woven with masks and contradictions. Now the princess began to doubt if she could endure much longer in that world. But Louis continued. He explained that it doesn't matter if she endures it or not, but if people see her uncomfortable, that will give them ground for new gossip. Then he advised the princess to smile. Unless she wants to supply them with ammunition, only then can she survive here. And after this, the Chancellor retired, and Alexa reflected on his advice. The girl understood that she couldn't do it convincingly for now, and went to look for a mirror to practice. At the same time, she understood that the Chancellor was right, and that she had to do it to defeat them all. If Alexa wants to protect what matters to her and have her happiness last forever, she must do it. Soon she approached the aristocrats and asked if they liked the evening, which surprised her. The princess also commented that everyone looked radiant today, especially Lady Elizabeth. Alexia swore she would never be caught showing weakness, so she would opt for a different strategy. She was tired of trivial chatter, but she knew that several noble families already supported her. She just had to endure the delegation until their departure. Meanwhile, in the hallway, she heard a commotion. In a room, a man demanded a young woman come with him, promising to make her queen. Her refusal and her acting dignified irritated him, so he intensified his threats against her. Alexia realized someone dared to harass her maid, and she burst into the room furiously. Her suspicions were correct. A maid was begging the man to let her go, and he was astonished to see the princess. Seeing that he was an Aphelion, he was pleased, an opportunity to warm up and use him against them. Meanwhile, one of his men confronted Count Sassoon, demanding explanations. He promised royal treatment. He couldn't do anything. He did not expect Princess Alexa to act like this. He claimed that nothing like this happened last year. Then, a maid approached, apologized to the count, and explained that the princess summoned him for urgent business. Sazan was surprised, and the maid added that His Majesty needed to notify him of something important immediately. The count was disconcerted. He even thought the girl had reconsidered and would apologize. He didn't care about gifts. He was going to make her pay for the humiliation she had inflicted on him. But upon arriving at the indicated room, he was shocked to see one of his men in his underpants. It was Baron Shen, harassing a maid, and the Count demanded an immediate explanation. Alexa, watching from the side, only chuckled, happy that Sazan finally arrived. He understood that she was behind everything. Now he felt fear and anger for her behavior. Still, he begged her to explain, as Baron Shen is the most revered in the empire. But she decided to mock him. While they covered the insolent man with a cloak, the Count assured that the almighty son of Ophelia would be furious upon learning of this. But the princess retorted, advising that they should worry about their own heads. That Baron harassed a maid of the royal palace, and if people know, they themselves will fear the son of Ophelia. Their emperor is known for bringing down even the birds that annoy him. Imagine what he will do to those who embarrass him. Now, if Sazan wants to make it public, the princess is ready to testify, and testify as a witness. Then, the Count admitted that Baron Shen made a mistake, but tried to justify it, saying that he was just drunk. Alexa could not believe that in their country drunkenness was an acceptable excuse for committing such a crime. The girl became so enraged that she instinctively hit the bookshelf with her fist, saying that she wanted to resolve it peacefully, but it seems not. Then she added that she is not as docile as the Baron when she gets drunk, and suggested they see what she is like when she is in a bad mood. Sazan knew that the Baron's sister was the ruler's favorite, and they had to act before they locked Shen in the dungeon. Alexa continued, warning that if the Aphelians did not cooperate, she would make it public. Then, the Count offered apologies for Baron Shen, but she wanted something more, and she extended a sheet. It was a written promise that the Atolia delegation would not commit further crimes in Philip. Alexa could not ignore the Baron's act, which is why she demanded that the Count sign it. In case of refusal, Baron Shen would be accused of harassment and punished accordingly. The princess recalled that her task was to maintain peace between their peoples, and that is why they had to cooperate. But if they refused, her peace of mind would be disturbed, and she would cease to be so complacent. The Count did not want to strain the situation and immediately signed the agreement, and the princess announced that she would send them the bill. Alexa explained that this contract included monetary compensation if any of their supporters acted improperly. Immediately after, she ordered Baron Shen to be thrown out. She didn't intend to be kind to a criminal. Ending the conversation, the girl said goodbye, wishing them a good evening at the banquet. As she walked away, the princess celebrated having one less problem, but noticed the priest was not there. At that instant, Duke Belquilin intercepted him, asking him why he was posing as a priest. The guest's real name was Abraxas, and he explained to the Duke that he simply wanted to meet him. But Belquilin was not in the mood for games, and demanded to know what the devil he was doing in Philip. Abraxas justified that he was fulfilling priestly duties, understanding that he feared for his girl. Bel wasn't going to beat around the bush with that demon, and furiously, he raised his fist to intimidate him. But Abraxas blocked the blow effortlessly, commenting that a demon's love was pathetic. The Duke warned him, if he laid a finger on Alexa, it would be the last thing he'd do in his life. Then, the demon assured that he wasn't there for her, but to give some advice to his brother. He explained that Belquilin would soon have to choose, since his father had worked hard to save him. Afterwards, Abraxas wished him to enjoy life while he could, and asked him to return to him when the time came. He also recalled that the Duke, although mixed with impure human blood, was still a powerful demon. He himself inherited, instead of magical power, the purest blood of the demons, and the time will soon come when they will have to work together. But the Duke asked him to leave, and explained that he had no intention of working with him. Although Abraxas understood his confusion, he promised he could take care of everything if it involved that woman, because that's what brothers are for. Belquilin couldn't take it anymore and threw a burst of energy at his relative, who was surprised that his brother was willing to kill him. The Duke explained that he definitely wasn't going to stand there listening to all that nonsense the demon was proposing. Declaring this was the last warning, Belquilin prepared to leave, and the demon just shouted after him that he would return anyway. Abraxas also claimed that in this world, there is no place for a hybrid half-demon, half-human. The Duke was no longer listening to him, and the demon understood that the princess was the only way to reach him. And now, in his mind, he began to develop a plan to use that girl for his demonic ends. Alexa, at that moment, was walking down the hallway and heard Marquis Belfort calling her, explaining that he came from his assistant. He already knew that the princess had not only accused the delegation of a crime, but had also forced them to sign a contract. The girl confirmed it, and also explained that she did it because they had crossed the line unforgivably. But the Marquis still didn't understand why his ex-fiancée was doing this, and demanded an immediate explanation. He decided that she had forgotten who they were, and reminded her that they would report what happened there to her emperor. Belfort also explained that if those people exaggerated what happened a little, Philip would have to answer for the consequences. Alexa contradicted him and asked him not to worry, and then proceeded to continue on her way. But right there the Marquis grabbed her arm, telling her not to use force just because she is royalty, that she should think about every word and action. The princess couldn't believe it. Was he really defending them? They are just respected nobles of the empire, but they demand better treatment than the royal entourage. What audacity! Then Alexa confessed that they harassed a maid, and she couldn't stand by and do nothing about it. That girl would be in serious trouble if she didn't intervene. Now he cannot play the magnanimous. That said, Alexa broke free and snapped at him that the Marquis is just as detestable as those delegates. She will not stand still in the name of peace. She is not like Belfort, nor ever will be, and she demanded that the Marquis dare not impose his ideas of justice on her, nor on the royal family. Then Belfort let slip that they could no longer recover the time when she lived as she pleased. When he knew nothing and didn't want to know, he thought that was totally impossible. He then added that if the princess didn't pay more attention, she would fall into the trap of her own actions. If Alexia kept attracting unwanted attention, she would lose her support, her position, and her followers. Afterwards, the Marquis again begged her to stop exposing herself to unnecessary danger. Alexia understood that he feared someone like Wilhelm, who wanted the throne, would threaten her. But she didn't understand why Belfort was so worried, and decided to ask him directly. The Marquis explained that he couldn't help her, but still worried, although Alexia interpreted it differently. She understood that this way she was ruining her master's plans, and that he didn't really care about her safety. The young woman only said it was none of his business, but the Marquis insisted he was worried. And the Duke saw them. Alexia also saw Belquilin behind the Marquis, and said goodbye to him immediately. The princess ran to hug her beloved, while Belfort glared at the couple. For an instant, his gaze collided with the Duke's, who seemed to mentally warn him not to approach Alexa. She, meanwhile, started asking the Duke where he had been, as she worried noticing he wasn't at the banquet. Belquilin explained that he needed to finish some matters, and the princess suggested they go somewhere else to talk. Marquis Belfort, at that moment, couldn't move from rage and the realization that he couldn't do anything about it. He just watched the loving couple, seeing the Duke tenderly embrace the princess. For a moment, Belquilin slightly turned towards the Marquis, as if sending him another warning. Upon reaching a small gazebo, the Duke asked Alexa what she had been talking about with Belfort. She explained it was nothing important, just that she had done something interesting today, and the Duke had been interested. Alexa started by saying the delegation had caused disturbances, and she punished them for it. And the Marquis later complained about it. Belquilin understood he had missed a lot, and the girl also confessed that she didn't think about political relations. So Marquis Belfort went to reprimand her for her recklessness, but she couldn't ignore the injustice. And then she became curious why the Duke asked that. He didn't beat around the bush. He attributed it to simple curiosity and drew Alexa closer. The Duke was also worried that the princess had been spending too much time alone with that Marquis lately. The girl immediately retorted that it wasn't like that. They were just in the same class, and she couldn't help it. She also knew that Belquilin didn't like it. But with him she saw even more. The Duke didn't know how to justify himself and explained that he just worried about her. That's why he acted that way. The girl was deeply moved by those words. And now she was beginning to understand why she had been reborn as Alexa. Then Belquilin confessed he had something for her, and the princess waited expectantly. Full of interest, there she saw the Duke offering her a gold pendant and begging her to accept it. Alexa confessed never having seen anything like it, and asked where he got it from. Belquilin explained that it was a family heirloom of the stars, and she promised never to take it off. Afterwards, the Duke asked her to spend less time alone with the Marquis. For her beloved, she was willing to do anything, even move to a deserted island if necessary. She never thought meeting Belfort would be so useful, but she was still worried about what he had told her. Alexa understood that, With the Duke not around, everyone was starting to flirt with her. So she begged Belquillan to stay by her side all the time, and he promised to fulfill it. The Duke swore he would always be close, and also asked the princess to stay with him. A short while later, the princess, back in her quarters, called Jen and gave her a task. She had to find an aristocrat in the capital who had red hair and eyes of the same color. The maid thought that with those features, it would be easy to find the desired person. Alexa explained that if that woman wasn't from the aristocracy, she would be close to that circle. The princess wanted to find the woman she had recently met at the pottery shop. If she goes with Belfort, it means she is someone special to Sir Duincorn. Alexa still didn't know what relationship they had, but upon knowing it, she would use it to her advantage. Thus, the princess could also take the dominant position in their confrontation. Then she asked Jen about Ariel, as she didn't know anything about her sister after the banquet. The maid said she seemed ill, as she was very pale at the reception. The princess remembered that Ariel fled the banquet without saying goodbye, something unusual for her. Jen added that she hasn't left since then, and the other maids don't know anything either. Alexia decided she should give her something, perhaps food, to fulfill formalities. Her sister always brought her tea with cookies, so she had to think of something similar. Then Jen remembered that in Layla's castle, they made a flourless dessert, because Ariel hated even its smell. Alexia found it strange, since she always invited her to try desserts, even though she couldn't stand the smell of flour. Now she thought maybe it was her imagination, but she decided to leave that concern to Jen. The princess was intrigued why her sister did that for her, and despite everything, now she wanted to know the truth. However, the young woman had neither the time nor the certainty to untangle the existing threads. Suddenly, she heard the maid call her, repeating that they needed to send something to Layla's palace. She also noticed that her mistress was tired and suggested she rest a bit, as she had been busy all morning. Alexia assured her she shouldn't worry so much, and explained she simply needed to take a walk outdoors. The princess went to the garden, and on the way priest Gabriel of the Eterios caught up with her, saying that he was pleased to meet her. The girl didn't expect to see him, and he apologized for not having introduced himself formally earlier. Out of courtesy, Alexa also feigned joy, although she thought he had come to inspect the garden. He confirmed it, adding that it was his favorite place in the castle and that it could relieve fatigue. The priest even compared her to the garden, and she didn't understand why it suddenly shone so much. She just explained that she didn't even tend the garden, so she was more like him. The Holy Father, he asked to be called simply Gabriel, and explained that he was only a servant of the goddess, so he didn't need titles. Alexa objected, since he personally received the love of the goddess, so he shouldn't downplay his merits. Gabriel also objected, saying he wasn't the only one who received divine love. And now he referred to the princess's magic, even if it wasn't a sacred force. It also counted as a small celestial gift from the goddess herself. Before, Alex thought that power was only for attracting others, but she began to understand that something strange was happening with that priest. She decided to say goodbye to him, and apologizing, explained that she had more things to do. And that's why she was in a hurry. Gabriel thought it was his fault, but the girl reiterated that she had only come to get some fresh air. Then, since they had to part, the priest asked permission to give her a final blessing. Alex did not object, and Gabriel, bringing his hand to her forehead, begged Demetra to bless her. He also pronounced the princess's full name, and she felt a strange sensation. Before addressing him, Gabriel hurried to assure her that Demetra's blessing would always be with her, and Alex thanked him. Meanwhile, she tried to decipher that sensation she had, as if there were no divine energy in her hands. Afterwards, the priest also decided to say goodbye, after which she continued on her way. Gabriel just watched her walk away, unable to accept that his brother treated him this way because of one person. At that instant, his hand covered in blood, and he knew it was because of Belquil. Abracas never imagined that the Duke would interfere with his hunt, and that enraged him. He was about to snatch away all his power, but Belquil decided to act on his own. Now, the demon was surprised that his brother was so madly in love with that girl. The false priest decided it was time to speed up his hunt and use more effective methods. If he is the key to the resurrection of the demons, Abracas will not allow him to disappear just like that. A short while later, the Duke was preparing for the hunt with the princess, and he was checking his arrows. She thought it wasn't necessary, explaining that the servants had already checked them before. Belquil was still worried, since she herself would use them during the hunt. The girl understood that the Duke was much more meticulous than her, and flattered him for it. Alex was intrigued why the ambassadors wanted to hunt so suddenly, and tried to guess why. She knew that, due to the monster invasion last time, the forest was not the best place to hunt. So there must be another reason. And while she was thinking, the delegates had already arrived at the meeting point. They apologized for the delay, and explained that they had not delayed on purpose, and they also asked for understanding. The princess didn't argue with them, and proposed leaving before it got completely dark. This time, 8 aristocrats from Philip would participate in the hunt, including Marquis Belford. The girl was happy to have Belclon near, but she couldn't stop worrying about the Marquis's presence. A soldier announced that on the way to the home grounds there was a royal market, where they could stop. Soon, those in carriages took their places and left, sending the riders ahead. The princess was also on horseback, and suddenly noticed that the Duke was not nearby. But a moment ago, he was next to her. Count Cezanne approached and asked her who she was looking for, noticing she was constantly looking around. Alexa assured him that everything was fine and that he shouldn't worry so much, although she kept looking around. Soon she found him behind, not understanding how he could have lagged so far behind. The princess didn't beat around the bush and called him immediately, suggesting they go to the nearby hunting grounds. He thanked her for the invitation, but explained that it wasn't necessary, yet the girl kept insisting. The Duke kept assuring that he would refrain. Although he was wholeheartedly grateful for the invitation, the girl decided not to argue anymore, thinking that Belcullen worried too much about the opinions of others. Alexa knows that in public places they shouldn't be too close, so she understands his concerns. Moreover, being a half-breed, the Duke thinks he is a hindrance to the princess. At that moment, the Marquis approached and asked her to order him to personally take care of Count Cezanne. Alexa asked why he thought she should give such orders. Belfort said that his mentor had instructed him to do so, and that he must give her all his support. The princess couldn't believe Sir Duincorn ordered it, and the Marquis added that the ambassadors knew little about her. Therefore, Alexa must show the delegation how many people in Philip support her. The wild beast roaming freely nearby is hunted before anything else. The girl understood it, but still didn't like having the Marquis nearby, although she accepted. Soon they arrived at the royal market, where there were many things unknown to foreigners. The princess decided to suggest the Duke stroll with her through the market, hoping he would accept this time. But Belquillan refused again, maintaining a very serious expression on his face. Belford arrived immediately, asking Alexa to stop, explaining that the Duke clearly didn't want to talk. But the girl retorted, after her, Belcallan is the next noblest person here. Moreover, she thought that if he went at the end of the procession, it would be polite to accompany him. So the princess invited the Duke again, and this time he obeyed and approached. The Marquis almost despaired. So many nobles hide behind the nickname of monster. If she associates with the demon, even those who support her will abandon her. Therefore, to protect herself and maintain her position, the princess must distance herself from the Duke. A little later, the girl noticed that no one was near the Duke, so she could look around. Then, she saw local weapons, and assumed they would be perfect for Belquillan's training. The Duke tried to refuse, but the princess insisted that he at least choose arrows for hunting. Belle begged her again not to do that, but the girl couldn't understand what he meant. He explained that all eyes were on him, and the princess shouldn't spend time with him. Alexa asked him to stop worrying about that. She understood that he worried about her, but she, in turn, also worried about him. So she begged him not to be worried about the delegation or Marquis Belfort. Moreover, above all else in the world, she wished they could spend time together today despite everything. At that moment, the Marquis approached and asked the princess what she was doing. She explained that she was conversing with the Great Duke, and then demanded he explain what was wrong. He explained that it was more important now to dedicate time to the ambassadors, and they shouldn't neglect it by talking to the Duke. Faced with this, the princess pointed out that the Marquis had insulted Belquillan, but the latter replied that he was only telling the truth. He also reminded her that Alexa herself had said they should take care of the ambassadors. Although the Marquis didn't care about her personal life, he asked her to understand the position she held. Belfort begged her to consider that her relationship with the Duke would ruin her future plans. This enraged the girl, demanding that the Marquis stop allowing himself such comments. The Duke saw Alex's agitation and wanted to help, but she asked him to stop. She decided she shouldn't intervene in that conversation, and clarified to the Marquis that he misunderstood something. Then the princess declared that the throne was not her priority, and her plans differed greatly from theirs. And Duincorns, although they dream of deciding who will occupy the throne, she flatly refuses to participate in it. Belfort tried to object, but Alex rejected him again, stating that she decides who accompanies her. Unlike them, the princess doesn't care about others' opinions, and advised not to blindly follow the judgments of others. Immediately after, the girl took her beloved by the hand and asked him to leave with her, ignoring everyone else. The Marquis then understood that her words were so sincere that they instantly shattered the limits of his reality. Belfort felt ashamed and now could only envy them, watching them walk away. A short while later, the entire group arrived at the hunting grounds, and the soldier began to explain the rules to the guests. Then he proposed that they split into groups and start hunting to clear their heads a bit. Alexa thought about choosing Belkellen, not because she believed he couldn't manage, but because of the Marquis's words. At that moment, Count Cezanne approached and hinted that they might get lost in unknown territory. Therefore, he asked permission to accompany her along with Philip, so that nothing unpleasant would happen to them. The young woman became angry, because this could ruin her date with Belle, but she decided to accept the proposal. Count Cezanne called one of his men, explaining that they would accompany the princess. He understood and suddenly shot off without further explanation, and Cezanne and the princess didn't understand what happened. The count got very scared and started calling for Philip, hoping he would return immediately. Moreover, he begged the princess for help, but she remained impassive on her mount. Cezanne suspected the horse was to blame and asked why they had given such a steed to Philip. Then, the count implored them to look for his man, as it would be terrible if he got hurt in a strange land. So the princess feigned compassion and, asking them to wait there, promised to go look for him. Immediately after, she spurred her horse and went after Philip, whom she soon found sitting on the grass. The young man was sitting, holding his hand and lamenting the pain, until he saw the princess arrive. She asked him what happened, and Philip explained that his wrist hurt a lot, but that he was fine. And then, the girl asked him if she should address him by calling him His Royal Highness. The prince, as Alexia left, Cezanne thought it wasn't the right time to leave her, and Prince Philip alone. And when the Duke approached, the Count began to mumble that he regretted what happened, and hoped they would be safe. Belquillan doubted whether the guest was completely ignoring him, but the latter assured him. Even so, the Duke felt that the plan had been plotted by the Count and Lord Philip, and then he concentrated demonic energy that trapped Cezanne's neck, causing him pain. The Duke insisted that lies lead nowhere good, and this was his final warning. Then he removed the demonic collar and advised him not to approach the princess anymore. The fat delegate cleared his throat, realizing that they should fear the Duke, not Alexa. Meanwhile, Philip asked the young woman how she knew he was a prince, and not just an ambassador. Alexa began to suspect it when Sasson tried to do all the dirty work for him, and when he begged her to save that guy, he addressed him as Your Highness several times. But she also explained that if they delayed, rumors would spread, so she had to hurry if she had something to say. The Ethelic prince understood that the princess was more attentive than he thought, but she asked him to get to the point. But first, she demanded that this young man be respectful towards her, understanding that he needed something from her. If he is going to act blindly in the interest of his kingdom, he should know that Alexa has no intention of helping him. Philip agreed, and the princess was ready to listen to him, but with a small condition. She demanded explanations as to why this whole spectacle was staged, and he started off a bit uncertainly. Afterwards, he finally explained that the Empire of Itilia was offering asylum to the second princess of Philip. At such words, the girl entered a complete stupor, because she didn't understand why they needed that. Philip's older brother, the crown prince, was asking her to convey that they were offering political asylum. The boy begged the princess to consider whether such a small kingdom as Philip could maintain its position. This is possible thanks to her, but at the same time, Alexa does not receive the recognition she deserves. Even at the banquet, some aristocrats harshly criticized her, doubting that everyone considers her a heroine. It is unlikely that the princess will gain love and respect here, but Philip's brother promises the title of duchess if she joins them. But the princess interpreted the request as a betrayal of her homeland for a mere title. The boy reminded her, once again, that in those lands the young woman would constantly be under the king's control. Alexia realized that he had analyzed the situation before arriving, and despite his harmless appearance, he was still the prince of Ephilia. Philip knelt before her and reiterated that their empire would help her shine with her own light. He promised that if the princess went with them, her life would change, but she considered it an outrageous request. Philip understood her confusion and asked her to think about it carefully, and then communicate it to one of his men. Then Alexia abruptly withdrew her hand and declared that, even if she left Philip, she would not flee for a title to another country. The prince insisted that it was a very important and complex request, so he gave her time to reflect. The girl stood firm in her opinion, and her answer would remain negative. Even risking regretting it, Alexa saw no reason to accept that proposal. Then she heard the sound of hooves, and assumed it was someone from Lord Cezanne's men. But upon turning, she saw that Belquillan was approaching them, and he looked very distressed. Alexa didn't understand why he came alone, and he only managed to ask if she was injured. The princess assured him she was fine, but pointed out that Prince Philip had injured his wrist. But the duke didn't care about that, and only asked his beloved to return, as everyone was waiting for her. Alexa thought the duke was angry about her going after Philip, but Cezanne had asked her to. When they returned to the others, the decision was made to go back to the castle immediately. The princess asked the duke to explain what was happening, as she noticed he was furious. Belquillan assured her that nothing had happened that deserved Alexa's attention. The girl nodded, as she also didn't want to ruin his mood further than it already was. He also promised he would tell her everything that happened later, when she calmed down. The duke, noticing her anger, repeated that it wasn't serious, only that someone had gotten on his nerves. Then he suggested to the princess going for a walk or to the market, hoping that would help her calm down. Belquillan almost begged her to just say something, and he would do whatever she wished. Anne requested, but the princess didn't care anymore, and explained that his suggestions were late. The duke no longer knew what to do to stop her from getting angry. He even admitted that she mattered to him more than anything. At this, Alexa blushed a little and asked him not to flatter her with those words, because she knew she wouldn't resist. Then Belquillan noticed she felt a little better, and the girl confirmed it. So Alex insisted that she didn't want to hide their relationship, so she suggested they go out earlier. Now the duke understood his mistake, and if his beloved desires it so much, he agrees to anything. After this, the princess decided to forgive him, but expressed her wish that it wouldn't happen again. Belle noticed the girl smiled, and hoped that smile was just for him. Then they moved on, and the soldiers murmured that they were inseparable, and began to suspect their relationship. Only Marquis Belfort remained silent, as he understood that no one would understand his thoughts now. Prince Philip also noticed the closeness between the duke and the princess, and commented on it to the count. He found it very interesting because, given the reaction of other aristocrats, it seemed they didn't know. The Prince of Aphelios hoped this would work in his favor, and they would use both the demon and the monster. A soldier approached the Marquis at that moment and asked if they were returning, and he confirmed it. Belfort himself was thinking about the princess's eyes and voice, full of love, just like in his memories. The affection she shows remains the same, but the only thing that changed is that there is another man now. The Marquis remembered how, when the young woman was a monster, she simply begged him to love her. She also asked him if he could look at her and not at others, since she loved him very much. An aristocrat pulled the Marquis out of his reflections, noticing his state and worrying about him. Belfort assured him he was fine, although in reality he felt simply awful. Why fool ourselves? He understood that, even though Alexa seemed like a monster, he shouldn't have rejected her just like that, so lightly. A little later, rumors about the romance between the princess and the duke continued to spread uncontrollably. And even though their relationship was only in the initial stage, many assumptions were also arising in society. Chancellor Duancourt couldn't believe the princess dared to do that, but she pretended not to understand. He demanded explanations from the girl as to why she displays her relationship with the great duke. But Alexa claimed that the prime minister was imagining things, and her contract only obligated her to her lessons. Therefore, the chancellor should not meddle in other people's business. And the princess hinted that this irritates her. But Louis reminded her of his warning that the kingdom of Philip urgently needs her, and to protect what they have and improve it, she must grow and prove it to the rest. Faced with this, Alexa declared that she doesn't need the kingdom, and that something very different actually matters to her. She clarified that she attends classes because Prime Minister Duancourt wanted it, only for that reason. Therefore, he must stop being so greedy and stop giving her advice on relationships. The chancellor understood that the strength and status of the great duke could greatly help the princess. But also, in this situation, the rumors about their relationship could turn against them. So, Louis decided that if the princess didn't care about her kingdom, he would fix it. He called his servant Horium and ordered him to bring that redhead. Urgently, the princess was returning, but at the castle, Belfort appeared again. She didn't expect to see him there. What did he want in such an unexpected place? The Marquis greeted her, but she ignored him and kept walking. What tension? He insisted, and she turned around with an inquisitive look. What is he plotting now? She demanded to know if it was important. She wasn't going to listen to his nonsense again. Belfort dropped the bombshell. Would it have been different if he had acted differently? Alexa didn't understand why recall what didn't happen if everything ended. That Alexa no longer exists. He wasn't kinder, nor did he accept her as she was. But if he had behaved differently, perhaps the life of the former princess would have been very different. However, now the girl asserted that their relationship definitely would have been different. She also didn't understand why he was stirring up the past, explaining that nothing can be changed anyway. The princess thought that answer was sufficient and prepared to leave, while the Marquis felt even worse. He remembered how Alexa addressed the Duke with tenderness and love by his name, looking at him affectionately while doing so. Then Belfort also remembered how she, when she was still a monster, also called him with tenderness. If the Marquis could return to the time when she addressed him with such sweetness, they would be together. A few days later, the princess went to meet the Duke, and Salin immediately reported that delicacies had been prepared for her. He advised her to try them whenever she wanted, and Alexa thanked him sincerely. At that moment, Belquillan had already come out to meet her, and she decided to quickly go with him to try them. The Duke noticed that it was the first time they had seen each other since that trip home with the ambassadors. The young woman explained that she had been very busy and had many matters to resolve after that day. Belquillan asked what matters they were, and Alexia explained that many people were interested in their relationship. Yesterday, the princess also attended tea with Lady Isabel, and everyone there was commenting on her partner. Alexia regretted that many did not understand the Duke, and considered him a demon without blood or tears. She didn't understand why they treated this charmer that way, and she decided she would dispel those rumors about him. Belkellen felt a little embarrassed, but thanked the princess for her concern and initiative. She explained that she actually liked being the center of attention, but with the Duke it would be more interesting. Then she tasted the tea and noticed it was a new black variety that she liked very much. Meanwhile, Belkellen handed her an envelope and explained that this was the reason he had invited her today. The girl was a little surprised, and the Duke explained that it was a marriage vow, after which she was even more surprised. Belle also explained that it was so the vassals would support her. That's why he had drafted that document. He knew that in the capital they viewed him suspiciously, but on the border people were not so mistrustful. The princess didn't understand why those people needed to support her. Then she noticed that not only were there border vassals present, but also the Dukes of Astera. Belkellen also explained that he would not allow Alexia to lose her position because of him. But she objected, explaining that creating such a document would only cause the king to reject the Duke. He just asked her not to worry, and that instead she should just be grateful, and that would be enough for him. The princess still didn't understand why he went so far, although she was aware that, if the Astaras were on her side, it would be easier. But on the other hand, her mistakes could put Belquillan in danger, and she couldn't allow that to happen. The Duke kept asking the princess not to worry, and assured her that everything would turn out fine anyway. Then, the girl began to suspect that Belle worried about the same thing she did, and that's why he avoided her leaving. Alexa understood that he now wanted to protect her like a child, and grasped the magnitude of his love for her. Furthermore, after discovering the Prince of Philia, Philip's plans suffered a small change. The Empire's delegation kept insisting on an audience at the Iris Palace, with the desire to discuss state matters. As the excuses to refuse ran out, once again the princess pretended to feel unwell. She, for her part, left that morning for Count Urgen's mansion under the pretense of visiting her relatives. There she decided to play chess with Killian, checkmating him, and he understood that today was not his lucky day. The girl just laughed, reminding him that centuries would pass before he could beat her. The young count refused to give up and begged her for another chance, hoping to succeed this time. Alexa didn't object much, and when they were about to start, Count Urgen entered the room. He looked at his niece and noticed again how much she now resembled her mother, Camilla. The Count even thought he had been too greedy wanting to heal her wounds. And now, he just wanted to forget his desire for revenge. Now he just wanted to enjoy the smiles of the princess and her son, and he was sure that then everything would be resolved. Killian noticed his father's worry and thought something was wrong, but the latter explained he was just distracted. Then, the Count reminded Alexa that they had talked about the business of using monster furs. He explained that many knights were interested in the idea, and no one doubted the origin of the furs. Alexa was glad everyone liked the idea, but asked that her participation in the business be hidden for as long as possible, because if they find out in the palace, the king might want to obtain the rights to control the business. The Count understood her, but he also saw that her thirst for absolute control was quite terrifying. Urgent explained that just as Alexa requested, he delivered her share in gold bars and hid it in Camilla's mansion. Then he suggested the princess take a look, since she was already there anyway. Killian also supported his father, asking her to check it for herself, as it would be better for her. And for them, the princess remembered that the former owner of the Urgent family had expressly left that mansion to Camilla. Now it seemed incredible to her that she finally had the opportunity to be there. Upon arriving there with her relatives, the young woman noticed it was much better than she expected. Killian explained that there were also many things left there, and asked Alexa if she liked it. She was delighted, as she didn't believe there were so many things, and Killian clarified that all that was her inheritance. The princess was surprised again, and still couldn't believe that her mother had left all that to her. Reacting afterwards, the young woman decided to take a look, and began touring room after room. In one of them, among gold coins, Alexa saw a child's medallion with a drawing, and she understood that it was something from Felipe Castle. Killian tried to object that there was nothing special about it, but the princess disagreed with him. She got very upset, but understood that she had to calm down, especially since her young relative was also there. He, at that moment, suggested to Alexia that they return, reminding her that she was still going to meet her boyfriend. Restraining herself, the girl thanked him for his concern and clarified that she hadn't planned any dates for today. She also explained that Belkelen is now in the capital and needs to inspect the borders, so he won't be here for 3 days. Killian didn't believe that 3 days would be enough for the Duke to reach the border, and thought he was simply lying to Alexia. But the princess believed that if he lied, it was only because of his great love for her, and she asked the young count to understand him. He decided he also had to learn positive thinking from her, and she offered to tell him her love story with the Duke. The next morning, the princess heard her maid, Lily, starting to wake her up, and announcing that a gift had arrived. She explained that it was a board game and books, which are very hard to find in Felipe. Alexa remembered Prince Eterio bragging about something similar, and assumed it came from his empire. But Lily clarified that it was from Duke Belquillan, and was already sure the princess would love it. The young woman immediately began examining the gifts, and couldn't believe her beloved sent all that. But she felt truly happy, and immediately asked Lily to bring the materials to write a response. The princess loved that Belquillan gifted her a book, but she kept trying to understand why he was so attentive. With the book in hand, she went to the garden, and then Priest Gabriel, reappearing again, caught her attention. Alexa was extremely surprised to see him, and asked how he knew she was there at that moment. He explained that his servants had told him everything, so he didn't have to search for her for long. Then he sincerely admitted that he had a serious conversation with the princess, and begged her to give him some time. The girl agreed, and they went to a small viewpoint, where Alexa asked him what he needed. Gabriel began by saying that after the hunt, rumors of a romance with Duke Star began circulating. The princess clarified that it was true, but she was intrigued as to why foreign delegates were interested in that. Then the priest dropped it on her that they needed to talk, right now, and she raised no objection. Gabriel got straight to the point. Duke Belkelen is the last descendant of demonic blood, but Alexa already knew that demonic blood ran in him, and that was why the Duke was judged so much for being different. Still, she didn't understand where the priest was going with this, and he explained that demonic powers had reactivated. He then implied that the Duke was surely behind those forces, but Alexa thought it was just a theory. The princess defended that Belquillan was doing everything for the good of the kingdom, and she didn't believe he could cause any harm. Gabriel countered by saying that demons are always within, that they are pure darkness, greed and cruelty. He was implying that the Archduke, so criticized for that blood, wouldn't risk everything for this kingdom. Belquillan is also willing to do anything for his goals, but not for Philip and his nation. The priest confessed something that terrified her even more. What Belquillan might do next. The Duke thinks he is half demon, but he is actually a full demon, and no one knows what will happen when he finds out. The princess still didn't understand why her beloved's origin worried the priest so much. He explained that even the strength of a half-breed is already powerful enough to wipe everything out, and the power of a full demon on a human could have unimaginable consequences, and horrible ones. Hearing this, Alexa supposed that she was also dangerous, since on the battlefield they called her the monster of death. Gabriel stated that, although she is strong, he senses something in her similar to the sacred power that he also possesses. The priest noticed the girl didn't believe him and decided to show her, asking her to give him her hand. Cautiously, Alexa extended her hand, and when their palms touched, a reddish mist immediately appeared. The girl got scared immediately and pulled her hand back. Then she assumed it was because of her magic. The priest corrected her, saying it was the result of the clash between her magic and his sacred power. He also added that her magic enveloped her body and created a protective barrier. Then he asked where Alexa got that necklace from. Clutching the pendant with her palm, the princess confessed that it was a gift from the Duke, and that she cherished it greatly. After this, Gabriel also confessed that the energy of that necklace was truly very painful for him. Then he asked her to think why the Duke would give her a necklace that was impossible to approach with sacred power. The priest affirmed that the truth is very hard to accept, but he also asked the princess to think it over carefully. Meanwhile, he thought he had to hurry before Belquilona was in the capital. But now, he saw that the monster had easily fallen for his words. Gabriel expected the princess to fear him now, as the weak always fear those who are stronger. And if the princess distances herself, the Duke surely won't be able to stand such treatment, and he will get angry. Then it will be possible to find the abandoned Alex and easily seize her powers, thus restoring the demons. The priest warned the girl that the longer she stayed with Belquillan, the worse things would get for her. He even claimed they could consider her an accomplice of the demons. Imagine the consequences. Now he reveled in her suffering, because the man she loves could be the end for her and her nation. But to her surprise, Alex just laughed and declared that his words deeply irritated her. She also explained that such words were simply horrible, so much so that they even surprised her. The priest was amazed that she didn't believe his words, but Alex affirmed that she had no reason to worry. Furthermore, the princess knows that the Great Duke is the key to restoring the former glory of the demons. And the girl also perfectly understood that, because of their relationship, they might hate her in society. Alex understood that Gabriel wanted to surprise and scare her, and then asked, "What is the problem if the demons revive?" Alexa does not believe that the resurgence of the demons will only bring fear to her continent. The priest was surprised, as she is the princess of this country and should be aware of the future danger. But the girl really didn't see it as a problem, although she noticed that the Holy Father didn't understand her at all. Anyway, they won't accept her anywhere, not in the Felipe Kingdom, nor even in the entire continent. She won't find her place anywhere. Therefore, the princess doesn't care if the demons revive and want to destroy the entire continent. Alexa is only interested in one thing, and that is her beloved, Duke Belquillan, who also loves her very much. Gabriel insisted again that he could use her for his purposes, and he didn't understand why she wasn't worried. He also tried to explain why the Duke had given her that necklace, claiming that he was tying her down, and also everything else related to Belquillan, and Alexa will become just a bird in his cage with the title of princess. But the girl retorted and explained that that gift was just a token of affection. Besides, she had no intention of fleeing that cage. The priest insisted on the latent danger, but Alex only cared about herself, nothing else. The princess confessed that Gabriel seemed suspicious to her right after the blessing. She knew the necklace must protect her from bad people, and now she understood its effect on Gabriel. The girl's suspicions were taking shape. She began to believe the priest was the culprit. He couldn't believe Alex knew, and he thought she had seen him use his magic. The fake priest, furious over the failure, was ready to kill her right there. He was about to use his magic, but suddenly, Marquis Belfort appeared near them. He saw her talking to the priest and thought about coming back later, but she said they were finished. Gabriel could only ask her to reconsider his advice, as if they were words from Demetra. The princess thanked him for the warning and promised she would take it as valuable advice. After this, the priest said goodbye, and as he walked away, the Marquis observed him cautiously. Then he decided to warn Alexa that, despite what was said, she should be careful with that guy. He explained that he knew the look of true servants of God, but Gabriel was hiding something else. The young woman promised she would listen to the Marquis and prepared to return to her rooms. But before leaving, she wanted to know why Belfort was looking for her, as he hadn't been there by chance. The Marquis explained that a farewell banquet was being prepared for the delegates from Ophelia. Alexa assured him she wouldn't tarnish Felipe's reputation, and the Marquis, more relieved, hoped everything would turn out well. The princess didn't understand why the young man now had such a high opinion of her. He, in turn, reminded her that she needed to find ceramic tableware for the banquet. The minister recommended an excellent workshop to the Marquis, and the latter now offered to accompany Alexa. But she explained, hoping he would give up, that if the workshop was in the market, she could go alone. But Belfort added that it was an order from Dew and Corn, and there the girl noticed that the Marquis was very obedient. He understood the girl's disagreement, but he couldn't disobey the order either, and begged her to allow him. Alexa still didn't understand what these sudden instructions were, and why they concerned her, and not the delegates. Afterwards, the Marquis went to the Chancellor, and expressed his incomprehension as to why the princess really had to be the one. He then explained that her whole life Alexa had to sacrifice so much, and had barely freed herself from the monster's chains. She also finally got to return to a normal life, and now needs to approach the edge of the precipice again. Since she was little, Alexa couldn't even join her peers' games. And now Sir Dewincorn decides to use the services of a witch, and also wants to tell everyone the truth about her. The Marquis considered it not a good choice, understanding that this could reopen the princess's old wounds. The Prime Minister didn't understand why his student felt guilty. He hoped Belfort was far from those feelings. Then the Master declared that the Marquis should not have released the monster's bond, and stayed to protect the princess. She was just a child, right in the epicenter of the war, fighting with all her might to survive. Now, Dewincourt begged Belfort not to force him to see the future of the country from that child's perspective. To this, the Marquis recalled that the Master knew well the monarch's very unexemplary life, and the Chancellor wants to put the princess on the throne, forcing her to return to solitude, and exposing her to danger. Dewincourt affirmed that, for him in service, the king's life did not matter but his nature, and he asked his student to think about it. The Prime Minister was pained that people lived under an incompetent ruler, but he believed that the Marquis would solve everything, and to ensure the princess ascended the throne, Belfort had to suppress all his immature feelings. After that conversation, the Marquis went for Alexa, and shortly after, they arrived at the Pottery Street. The girl thanked him for accompanying her, but decided to continue alone from there. But Belfort didn't plan to let her go so easily. He clung to the edge of her cloak, leaving her stunned. He explained that she could return immediately if she wanted to, and he would intercede with the Master. Alexa retorted, as receiving the delegation was not an easy task. But the Marquis, due to his own issues, wasn't rushing to work. But he corrected, clarifying that he meant if the princess didn't want to, they could go back. Then, the girl noticed that the Marquis was acting strange that day, and demanded he tell her everything honestly. Belfort dropped his cloak and apologized for crossing the line. Then he asked her to forget what he had just requested. Alexa was not in the mood to argue, and only suggested he return if he had nothing else to say. Then, she herself headed to the pottery workshop to view and select items for Ophelia's guests. In the store, the salesman greeted her immediately with kindness, and asked if she was looking for anything in particular. The princess explained she wanted to look around first, and the salesman asked her to call him when she chose something. The young woman paused in front of a dinnerware set with a unique design, similar to what they sell on the Pottery Street. Then she moved on, and with the next set, she had the feeling of having seen those dishes many times before. The salesman immediately appeared and explained that this tableware, although it resembled what they make in China, was much better. Hearing this, Alexa assumed it was a counterfeit, but the merchant assured her it wasn't, and it saddened her to hear such things. The porcelain ceramic was originally a masterpiece, created by the hands of master potters, here in Felipe. But dishonest people from the Chinese Empire stole this design and presented everything as if it were their own creation. He also added that they searched for a long time for that artisan who created the first sample of violet ceramic. Then, with great difficulty, they signed a contract with him. And now, the salesman suggested the princess take a look at other items. The young woman hesitated, because if she displayed this counterfeit at the banquet, the delegates would hardly be pleased. It was then that she heard a voice behind the woman, who believed Alex liked those dishes. It was that redhead who claimed the ceramic was authentic, and was surprised that someone considered it fake. Alexa remembered they had seen each other before, and the other was surprised that the princess recognized her so quickly. So the girl asked why she had come, supposing she had something to tell her. Meanwhile, Alexa remembered everything she had heard before about that woman, and supposed she was the witch the chancellor was talking about. The redhead confirmed it, and suddenly started criticizing the princess's clothes, implying her lack of taste. Then she noticed the necklace and tried to touch it, but Alexa warned that it could be dangerous. But the woman wasn't scared, and explained that the jewel can only harm whoever wants to harm the princess. It doesn't affect the redhead, and contains quite powerful magic, making it a very valuable gift. This also means that the person who gifted that pendant appreciates the princess very much. Alexa didn't believe her at all, and asked who she was to know these things. Then the woman introduced herself as Mora, but it had been so long since anyone called her that. Almost no one remembered her anymore. Then, Alexa invited her new acquaintance to Camilla's mansion, hoping they would talk. And she would find out a lot. Mora noticed that the hostess was more nervous than the guest, and understood that the chancellor had only superficially described her. Afterward, she decided to start talking about the possession. But Alexa didn't care about the topic. She just wanted her to tell her. Mora liked the princess's bravery, and supposed the girl wanted to know how she had gotten there, and also if it was possible to return to her original world, if she discovered the reason. But the princess flatly refused. This was unexpected for the witch, and she became curious to know why Alexa didn't want a return. If everything here was unknown, she could guess the reason, but the girl stated that she only wanted to know the secret of the possession. Furthermore, she asked her guest not to invade her personal space. Seeing how Alexa controlled that body, Mora thought she had already adapted to princess life. Then she pointed out that the reason the girl wanted to stay was the man who gifted her the necklace. And if Alexa no longer wanted to return, she could rest assured, because she couldn't do it anyway. The witch explained that the place the girl remembered was not the world where she was truly born. That meant she had been Princess Alexa of Felipe since the moment of her birth. The girl couldn't believe it, as she had arrived there after dying in a car accident. Then, Mora asked her to think about the guilt she felt for having taken everything from Alexa. But in reality, that belonged to her from the beginning, and it was Alexa who had lived someone else's life. Of course, it wasn't her personal choice, so the woman believed she wasn't to blame. Then, the girl started asking what exactly had happened, and supposed she had simply switched places with Alexa. Mora stated that the reason she arrived in another world, and Raphael hated her, is not because she is a monster. The woman explained that in the entire royal family, everyone is blonde without exception, and only Alexa was born with black hair. She then asked the girl's opinion on why Count Urgin is trying to raise a rebellion. Using her, the answers to all these questions begin with the owner of this place, the princess's mother, Camilla Urgin. Alexa couldn't believe it, but the witch confirmed that Camilla was actually not from this world either. She doesn't know how she got here, but she knows for certain that Count Urgin found her by chance. Afterward, she became a member of his family. And Camilla was always a cheerful person, and everyone loved her. However, this became a problem. The girl's mother fell in love, and that love was the same as Alexa's with the Duke. Then, Mora asked the princess to guess who she fell in love with, and she supposed King Raphael, but the woman stated that she is mistaken. And now, she can't even believe that Alexa considers her father the enemy of her parents. In reality, the girl's father is someone very different. He is King Litter's firstborn, Alexis Dwight. He is none other than the older brother of the current King Raphael III, and the main contender for the throne. This man is Alexa's father, who fell in love with Camilla, although their love was extremely dangerous. And since Alexis was meant to inherit the throne, rumors began that Camilla would become queen. Then, a man who was also secretly in love with that woman interfered in their romance. Raphael could not stand idly by watching the woman he loved about to marry his brother. In the end, he decided to act and then coldly murdered his brothers, who had cared for him so much. Alexa's father died in a carriage accident, and France, the second prince, died mysteriously in an accident. Since Raphael was not initially considered a possible heir to the throne, not even a shred of suspicion fell upon him. Thus he became the only surviving prince, and upon hearing this, Alexa asked what had happened to Camilla. Mora confessed that she fell into deep despair, as the pain of losing a loved one is not easy to overcome. But Camilla had a special reason to get up again, and a very, very concrete one. Alexa's mother could not afford to follow him, because at the time of her death, the fruit of their love was already growing inside her. Camilla, left alone, became Raphael's concubine, who out of pure desire was willing to accept even her child. But the king was the one who killed Alexis, and she, as his concubine, became a great contradiction. She neither accepted nor rejected Raphael, and the main reason for this was Alexa. The possessive king wanted to make her his own, to find peace. The rumors about this whole situation irritated him, and then Raphael announced Alexa as the second princess. He eliminated those who doubted her lineage, but he could never love her like a daughter. Over time, intense hatred consumed him. He couldn't stand seeing a copy of his deceased brother. The king also came to hate Camilla, whose attention was only on her daughter. And after much reflection, Raphael finally found a solution, but it was terribly cruel. He wanted to replace the girl's soul with that of another child, and if possible, their bodies too. But such magic does not exist in this world. So he found a girl who matched Alexa's characteristics. Raphael could only influence their souls, and that is how Alexa left Felipe forever. Furthermore, he destroyed everything left of his brother, and only then did Camilla commit suicide. The girl, without a guardian, was easy prey for the aristocrats, and it was Ariel who sent her to Canetti. Camilla and Raphael's concubines, consumed by anger after losing their beloved, attacked her at the same time. At that moment, Ariel decided that it was the only way to protect his younger sister. He understood that the girl, suddenly orphaned and banished from the palace, couldn't be well. And since Ariel couldn't be with her every day, that girl felt very lonely. Sometimes people couldn't sleep at night because of her crying, and when Mora met her, she was very sad. So, the witch decided to ask her what she desired most in the world. Interested in Alex's story, she asked what the little one had answered. The woman confessed that the girl had wished for power, so that no one would ignore or despise her. The girl wished for enormous power, and the curse that turned her into a monster was her choice. But however insignificant the magic was, a god is merciful, and it wasn't a simple curse. The desired power could only arrive in the right form, and she could only be herself again after living through the process. Alex thought the girl didn't take the witch's words seriously, and only asked for power for herself. Then the princess got angry. The girl was only 7 years old, and the witch knew she wouldn't stand it. Mora repeated, once again, that it wasn't just a curse, that the blessing and the curse always go hand in hand. But the final decision depends on the person, and she could still explain why Alexa no longer transforms into a monster. This powerful curse is also a blessing, and beneath that grotesque appearance, a gift is hidden. And if the girl had tried to lift the curse, like Alexa, then she would have been able to escape her beastly form. All she needed was the courage to stand firm and face herself, the ability to see what hides beneath the grotesque appearance. That is the strength to love oneself. But the little one didn't have that strength, so she gave up her life. And according to the magic clock, with her death, both her soul and the princess's soul returned to their place. Alexa, a bit shocked, asked, "How does this woman know what the girl was thinking?" Mora explained that she once felt something similar for someone, but he too died at Raphael's hands. The princess was putting the pieces together, and Mora confirmed that France was the second prince, and she witnessed his death. But she was wrongly blamed for the murder. After telling her story, Mora asked Alexa not to worry. The woman explained that she also returned to her place, and now everything will return to normal. Then she confessed that no one else knows the secret she revealed to the princess. This means that no one suspects the real Alexa has returned. Not even King Raphael knows it. Afterward, Mora assured the young woman that she could always count on her help. But pay attention. Alexa must decide for herself whether or not to take revenge on the current king. After the conversation, the girl went out into the street in the rain. But the bad weather didn't matter to her. She didn't know what to do now. The situation seemed desperate. She wanted to know what the other Alexa would do in her place. Now the princess calls that girl Lee humble, because the real Alexa is herself. She also regretted those thoughts. She always believed she occupied that girl's place. But now she regrets that she suffered the same pain, and it breaks her heart that she was also alone. At the same time, the princess also deeply hated that girl, although she knew it wasn't her fault. Now, even happy in this world, Alexa lived with the constant fear of losing this life. And now the princess cannot give up either of them, because in the end, they complement each other. Then Alexa asked her mother for advice. What to do? If living here wasn't her choice, what could she choose? Her whole life Alexa will be forced to live as others decide, her and the other girl. At that moment, the princess felt a strong desire to see Belkalin. He is always there when needed. The girl missed him even more than usual, and mentally begged him to come see her soon. She wanted the Duke to ask her what was wrong and how she was, and then tell her that everything was nonsense and she would be fine. Alexa felt so bitterly that she fell to her knees and began to cry, while still begging Belquelin. And suddenly, she heard a familiar voice behind her, and when she turned around, she thought it was her beloved. But it was only Marquis Belfort, who extended his hand to her and asked her to come inside the building. Alexa felt disappointment, but she gave him her hand anyway, and he helped the young woman up. The Marquis then asked what the princess was doing there at that hour. And then he declared that she was also putting herself in danger. He thought Alexa should always say where she was going and what she was going to do, as this could be dangerous. That's why he had advised her not to go to that estate before, and started questioning her about what she had talked about with that woman. But Alexa declared that the Marquis knew everything from the beginning. He knew and still sent her there, so he used her too. The princess also wanted to know why this was only happening to her. She didn't understand what she had done wrong, as the young woman only tries to be happy, but at the same time cannot even fight for her own will. Alexa no longer knew what was real, and cried again over her powerlessness in the situation. The Marquis saw how sad she was, and, intending to comfort her a little, decided to hug her. As he approached, Belfort noticed blood on her face and tried to wipe it away, but she immediately pushed him away. The Marquis was flustered, not knowing what to do, but finally confessed to the princess that he liked her. He also admitted that he had been foolish and ignorant before, which is why he couldn't realize these feelings sooner. But now Belfort understood how important Alexa was to him, and he didn't even notice that she meant so much. The princess thought it was nonsense, and the Marquis also admitted that he only understood it when she left him. The young woman still didn't understand why he was telling her all this after what had happened, since nothing would change anyway. Belfort continued by saying that he liked her smile, but he also understood that he was not worthy of seeing her smile. Furthermore, the Marquis did not want to admit that the princess did not want him near, and this saddened him greatly. And even though it was too late, he still hoped that one day Alexa would look at him again. Then Belfort touched her face again and began to declare his love, hoping it would help somehow. But the very next instant, his face changed, and then he fell to the floor unconscious, as if something had repelled him. The princess heard footsteps, and turning around, saw that Belquelin was approaching her. The girl was bewildered, as for the first time she couldn't find the words, although she had many ideas in her head. The Duke approached her and hugged her, and then he dared to ask what had happened to the Marquis. And Belkelin begged the princess not to look at him. But now she understood that he had done something to Belford. The Archduke only repeated not to look at him, or he might really kill him. Now the girl understood that Bale had been watching them, but she didn't know since when or what he had managed to see. Nor could she believe that the Duke had attacked the Marquis, just because the latter had approached her. Belquelin only uttered that he should have gotten rid of obstacles from the beginning, so that only he remained. Now the Duke's words sounded threatening to the princess, and she even pushed the boy away from her. At that instant, she didn't see her Veli. He seemed to have turned into the one everyone fears, a black demon. At that moment, the Marquis was starting to react, and Alexia was immediately interested in his condition. But then, she saw that the Duke was about to attack his rival again, and she begged him to explain what was wrong with him. The girl also pleaded with him to stop and understand what he had just done. If it was Marquis Belfort, Alexia also reminded him that important people were behind him, and that this was unacceptable, no matter how angry he was. Belquelin prepared to leave, dragging her with him, and the princess couldn't believe he would let the Marquis die. The Duke just kept pulling the girl, so fast that even a shoe slipped off her foot. Belfort, meanwhile, coughed again, and Alexia began to beg the Duke to admit his mistake and apologize. She insisted there was still time to fix it, while constantly checking if the Marquis was still alive. But Belquelin just kept moving forward, limiting himself to justifying that he hadn't killed the Marquis, although he wanted to. At those words, the young woman felt tremendous shock. She couldn't believe her beloved was saying that. The Duke explained that he had stopped only because his beloved had wished it. Belfort should have died long ago. Belquillan spared his life only by the princess's grace, who explained that the Marquis was just trying to calm her. The girl also confessed that she had had a very hard day and simply couldn't bear it alone. At the same time, she asserted that she didn't need the Marquis, only Belle, who had been looking for him and waiting for him to arrive. The princess admitted that she thought of him, even when Belfort was in front of her, and she didn't understand why he hadn't listened to her before. The young woman now thought the Duke complicated everything, and added that she missed him terribly. At that instant, Belquillan stopped and, seeing Alexa's tears, begged her not to cry. He also explained that he didn't care what happened between her and the Marquis, but his opinion of him wouldn't change. Then, the Duke confessed that he always hoped the princess would be alone, and that he was actually pretending. He pretended to understand everything when he hugged her, but in reality, he wished everything would go wrong for her. The Duke wanted that, because that way he could be her savior, but it's impossible to build relationships with a cursed demon. Relationships where two trust and support each other, demonic instincts reject them. Belquillan believed Alexa was his savior, but he understood that for her it wasn't like that, and she couldn't understand what he was referring to. He explained that everyone is attracted to the light, and supposed that he himself had been darkness from the start. Afterward, he recalled the Marquis's confession, and explained that he wasn't even a half-demon, but a real human in love with her. But the princess started to object that she only needed the Duke, and he explained that this was because she simply didn't know any other love. Belquillan also believed she deserved to be loved, and that when she is with him, they despise her for being cursed. The girl couldn't imagine how heavy the Duke's sins were. That's why he wanted to get rid of everything. He wanted to destroy everything related to the princess, and wished she would only look at him. Now he saw how surprised Alexa was, and added that this was him, the real one, and the man she knew never existed from the beginning. Afterward, Belquillan apologized for talking about this until now. He also declared that she loved a monster, not a man, and with that, he intended to leave her alone. But Alexa didn't want to accept a single one of his words. Instead, she ran towards him and hugged him tightly. He didn't understand where she was going, if she was right in front of him, and he simply let everything go and decided to leave. The girl wanted to know why he was doing it, but the Duke was sure that even if he explained it, she wouldn't understand. Belquillan tried very hard to make her happy by staying by her side, but in the end achieved nothing. Alexa begged him not to say that, as he had already made her happy. Only the Duke kept denying it. He explained that the princess was just intoxicated by the happiness he gave her, but in the end, he would destroy her with his own hands. He also confessed that his father was a demon, but she retorted she knew her mother was the demon, and her father, King Liator. Belle clarified that that king was just a puppet, deceived by his father. On the condition of securing the kingdom, his mother, pregnant, became queen, and her real father turned her into a demon, and she chose death to avoid that destiny. Only in this way could she free herself. Now the Duke feared that, like his father, he felt he was only pushing Alexa towards perdition. Then he pointed to the Marquis and asked the girl to see what he had already done. He was a monster. He considered himself a being not allowed to love. And if he continued like this, Alexa could end up like Belfort. For this reason, Belquillan could not be near the princess. Then he wished her happiness and prepared to leave again. The girl didn't know what words she could use to stop Belquillan and stood still, watching him walk away. After a while, she woke up with a headache and, remembering everything, prayed it was a nightmare. Then she heard the concerned voice of the first princess, who was waiting for her to open her eyes. Ariel instantly asked how she felt, admitting she hallucinated upon learning what happened. Alexa only replied by asking what her sister was doing there, but then she just asked her to leave. The second princess was blunt. She didn't feel like talking to her sister, not at all. But Ariel insisted. She had been unconscious for 10 days and was brought by a royal guard. Imagine. Then she dropped the bombshell. The Marquis is recovering at home, and everyone was distressed about Alexa. Ariel begged her to tell her everything, but Alexa refused, asking, "And what does it matter to you?" Huh? Alexa confessed, moreover, that her presence gnawed at her inside, that it drove her crazy. Immediately after, the second princess demanded to know, "What else were you planning to snatch from me, pretending you care about me?" Then, in a thundering voice, Alexa declared that she would not allow anyone to take it from her, and her sister understood that everything was due to the Duke. But the first princess wanted to make sure that her sister was in that state precisely because of him. The maids Lily and Jen were also in the room, and Alexia immediately began questioning them about where Belquillan was. Lily, somewhat fearfully, advised the princess that she should take care of herself first, but Alexia demanded an immediate answer, as she had no time to waste, and Lily confessed that the Duke had returned to his mansion. Lily also added that His Excellence had left right after informing His Majesty the King. The princess couldn't believe the Duke had done that, but Ariel confirmed that he wouldn't return to the capital for the next few years. Then she reminded her sister that the Duke and her father had a tense relationship, and Raphael didn't miss such an opportunity. In the future, the Archduke will stay at the border, but he agrees himself, as he has no reason to return here. Belquillan couldn't deal with Alexia, so he fled, and in reality, the man who promised to stay by her side turned out to be a coward. The second princess headed for the exit, and Ariel became extremely worried about her. She explained that she needed to check, because she believed the Duke would never abandon her, and she opened the door instantly. She ran to the horse, and, upon arriving at the mansion, confirmed that there was indeed no one there. Alexa felt devastated and abandoned, but she entered and continued calling for the Duke with desperation. Wandering through corridors and rooms, she begged for someone to answer. At least one of Belquillan's servants shouted that the Duke had promised him that, no matter what happened, he would always be by her side. And then she heard a familiar voice. He was asking, surprised, where his friend had gone. It was Father Gabriel, and he also wondered how the princess had arrived there alone. They were surprised to see each other, and the priest reminded her that the princess had doubted him. He no longer needed to pretend, and then Alexa saw that his eyes were also black. She understood that Gabriel in reality was also a demon like the Duke, and the latter begged her not to compare him to that half-breed. He doesn't want to be treated the same, and he decided it was time to introduce himself officially. Grabbing the princess by the neck, the fake priest declared that his real name was Abraxas. He also confessed that he is the Duke's brother, besides having the same blood running through his veins, although Belier's is mixed. Afterwards, the demon threw the girl aside. He asked her to take care of him, but he thought it wasn't enough, because even after a prolonged hunt for priests in this country, he knew he needed Alexa's power, precisely. Then, he extended his claws and began directing a magical flow towards the girl, in order to achieve his goal. But at that instant, there was a small flash, and the demon, thrown to the side, fell to the ground, cursing loudly. He was also injured, and realized that he had completely forgot about the necklace the princess was wearing. Abraxas repeated that Alexa has no idea what it is, but she still wears it. But none of this matters now. The demon needs the princess's magic. The girl asked what all this meant and what was happening with the necklace. He said he didn't have much time. The demon even promised to show her the way to the afterlife, as a gift if she wished. Then he explained that the pendant is a magic stone that contains someone's magic. This powerful magic was created by a soul, but the demon noticed that Alexa had no idea who it might be. Then Abraxas revealed to her that it was the soul of Belquillan himself, now trapped in the jewel, and the heroine, with such a gift, ignores the truth. The Duke is guilty for falling in love with a human, but Abraxas expected it. He considered Abraxas a fool for being a half-breed. He explained to the princess that demons only have two destinies: destruction or disappearance. People only know that, they only live for that, and the Duke will soon kneel before him. Then he added that the more the princess insisted, the more terrible her death would be. Abraxas begged her to simply hand over the necklace, and then he could make it painless. But then, Alexa declared that it was all her fault, that he was the reason the Duke had left her. And had left. The demon replied that Belquillan had brought his own destruction upon himself, as he was a half-breed, cursed since birth. Bel desperately tried to go against his instinct, rooted in his blood, and he wished to live a normal life for a woman. For the demon, everything went according to plan, and when he killed the princess, the Duke would weaken. After that, Abraxas could easily kill him too. Now he was sure that this was how everything worked. Then he grabbed the princess by the neck again, stating that this is how it should be, and that he could handle that magic. But suddenly, at that moment, the demon felt a green energy begin to envelop him, and he let go of the girl. He understood that it was she who was doing it, and she continued to squeeze the impure one with magical force, trying to destroy him. And then she threw a simple punch, but with such force that the demon was sent flying again. Abraxas couldn't believe it. The power that boosted him, a demon, was now turning against him. The princess told him that he probably didn't know, but she was not an ordinary human. She reminded him that she was a beast. She herself felt stronger than ever and remembered Mora's words. That power depended on her determination. If Alexa could go back to just before the Duke left her, she would do things differently. She used to think she had nowhere to return to, you know. But in a life where she couldn't even decide for herself, someone appeared willing to extend a hand. Belkellen. Alexa also remembered that her father had murdered his own brother, and her mother couldn't escape the murderer's clutches. And after what happened to her family, the princess didn't want him to lose his beloved too. Now the girl was determined. At all costs, she wanted to stay with Belle, and if anyone stands in her way, Alexa will not forgive that person, whoever they are. Then she created a ball of energy and declared that if the demon wanted her power so much, he should take it. Afterwards, she threw that orb at Abraxas, who instantly felt pain and coughed up blood. The girl then began to interrogate him sarcastically, asking why he was resisting. If he desired that power so much, the demon felt quite weak, and the princess grabbed him by the neck, preparing to deliver another blow. Lifting the demon, Alexa explained that, for trying to attack her before, his magic radiated a lot of energy. He started screaming and begging her to stop, but the girl clarified that it was only weakened magic. Then Abraxas threatened that if she didn't return his power, he would tear her to pieces. She didn't like that threat and became even angrier, asking him how he planned to kill her. Then she remembered that Belkellen had changed after the appearance of that false priest. She understood that the demon had lured him with his vile flattery. She knew it from the Duke's expression when he made that sad decision. Alexa could never forget this. And now she knew for certain that it was Abraxas who forced Bella to move away from her. Understanding that this man was a true villain, the princess was ready to punish him with all her power. From her energy, a powerful explosion emerged again, while the demon gathered all his strength to repel Alexa. A dark spot formed on his shoulder where she struck him, proof of the impact's magnitude. Abraxas's hand also darkened, but he was still glad to be alive after such a confrontation. He understood that the princess was still human, even if she was a beast with enormous strength. The demon remembered that when he first met her, she was different, and now he understood that she was hiding her power. Furthermore, he was planning his next moves, because before his body recovered, he had to land another blow first. Abraxas concentrated his power in his hand again, and immediately directed a flow of dark energy towards the princess's wound. The demon enjoyed seeing the girl's pain, but this time everything was different from his father's. He knew that Alexa expected that if he killed him, the half-breed would return to look for her. Abraxas thought it was better to end her life right there and sent another blast of energy at her. He knew he should have done it sooner and decided he had to send his stupid brother after her. But he felt a powerful magical blow from the princess and was amazed, believing it impossible. Her attack hit him right in the heart, but he didn't understand why she was still alive and attacking on top of that. The girl only repeated that if he desired her magic so much, she could give it back to him without issue. Realizing his life was in danger, Abraxas started begging her to stop for a moment, but his pleas were useless, and the next instant, he was enveloped in brutal energy. After the attack, the demon fell to the ground, showing no signs of life, and the princess watched him. She decided to spare his life if Belquillan didn't eliminate him first. There is something between them. The princess couldn't break their relationship just on a whim. After all, they are family. Now she understood what it meant. No matter how much she hated her family, she couldn't abandon them. Even without blood ties, Alexa knew getting rid of that wouldn't be so easy. Upon returning, the maids, seeing her appearance and the wound, got scared and asked her where she had been. Alexa said it was a scratch, that they shouldn't worry, and asked Jen to heal her wound. Jen reported that, even when her mistress left the castle, Princess Ariel stayed there. An atmosphere of unease reigned in the palace, but Alexa affirmed that she decided to leave. When the maid finished dressing the wound, the first princess entered with a displeased look. Alexa didn't want to see or talk to her, but suddenly, she slapped the frightened maids. Ariel ordered them to go out for a walk while she spoke with her sister. Then she started asking Alexa where she had been, since she had been clearly told not to go anywhere. Ariel was also furious because her sister had not only escaped, but had also returned wounded. But Alexa wasn't going to listen to that and asked her sister to leave, nor was she going to tolerate what she was doing. So she asked the first princess, how much longer was she going to pretend not to know anything? The second princess openly declared that her sister had been playing with her this whole time, taking her to Canetti and locking her up. Ariel even snatched Marquis Belfort from her, whom the young woman was deeply in love with, and thus she snatched away her life. The first princess started to object, explaining that all that was done for Alexa's good. She also reminded her that the day she went to Canety, they made a promise to each other. Ariel now thought her sister had forgotten that promise when she got rid of the curse. But the second princess understood nothing and begged her to leave, tired of her laments. Ariel insisted. They were her sister's words. Only she was important to her sister. That day, as girls in the carriage, the first princess asked her not to cry, that it wouldn't be forever. But she refused. Ariel wouldn't be in Canety, and she explained that the palace was dangerous now. She added that strange people were sneaking into the palace, and that they were surely looking for her father. Alexa nodded. Since they arrived, the king had become even more terrible, and she was very afraid of him. Still, she didn't understand why Ariel couldn't stay in Canety. It was dangerous for her to be in the palace too. The girl only needed her sister, and said she could live without her father or anyone else. Everyone hated her, except the first princess, but she explained to her, I must stay in the palace. In return, the first princess promised that when they grew up, they would escape the capital and live together. She believed they should escape that horrible place to live happily. However, for now they had to wait, as both knew Raphael's father. He was capable of anything to achieve what he wanted, and Ariel feared the same end. Although they have different mothers, and someone thinks they are not family, her sister was the most important thing. Her father only cared about her safety, and her brother Wilhelm was his spitting image. They forgot humanity. That's why the sisters were sincere in that palace. Now Alexa forgot the promise and rejects Ariel, who doesn't understand her change. But the second princess became furious, believing she was being blamed for everything. Alexa explained that it's because she returned to this world, and the other girl couldn't take it anymore. She admitted that Ariel mattered to her, as everyone said she always obeyed her older sister. If that girl had someone so important, then it's not understood why she gave up her life. She had no place in this world, except next to her precious sister. Perhaps the reason was that another loved one took her place. And now Alexa began to understand that Ariel didn't want to lose her younger sister over Marquis Belfort. Therefore, the first princess took everything she touched and imprinted her existence on it, because the only person she loves is that girl. But her love was too much. It was terrible, and she lived in constant fear. And when she decided to go out into the world, Ariel isolated her and made her look foolish. The first princess thought her sister would only look at her, but for her, it was true despair. But Ariel was wrong, because the sister she cherished abandoned this world due to her actions. So, realizing her sister didn't want to leave, Alexa decided she would leave herself, and headed for the exit. But she asked her to wait and listen, explaining that there was no time, as her father had noticed. The king suspected that Don Caron was planning the birth of the new leader Felipe for Alexa, and he knows the Urgent family supports him. So, the first princess confessed that her father plans a surprise attack on the Marquis and the Count tomorrow. Now, due to Alexa's sudden flight, there is little time left, and Ariel has already prepared an escape route. She advised her sister to use it, but she didn't understand why she should. The first princess explained that the king fears Alexa more than anyone, and soon it will be her turn. And if Raphael III interprets this as a rebellion, there will be no turning back. She reminded her how evil and terrible their father is, and added that he will simply kill Alexa. The young woman wondered if the king could kill his own princess, noting that she isn't even a real princess. Then, the second princess confessed to her sister that her father is not Raphael, but Prince Alexis, and Ariel was surprised. Alexa stated firmly that she would not flee. Her last word, but the first princess took it as a joke. She explained that, even if it were just her and the beast, she would face her father's entire army, and it wouldn't just be a scratch. Then, Alexa revealed that the young beast had been locked up for years by Ariel's decision. That girl only wanted to be happy again, and now she had become a mere house dog. The second princess would not hide and decided to face them head-on, without beating around the bush. Because if she ran away without doing anything, that person would also have nowhere to return to. And if Ariel still considers her family, she must think very carefully about what is right now. Later, at the Duan estate, they informed the chancellor that the army was ready and in position. Only the signal was missing for them to attack immediately. And right at that moment, the Marquis arrived. He confessed to Duan that he had heard rumors and asked what the hell was going on. The master explained that the private army of the aristocrats was arming itself to the teeth, and that means rebellion. Belfort was surprised by the suddenness and knew that tomorrow the royal army would attack, and they had to oppose it. The Marquis still didn't understand how the king could raid in secret, as he had no right to do so. Louis clarified that it was an emergency order, but if the king accused him of treason, he had many justifications. Furthermore, the prime minister confessed to the Marquis that he sensed the king's end was approaching. Belfort declared that, in that case, they couldn't send soldiers to the positions, they had to meet with the other ministers and discuss everything. And then the Marquis suddenly understood that if the situation escalated, the princess could also be in danger. But the master asked him not to worry, explaining that Alexa was already very close to His Majesty. A few hours earlier, the princess had gone to see the chancellor, and he had made sure she was ready and hadn't fled. She couldn't flee, as she had to free up the place for the person who had to return. For that reason, she was going to counterattack, but not for the suffering people nor for the peace of the country. Duan Kharan understood that the princess would fight for the archduke, but he also declared something else. Until she takes the throne, she intends to guarantee the safety of countless people. And the fact that Alexa is not acting for a grand cause should already be known by the chancellor. He confirmed it, as it is very typical of the princess, but he didn't know how she was going to control the palace. The girl agreed to explain and spread a map in front of him, clarifying that they would go to the north gate. She was going to attack the main palace directly, instead of spying and snooping around. Because if a tiger doesn't want to be attacked by prey, it must be the first to slaughter that prey. Afterwards, the princess went to Count Urgen's mansion, where Killian was surprised by her late visit. The count was in his office, and the boy understood that Alexa had some business with him. Then he accompanied his relative, and when she met her uncle, he also asked the reason for her visit. She immediately confessed that the next day the king planned a raid against the Urgen family and Chancellor Duankaran. The reason for this is an accusation of treason, consisting of a conspiracy to take the throne. The count only sighed heavily, as he expected something like this, and confessed it to the princess, before he couldn't protect Camilla, for fear that the family would fall into disgrace, and cornered her in a very dangerous place. But this woman's sacrifice was in vain, since Raphael's arrow was not aimed only at her. Until the count can make the king pay for his crime, he doesn't care what happens to him and his family. He considered this the only redemption and offering he could now give to Camilla's sister. He advised Killian that if he wanted to dodge the arrow, he should go after the master wizard. The count also apologized to his son for only being able to show him the worst side of their family. The boy understood his father and swore that he too was determined and would never abandon him. Then Killian asked the princess about her plan. The inspection would begin at dawn tomorrow. The count added that the Urgen army numbered 300, including secretly recruited soldiers. Alexa believed it would be enough, as she had a plan to stab the king in the back. Upon arriving at the palace, Killian asked why they had to enter through a different side. He thought the north gate was enough, but Alexa clarified that they were intruders. An unexpected alliance joined them. They had to be very cautious. The princess asked Marquis Belfort to stay. He would command the soldiers. Entering with Killian into the palace, he had to watch the escape route from an attack. He still didn't understand why he should stay. He would fight and endure despite his injury. Alexa explained that it was a matter of time before they knew they had taken the first step, and the army would attack the chancellor and the count. The knights have already witnessed the king's terrible behavior, so they will soon rebel against him. The Marquis must declare his innocence and tell them about Raphael's cruel injustice. The princess explained that Belfort must revive the hearts of those knights, and he accepted, although he also thought that, whatever happened, he could never be with her. To the chancellor and the count, she handed an extraordinary royal order to assassinate Duan Kharan and Urgain. Yesterday, the princess secretly stole it from the palace. It bears the royal seal, but there was no official trial. It was an order to kill them with evidence of the case, but the chancellor can request the throne's abdication. He accepted, as he had never made such a proposal, and therefore he must do it today. Much earlier, just at dawn in Raphael's palace, the king summoned the general and the vice-captain of the Carrion Knights. He ordered the general to execute the chancellor and the count immediately, and Carrion asked what to do with those loyal to the royal family. But the king doubted their loyalty. He was sure that everyone was plotting treason against the state. It infuriated him that his subjects dared to question his decision, but the vice-captain assured him that this was not the case. He also thought of immediately summoning the knights from Iris Palace, pointing out that if they moved soldiers to the palace, Alex would open them. Then Raphael allowed his subjects to leave, and immediately the butler approached him with a report. The king remarked that he was just in time and asked how things were going in the palace, and he reported that Ariel had been there since yesterday. Raphael understood that she truly cares for her younger sister, with whom she doesn't even share blood ties. Then, the king remembered that if Alex suddenly left the palace, they should carry out his order immediately. The butler also explained that the mages were already in their positions, and that he had chosen and placed the most outstanding ones. The king knew that finding them hadn't been easy, as he had killed the mages who replaced the girl's soul so they wouldn't talk. The more he thinks about Alexa's magic, the more convinced he is that it was a useless waste. Because if the duke hadn't appeared in the palace, the king could have gotten much more out of her. Raphael also didn't think he would die so soon, and if he had listened to her, he could have avoided the worst. Now Alexa patiently awaits her death, and the duke returned to the country's borders. The plan seemed excellent to the king. He also wanted to sell the magic stone containing Alexa's magic to Prince Felipe. That's why he asked them not to kill her right there. Meanwhile, Prince William headed to that prince for a secret meeting to close a deal. And he cannot return as long as Alexa is alive, because now the place that was peaceful has returned to how it was before. At Urgen's mansion, the king's soldiers soon organized a raid and searched for the count everywhere. But they couldn't find him. A knight informed the vice captain that the mansion was empty, but he didn't believe it, because they didn't have time to leave the capital. At the same time, at the Duincorn mansion, the general started shouting at the chancellor to come out and receive the royal order. A knight approached to inform him that His Majesty the King was in danger. The general understood that they attacked the palace. In disbelief, he ordered the outer guard to be called immediately. They had to stop the rebel army at all costs. Their target was the chancellor and the count's troops. Upon arriving at the palace, the archers prepared, but their arrows bounced off the enemies. Killian explained that the armors were made of monster hide. Now he was grateful for having bothered to obtain them. Alexa ordered to minimize casualties, try not to die, overcome them, and snatch their weapons. Meanwhile, the king, terrified, interrogated his subjects about how the enemies had entered. They reported that they entered through the north gate, with strange armors, impossible to damage. Raphael remembered that the mages were still there, and asked where Princess Alexa was. At that instant, the door burst open. It was her. "If my father calls me, here I am." She noticed that the king seemed extremely disturbed and apparently did not expect her visit. Raphael didn't understand what was happening, as he believed the second princess was at Iris Palace. But since things turned out this way, he thought he should now dissuade her and draw her close to the mages. He explained to the young woman that she arrived just in time, and that she should judge the people who posed a danger to Felipe. Alexa supposed the king was talking about those plotting treason against the state. He confirmed it, furious that they dared to attempt against the throne, and Alexa now had to defend the honor of the royal family. The girl at that moment also took a bow from a soldier, and saying that she understood. She aimed at the king, but she didn't shoot him, but the approaching mage, and the latter immediately collapsed to the ground. Raphael didn't understand why the princess was doing that, and she explained that the man seemed suspicious to her. But the king declared that this was not the man she should get rid of, and that her enemy was the rebel army. But Alexa clarified that the king didn't know if they would remain a rebel army or become revolutionaries. Raphael began to suspect that the princess had deciphered his plan, but insisted that she was mistaken. Then he ordered the other mages to finish off Alexa immediately, and they began to attack her with magical energy. But the combined attacks of all of them did nothing to the girl. She remained planted in the same spot. However, she prepared to reflect their magic, despite the warning that it was extremely dangerous. And at that instant, the mages received a counterattack of magical flows that defeated them instantly. Due to the energy explosion, the columns and the roof of the castle hall began to collapse. An evacuation was ordered. While the soldiers fled, the princess saw Mora, the redhead, among the crowd, who was also looking at Alexa. The witch greeted her and then prepared to attack her, immediately launching a powerful beam of energy at her. The blow was quite strong, and the princess felt that the woman was very powerful. But the next instant she noticed she was on the street with Killian and didn't understand what had happened. Looking towards the gate, the girl saw the soldiers dispersing, fleeing death. A little further away, near the bushes, the The king was also sitting, more scared than injured. But he kept interrogating the princess, asking her why she was doing this and attacking her own father. He was not only her father, but also the king, so she was committing treason against the state. But she demanded that Raphael stop talking nonsense, since he himself had perfectly seen what happened. She remembered again that there was a suspicious mage in the palace, and she took care of him, so she couldn't call her a traitor. Then, a soldier suggested that she enter the palace with the rebel army, and the king agreed with that. He also started shouting that Alexa tried to kill him and ordered the knights to arrest the traitor. But she pointed out again what the mages did, since they were the first to attack her, which is why the palace was destroyed. So she should not be punished, but those mages. And the knights hesitated, while Raphael shouted not to stop. But another problem arose, and the soldiers reported that an Aphilic armada was attacking, and it was heading directly to the capital. They explained that on the road, where Prince Wilhelm was traveling with the ambassador, the imperial army attacked from an ambush. The king was also informed that, when the Aphilics threatened Prince Wilhelm's life, he surrendered and was taken prisoner, and now the palace gates are also being attacked, and the enemy army is about to enter the capital. Raphael then ordered that they must first destroy the rebel army, since they had to get rid of the people who wanted to take the throne. And although the soldiers hesitated, the king ordered them to comply with the order and also get rid of Princess Alexa. But then an order was heard that everyone must drop their weapons immediately. And this order came from Marquis Belfort. He also explained that at that moment, the Aphilic army was preparing to enter the capital and take over their territories. And if they started killing each other now, it would be equivalent to self-destruction. He also asked the soldiers to think about who had protected Felipe until now, and who protects them from the enemy. The king ordered the captain to shut up, as they had already lost against the Attilian army, and the country's security no longer mattered. Then he ordered the knights to accompany and protect him, because even while occupied by the enemy army, they should think about the king first. He also gave the order that the people must evacuate, but additionally, the knights had to collect all the royal treasures. At that moment, Alexia shouted to Killian and the Marquis to regroup the troops immediately. Raphael didn't understand what she was going to do, as he had just ordered the retreat, but the young woman disagreed. She was not going to protest the measures against her independent behavior, but she would accept the king considering her a traitor. Then Alexia addressed the soldiers, telling them they could retreat with the king if they wished, but she would remember all the cowards who fled. The princess herself declared that she would not flee and was staying to defend Felipe. Furthermore, the princess, aware that they were scared, reminded them that throughout all that time, she had not lost a single battle. But she also assured them that they too, once, heroically saved their homeland from the monsters in the homelands. And as long as a single inhabitant remains in Felipe, the princess will do everything possible to protect this place. The young woman also hoped the knights would help her in this, and immediately cheers for peace in Felipe began to be heard. The king, furious with his subjects, began to question them about why they were doing this. If he had given the order to protect him, he also shouted not to be influenced by her words, and to immediately return to their positions. But the princess explained to him that if he so desired to stay there, he would undoubtedly end up a captive of the enemy. Then she shouted to the soldiers that, when the war was over, the king would pay for his sins, and she ordered him to be taken to the palace. Raphael couldn't believe Alexa was doing this, and demanded to be released immediately. He also shouted towards Alexa, hoping she would come to her senses, but she paid him no attention. Then the troops from Aphilia approached, and the crown prince confessed that he didn't think the war would start as soon as he became king. His brother Felipe supported him, assuring him that everything was fine and would end soon. They had nothing to fear, even if they had a beast. He reminded him how Prince Felipe begged for his life. The emperor of the Aphilian Empire thought that boy was pathetic. He didn't believe he was a prince. He also understood that a country that treated the lives of its loyal nobles like flies did not deserve a good ruler. Even so, he regretted losing the beast. This way, they wouldn't have to take the prince hostage. Felipe explained that she was crazy, and that it would be easier to convince the archduke. A soldier informed the emperor that the beast was ambushing nearby, and that he should go to a safe place. But at that moment, the emperor felt pain in his shoulder. Then he saw the blood and understood that they had wounded him. Looking where the arrow came from, he saw that the princess was aiming at him from the tower. He suspected that that man was the beast Felipe, as the soldiers were shouting that Alexia had come to rescue them. The Aphilic soldiers, upon hearing that the beast was approaching, became terrified and many took arrow hits. And now Felipe's soldiers were ready to attack, as the princess had opened the way for them. Prince Felipe asked his brother what they should do, aware of the danger they were in. But he replied that, if Alexa received them like that, they should answer her in kind. The emperor instantly drew an arrow and aimed at the tower from where the princess was shooting. The girl saw that the enemy king was very accurate, as the arrow was flying straight towards her face. However, she was agile and experienced, and managed to catch the arrow with her hand before it pierced her. The emperor considered the trick amazing and decided to use special magical arrows. Then he shot at the princess again, who didn't understand what kind of arrow it was, because she had never seen one like it. But then she understood that it contained magic, as it moved at an incredible speed. The girl knew that, even with all her will, she would have a hard time stopping it. She barely had time to close her eyes to receive the blow, and when she opened them, she noticed blood dripping nearby. It seemed strange to Alexa, as she felt no pain, and she began to suspect that someone else was wounded. And when the princess turned, she saw the broad back of Duke Belkalon in front of her. Alexa called him, but he remained silent, and then she saw that the arrow was sticking out of his hand. The girl got scared for her beloved, but the next instant, her power acted, and the arrow came out by itself. Afterwards, the Duke used his abilities, and that weapon, as if obeying, flew in the opposite direction. The arrow landed at the feet of the enemies, and instantly there was an explosion. But the emperor remained intact. Observing everything around him, he understood that that man was not aiming at the soldiers, but at their magical weapons. Then, the emperor looked back at the tower and saw a man with black hair and eyes. He understood that in Felipe, not only a beast was fighting, but someone powerful was helping it. Meanwhile, the princess didn't stop worrying, because blood was still flowing from her beloved's wound. The Duke explained that it was an arrow made of magical stone, and that if it had hit Alexa, she would have suffered, but the princess thought it was not the time to worry about herself, since Belkalon had taken such a hard hit. He assured her he would be fine, and then the girl saw that his wound began to close quickly. Instantly, Alexa took his hand and asked him why he had come, if she had told him he couldn't be near her. Then the princess confessed to him that she would become queen of that country, and that many responsibilities would fall on her shoulders. A heavy burden. It seemed to the young woman that just yesterday, she shared her worries with the Duke. And he reassured her, but he understood that, upon ascending the throne, he would no longer be by her side. As he had told her in their last meeting, Alexa understood that the man named Belkalon, the good and sweet one she knew, no longer existed. He hid his darkest side from her, believing he didn't deserve to be by her side. The princess understood everything, and clarified that she would look for someone else if the Duke wished so. Approaching the window, the young woman asked him not to return, no matter what happened. But suddenly, the Duke appeared by her side. He took her and pulled her away from the window, protecting her with his body, while whispering that he had thought about her words all this time, and that he himself knew it was complicated. But Belkalon couldn't give up, and started begging Alexa for forgiveness for behaving as he pleased. The Duke explained that if she wasn't in his life, he couldn't continue to exist. Then the princess turned and, to his surprise, hit him on the forehead, and it wasn't exactly soft. Then she called the Duke an idiot, and told him it would have been better if he had told her the truth from the start. He explained again that demon blood ran in him, and that a demon could harm a human. But Alexa declared that, demon or not, she didn't care. She just wanted to love him. Then she repeated that she wanted to love him and no one else, and that she didn't need anyone else. But if Belkalon remained obsessed with something that hadn't even happened and kept running away, she would be forced to choose. Then, the girl reiterated that she wanted to love and be loved, and the Duke affirmed that he was willing to do everything she asked. Belkalon also assured that he was going to atone for his guilt not only with words, but also with deeds. He understood that he had made a mistake by hurting his beloved and wanted to pay for it, even if it took him an eternity. Then, the Duke knelt before the princess and kissed her hand, asking her permission to be with her. Alexa was a bit stunned. She was still angry with him, but she also loved him very much. And now feelings were tormenting her. But calming down a bit, she declared that she would become queen, and that to achieve it, she needed that person. The girl pointed to the Emperor of Philia, and the Duke understood that he had to bring him his head. Alexa wanted to show who would win this war. And then she looked at Belquillan with a bit of flirtation. She asked him if he would be capable of going that far to deserve the right to be by her side. Then the girl jumped out of the window, preparing to attack, and the Duke now wondered what he had feared all this time, because Alexa resembles him so much. And the next instant, he also jumped out of the window to fulfill the order. The enemy knights, seeing the Duke jump from such a height, were amazed and terrified at the same time. But Belquillan paid them no attention. He only headed towards his objective, and then the soldiers understood that they had to stop him. The next instant, the Duke was already close to the Aphilic Emperor, and upon seeing him, he got truly scared. Then Bel raised his hand, and the Emperor fell instantly, while the Aphilics tried to understand what he had just done. Suddenly, one spotted something in that direction and drew the attention of the others, claiming that the Duke had their emperor in his hands. The enemy soldiers couldn't believe their king had been attacked in the blink of an eye and shut of an eye. His brother Felipe collapsed to the ground in terror, realizing the fate of his highness. Felipe's soldiers, witnesses to everything, couldn't believe that the Duke extinguished a life in an instant. If the Archduke were on the side of the King of Ephilia, they could only imagine what would happen to them. Meanwhile, Belquillan took his trophy, put it in a sack, and headed towards Princess Alexa. Then he threw the sack at her feet and explained that he had fulfilled her order, just as he promised. Afterwards, the Duke also knelt before her, and with great respect kissed her hand, showing her loyalty. Bel declared that he offered his queen the head of that man and swore eternal loyalty to her person. Thus, Felipe managed to repel the sudden attack from the Aphilian Empire and achieved a brilliant victory. Following the loss of the young emperor, who underestimated Felipe, the Aphilian army hastily retreated. Since Felipe is smaller and weaker compared to their empire, the Aphilian emperor expected to win this war. Obviously, but he forgot something crucial: a girl called Monster, and a demon capable of defeating anyone instantly. And so, their joint victory became known throughout the continent, far beyond Felipe's borders. Rumors also spread that the Duke delivered the emperor's head, by order of the princess herself. It was even said that she opposed her king, who wanted to surrender to the empire, and declared war on him. Seeing the royal family, it is quite possible. What can be expected from Prince Wilhelm, who fled to the empire? And the people all this time considered him their prince, but compared to him, Alexa is a true heroine. They treated her like a monster, and she spent her childhood outside the capital. It was also rumored that she was plotting treason, but the people didn't believe she was capable of such a thing, because she is their heroine, and they believed she was loyal to her country. They also thought the royal family wanted to remove Alexa from the court, under the pretext of treason against the homeland. A few days later, Count Urgen and his son arrived at the Iris Palace to see the princess, and it was their first meeting after the war. The girl inquired about the opinion of the aristocracy and discovered that it was favorable. King Raphael had many enemies at first, and these events justified the Congress Party. Furthermore, the king will not be able to leave the palace for a while, and the princess loved that news. Then she asked about the atmosphere in the capital, and he explained that there were no rumors that soldiers were put into the palace. Practically no one believes the king's declaration that the princess was plotting treason. On the contrary, people believe that Raphael conspired with the empire because he wanted to get rid of the princess. Therefore, people cannot be loyal to a king who abandoned his own country. After meeting with her relatives, Alexa went out for a walk, and there she met Ariel. She immediately asked her younger sister if she was okay, showing that she cared about her. But Alexa suddenly wanted to know why. The day she escaped from the palace, she didn't tell her father. Ariel confessed that she thought she did it for her sister, as she had to weigh her actions, just as she advised her. So, Alexa thanked her and decided to tell her little sister something, since she had helped her. She explained that that young Alexa, who suffered so much going to Kennedy, no longer existed. And whatever Ariel did, it was impossible to return to those times, because she was no longer the Alexa she knew. But if she wanted to, she could connect with the new Alexa. And having said that, she continued on her way. But then, Ariel asked her to wait. Now she understood that she had become the new Alexa the day she returned from Kennedy. For her part, the second princess thought that, having resolved everything with Ariel, only finishing all this remained. While the country celebrated Alexa's heroic victory, Raphael was locked up in the Iris Palace. His own palace was destroyed by the consequences of the war, and he could not avoid punishment for the capitulation. Raphael III not only rejected Felipe, but it was also discovered that he had stolen money from the treasury to flee. Resentment towards the traitor grew ceaselessly, while all his corrupt acts came to light. Even the nobles of the royal faction turned their backs on him, and his fate was already being debated in the cabinet. And after meeting with her sister, Alexa went to visit her former king, Raphael. He, upon seeing the princess, ran towards her, but he was not kind nor did he ask her forgiveness. On the contrary, he was furious and demanded that she explain how she dared to treat her father like that. He declared that he was King Felipe and her father, and she dared to do foolish things without knowing her place. But Alexa called him shameless, as he still had the audacity to call himself her father. Raphael did not understand what she was referring to, and the princess revealed that she was not his daughter, but Prince Alexis's. She also knew that he had obtained the throne by murdering his own brother, and that it had never belonged to him. He was completely shocked, not understanding how Alexa could know that, as he was sure their souls had swapped. But the girl explained that when one soul decided to end its life, the spell broke, and the other soul returned to its place. And not only did Raphael sacrifice his brother's life, but he committed a terrible crime to manipulate another's soul. Afterwards, the princess declared that now it was her time to step down, and she noticed that at that moment he was very scared. She also asked him how it felt to sit on a blood-soaked throne, and declared that his rightful place was only in hell. Shortly after, in a cabinet meeting, the unanimous decision was made to remove King Raphael from the throne, and a few days later, Princess Alexa became the legitimate ruler of this kingdom. A lavish banquet was organized, in which the aristocrats gave their new queen Alexa a sincere welcome. She, in turn, thanked the people for so much trust, and after ascending the throne, she achieved a great deal. Ariel's support also played an important role in this, whom the inhabitants of Felipe simply adored. Because of this, even disgruntled aristocrats agreed to recognize the new Queen Alexa. During the banquet, the young woman, feeling tired, stepped out onto the balcony to rest for a bit. And there she heard Mora's voice, who also came to greet her royal majesty. The woman congratulated Alexa on her ascension to the throne, and for that, she brought her a small gift. Mora explained that it was a reward for having done for Alexa what she herself wanted to do. The woman clarified that she could completely free her from the beast's curse if she wished, but the princess suddenly declared that it was not necessary and that she was fine as she was. Because if she didn't have the beast's strength, she wouldn't have achieved all this, nor could she protect what she loves. Therefore, the princess explained that she had already received a gift from Mora, along with the old Alexa. So the redhead decided to leave, since the young woman didn't need anything. But the latter suggested she stay and enjoy the party. Mora refused, explaining that she didn't want to be a burden, and just then Alexa saw the Duke approaching her. The woman only added that he was always handsome, and decided that she would write his story as the Beauty and the Beast. But then the princess asked for explanations, since Belle always told her that she was the most beautiful in the world. At that moment, the Duke approached and asked who she was talking to, as he hadn't seen any woman. Alexa did not elaborate, saying only that she was muttering to herself, and then asked if he was tired. She understood that the last few days had been busy preparing for her coronation, and the Duke thought that she was more tired than him. He also became curious because she wasn't in the banquet hall, and Alexa explained that she had gone out to rest a bit. Besides, her sister Ariel is helping her a lot with the banquet, as they have reconciled now. Then, the young woman confessed that she had seen a man who claimed to be the Duke's brother, but it seemed to her that they were not very close. Belquillan asked her not to worry about that, since his foot would never again set foot on Felipe's lands. This made Alexa happy, and then she asked if Belquillan had reconciled with Marquis Belfort. But the Duke clarified that he never fought with him, although the girl retorted, as she saw everything. He also explained that he can resolve it without hurry, together with the people surrounding him. The princess further declared that they now have plenty of time, as Belclon is now the queen's right hand. Moreover, now he will always be by her side and cannot escape anywhere from her. After this, Alexa kissed him tenderly, understanding that he could never renounce his love.